Good position. Harley Uran, Stephen Ketledge Hall, the first of our pro lights. Aaron Habe, Joshua Jacob, Keithy Rance is thereabouts as well. Brenton Forsyth. It's a stack field. And then you got Lukey Ersedge down around 30th off the grid. But all eyes here, Russ, nearly under starters orders for the commencement of lap 1 for our car competitors. It's their only time in fury on the track here at Mount Verta stations today. The cars will do 2 laps tomorrow from 10 to 7 local time here in the west. So lots to play out for. We'll try and bring you as much information as possible over the course of the next hour. But this is going to be a fascinating battle up front. Robinson leads the championship. Boston Morgan Horan's here to win the title. And of course, Jared Percival, currently third in the ORC for 2025. Brent?
Well, we're going to get a great snapshot of and a great barometer of how the Robinson Morgan Horan battle is going. The 4-wheel drive truck versus the traditional 2-wheel drive truck. When they come back past here, it's going to be terrific to see.
Just had some information from officials that the start time has been delayed to 10:05. So around 5 minutes yet, race fans, before we get this lap 1 underway. And what a season it's been, Russ. We saw Travis Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan duel it out at the Loveday 400 at South Australia. I'm sure the Waitley family are watching on there from the beautiful Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. Shout out to you guys, round 3 of the 2025 ORC.
Who do we have tuning in? Let's have a little bit of a look.
Give a call out there, Russ.
We've got Ash Ryan tuning in. We have Shane Yaxley tuning in. Declan Gibbons tuning in. Uva Crush out of, I'll probably pronounce that wrong, in Geraldton tuning in. Simon Clifford watching on. Nina Ballerina Callis tuning in. So, like, the live feed's pretty active, and if you're following a particular car, do send in your thoughts, and we'll endeavour to read out as many as we can and make you all involved. Ace Birmingham, go Toddy Lehman.
Yeah, Ace is a massive supporter there for Toddy Lehman. I think he's going to be definitely one to watch there, Russ, as we head down through the pack.
And on cue, Julie Forsyth, the mum of car 48, Brenton Forsyth.
Got Joshua Howard tuning in. Going Aragrella and Percival. Of course, Joshua Howard was with Jared Percival the penultimate round up in Queensland, St George 399. Finished third outright there behind the Robinson duo. It's a great run.
Josh making a fair fist and of Jared's good position in the ALRC.
He was a navigator here last year with Jared when they finished second outright. So
Gavin Rogers is tuning in. Toby Cooper
tuning in.
Is tuning in
live.
Dem go Trav.
All the way down the pack though, Russ. I mean, you've got Andy Murdoch, Dean Carter down there around mid 30 position, Ivan Smocker, Gary Povar. I don't think we'll see Scott Bryce make it to the track. I believe he has exited the event.
He's currently on the CarTech website trying to buy a set of limit straps.
Ryan Print and Alan Dixon head off.
And don't the bikes provide some great action, but look at the fence. The cars certainly get people to the fence, don't they?
Well, how good's this, Russ? We get some in-car footage from the Big Black Motorsport Boston Morgan Horan during this lap, so it is going to be some incredible footage, and we'll keep an eye on that battle between him and Travis Robinson, the first two away. So only around 2 minutes now till we're going to wait. A bit of a WA sort of contingent there through the sort of around the top 10. Keithy Rance, Adam Trewella's in the mix, Troy Shewan. What are your thoughts there, Harley Uran? How quick's he going to go this morning? Stephen Catridge Hall, I don't know, does he make an inroad on the Harley Uran trophy truck? And then Nick Hicks, a couple of Eastern Staters.
I reckon the ones to watch outside of that sort of top 4, obviously Robinson, Morgan Horan, Jared Percival and Lehman are going to be quick. Troy Shewan will be quick. Adam Trewella's going to run the gauntlet and probably take a few risks to sort of take a few scalps. Aaron Habe's going to come to terms with the 968 Pinjarra engineering car. Aaron Habe in the Element Prodigy there. Keithy Rance. Of course, Harley Uran, Stephen Ketteridge, Nick Hicks, Nick Commons, Brenton Forsyth, Andy Commons. Like, they're all guys that could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to a top 6 finish here.
Of course, the side-by-side Australian Championship on the line as well this weekend with Lachlan Bailey, Greg Campbell and Glenn Ackroyd. So 1 minute now till we get underway. The excitement has definitely graced us here at Mount Vetter Station. Thanks to the Stevens family for letting us play here on their land. We see Luke McNichol, one of the assistant clerk, of course, move to the side, which means we're about to get underway, Russ. This is where it all begins for Travis Robinson, looking to claim his second ORC crown in 3 years after reigning in 2023. Of course, Mel and Liam Brandle took home the #1 plate last year. Looking forward to seeing them back at the track next season. But Travis Robinson, Paul Curry, one of the most formidable duos in Australian off-road, Russ, and we just wish them all the best for the next hour or so.
Quite a modest start there from 813. The Hydra Wash Exact Binding Specialised Sweeping Services 813 of Travis Robinson.
Taking it very cautiously around that first corner there, Russ.
Look, he might be just waiting for brakes to heat up, mate. He's sat on the start line for an eternity, so...
Yeah, definitely not the speed we saw him in the prologue, so that is very interesting. He's often going there now, yeah.
He's starting to pick the pace up now, so he's probably just wanted to put those massive brakes on that, take a little while to heat up, so the first application is going to be Joe average.
And how impressive has young Boston Morgan Horan been since he debuted in Australia a couple of years ago. Of course, the 2024 Loveday 400 champion. He was leading the race on Sunday morning here 12 months ago. He's an 18-year-old teen sensation from Auckland in New Zealand. I'm sure those watching on the stream will be cheering for their young fellow New Zealander, because Boston Morgan Horan is here to win the title, to take home the KDR 25 crown, Russ, and I think he is a huge chance here. He needs to get a nice clean lap here on Saturday morning.
See, I think as a strategy, someone of the likes of Smoothie's got an opportunity to hang right back and drag his brakes all the way to the start line, so he's got a little bit of temperature in. But races being races, they're a bit sheep-like. They're just sort of all filing into the chute.
Doesn't this work in favour for Jared Percival? Because, I mean, this will give him a 2-minute gap because of the, looks like the withdrawal or the pull-out of Dylan Nolis in the 66, unfortunately, a third place in the prologue, which means Jared Percival gets that 2-minute gap to Boston Morgan Horan in front. So he will really be able to, it feels like he's nearly starting the race out in front from here, Russ, for the two. And he's got Toddy Lehman and Brent Smoothie, so some serious peddlers right on his heels. Luke McNichol says, get ready to rumble, Jared Percival. Another big weekend in the off-road career for Jared Percival and Darren Agrella. I know you like his chances, Russ, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him, doesn't he?
Yes, he's got to run a pretty fast pace. Mr. Consistent Jared Percival needs to sort of get cracking, otherwise Travis Robinson will just run away with this in the clean air that he's got.
Of course, Travis took home the full points in that prologue for the championship standings, 150 there yesterday, and Jared Percival, so the gap has increased. Of course, second place Ray Robinson is well and truly down the pack, so that is one of the fascinating aspects of this lap one for the cars. But Percival should only be seconds away, our third vehicle off the line. Some awesome in-car footage there of the 489 Boston Morgan Horan. So Percival and Agrella.
In the number 2 plated car, Percival Motorsport underway. Darren Agrella alongside the driver, Jared Percival there. So nice getaway. Nice shot of the corner there on screen. Any moment we'll have the first 2 trucks whistle by. Great shot on screen there. 170 odd kilometres an hour from Boston Morgan Horan in that 2-wheel drive traditional geyser truck.
So on the line now,
geyser truck.
Out of P4 from Robe in South Australia, the bottom of the state it is. Toddy Lehman, Tanner Jones, of course, claiming the Access High top 10 shootout last night under lights here at Mount Vetter Station, put on a show. And Toddy Lehman, it's been another fantastic year, only his second season in this ex-Shane Elphinstone Jimco Russ, the Nissan VQ35 twin turbo for the power plant, and he won the Waker Enduro in South Australia July of this year. We wish Todd Lehman and Tanner James all the very best. What are your thoughts on him? I mean, he's going to set some serious sector times, I believe, and we just hope we can see him back here in a bit of time. Brent Smoothie on the line. It's been a promising sort of second half of the season for Smoothie and navigator Gary Olsen. Of course, the third outright at Loveday in July, and then he backed it up with a fourth at St George Russ. So mathematically can't win the championship, but can definitely finish in third spot if things go his way this weekend.
So yeah, look, the all-drive Mason truck is finally sort of debugged. They had a few issues there for a while and looked like they weren't going to have a good run, but he's had a good run this season with the 847 Smoothie Motorsport entry. So big all-wheel drive truck, big horsepower, lots of wheel travel. We ride at home on this Kalgoorlie Desert Race track. And he's a lot more aggressive off the line than Travis Robinson was.
Yep, definitely. Probably the quickest we've seen off the start. Brent Smoothie. Now Troy Schuon rolls up to the grid. He had a fantastic prologue yesterday. He finished third in the shootout, car 19. Sister Deb Schuon in the navigator's seat. It's another one of the V8 powered SS Racetech Hustlers, Russ. I know you've followed these guys over the years, and the Schuon family's been around the WA circuit for a long time now, and they'll be looking to improve on their third outright finish here in 2019, which was their best result here at Kalgoorlie.
Great shot of the 19 Cochrane's Family Racing entry. The Cochrane's show and combination been around for a long, long time.
Got our first couple of competitors through Checkpoint 1, Travis Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan. So Troy and Deb Schuon, one of the sweet sounding cars here this weekend. And this is a fantastic story again. Adam Truella, Kobe Grant in the 52 Rimco now to the start line. Finished fifth here last year, Russ, and well and truly off to a lovely start here. Fuel Burner Racing, of course, backed by Mark Kramer, who we'll see down the list. He's already claimed the 2025 WA Championship and relieves a bit of pressure for our good friend Adam Truella this weekend to really let it all out there and put his a sweet touch on the end of the season.
Well, he can certainly let his hair down. He's secured the WARC, so he's not encumbered by worrying about points or anything, so he'll be having a red hot crack.
Looking to improve on that fifth place finish from 12 months ago. Truella and Kobe Grant off the line in the 52.
Now this is one to watch. Aaron Havey, Joshua Jacob, the 968 Kinjara Engineering Element Prodigy, the Brad Cooper campaigned car.
Yes, Aaron Havey took that conservative approach to the prologue yesterday, but I'll tell you what, he's in ninth spot, first drive in this 7-litre powered Element Prodigy. Of course, one of their own, built out of Menham in South Australia. Element Offroad, a massive force in the Australian off-road scene. We've got quite a few of those here this weekend, so we wish Aaron Havey in his first Kalgoorlie assault.
So a great shot of Aaron Havey from front row screen's telecast there. Aaron Havey disappears into the scrub. And that'll take us back to the start-finish line by the looks.
Keithy Rance and Luke Candy, the next of our WA competitors on the line in the 51. Of course, running the 6-litre AGM Magnum. 2024 Western Australian Off-Road Champion. Had a good result here last year in the state component. Unfortunately broke right at the death on that third and final lap for the ORC component. I believe this car is a former Fink-winning vehicle back in the 90s, Russ. So a lot of pedigree here for Keith Rance. well inside that top 10 last year, as I said before, broke right at the death. So that is our top, or officially top 10 from our prologue, with the withdrawal of Dylan Nollis and Matty both. So a couple others through to checkpoint 1. Jared Percival, Toddy Lehman still working along there nicely. Russ, some great footage there of Keithy Rance heading off, and now he's one of your, I know, favourites this weekend, the one-speed racing single-seat truck of Harley Uran.
And on cue, the one-speed racing banner, windscreen banner on screen, supported by Effective Off-Road Racing, ARB Canning Vale, Success 5 Engineering, Oswest Fiberglass, High Tech Oils, Katana Racing, Dig Right on board that car.
So here is a sign of our first truck on the road there, Russ, Trav Robinson.
That's really cool bit of...
But have a look at young Boston. I mean, over the left we see Harley Uran take off from the start line as the first of our Prylite. Stephen Kettleridge Hall rolls up to the grid in P12. But Boston, Morgan Horan, he's definitely pulled in a bit of a margin here on Travis Robinson.
I would say visually he looks quicker. Looks like he's gapped him.
Definitely
close the
a
gap,
minute there, so interesting times, a long way to go. And this one, Stephen Kettleridge Hall now on our screens, the 169 Slow Light Racing. So there's our second vehicle for those watching on, Boston, Morgan Horan. So what do you reckon, Stephen Kettleridge Hall, Russ? He's had a number of strong results here in Kalgoorlie over the years, and I think his best result was a sixth outright a couple of years ago. Definitely one of the quickest Western Australian competitors. Looks like he could even be running, is that a single seater this weekend? That's hard to, I honestly didn't see anyone else in the car with him, so I'll have to get a bit of an update there. I know there's no navigator listed on the starting sheet, so stay tuned for that. But Stephen Kettleridge Hall was our last vehicle off the line.
Great shot of Kettleridge Hall disappearing into the scrub from front row screens.
And now Nick Hicks, the South Australian. Ben Stakelum, a former KDR champion back in 2021. And a bit of a special mention of Nick Hicks. He actually made the Gladiator finals on TV back in 2008. So he's a fit, statured sort of a bloke, Nick Hicks there, Russ. And if you're looking to put that into good use here this morning, he's probably a little bit further down. He said he didn't have the best of prologue runs, had a few brake issues out there, but Nick Hicks off the line nicely. Ben Stakelum in the navigator's seat, and now the West Line, Best Line crew rolls to the grid, the 479 of Nick Commons and Ryan Galvin.
Nice shot of the Element Prodigy there. Nick Hicks on screen. Of course, we have the West Line, Best Line Brenthal truck of Nick Commons, Ryan Galvin. On screen, the classic burble of the 7-litre War Speed V8. Jared Percival about to come by the commentary position off screen.
Jared Percival having a pretty nice run to date. Third car through checkpoint 2. Nick Commons maybe a little bit further down than he would have liked, with Ryan Galvin out of 14th spot off the grid. Based in Orange, New South Wales, the first of our Westline crews. Percival having a nice run.
Geez, that gap between the two trucks of Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan has really opened up from Jared Percival.
There was a 2-minute gap there, but remember us, so that makes a little bit of difference. But have a look at the speed of Toddy Lehman, one of my picks for the weekend. You can notice it with those green lights at the front of that gym car. Was Brenton Forsyth now on the grid, the 48 single seat Southern Cross. But to me it looks like, I reckon Toddy Lehman might have pulled in a few seconds here, but they're our first 4 vehicles through checkpoint 2. Brenton Forsyth. Great run last night in the top 10 shootout, Russ, and he's here. He's meaning business this weekend. He's only in the state component of the event, so he won't run tomorrow's third lap, unfortunately. But Brendan Forsyth
Great shot mid-corner there of Brendan Forsyth in the single-seater. Bob Strawbridge Southern Cross, Aussie-made race frame there.
As we see the next of our Extreme Tour drives and West Lime, the Best Lime crews to the grid, the 4, 6, 7 of Andrew Commons and Anthony Cook. They missed the last round at St George. Got a little operation there, but a couple of the real nice guys of the sport. And they finished, of course, the third outright up at the Don River Dash last year. And I think he was 6th or 7th outright at this event in 2024. So he's had some strong results. I know he had a top 10 at the Think as well. So as we see Smoothie head over the back, still running. Seems to be running pretty nicely there, the 8:47.
What a great group of guys on the start line.
Oh,
the West Lime crew.
Andrew Commons, great blokes.
And they're threatening to go to Warriolda next year, which could be pretty notable if they do.
How good's that going to be?
It would be great. Definitely be booking a ticket.
I think the ticket's booked, to be honest. The 3 of Glenn Ackroyd and Mick Price. The first of our side-by-side pros. They've got that 3 on the plate because they deserved it, Russ, from last year. And what a story again. All the way through the field, we have some incredible pieces of information that has transpired over the season. These guys were involved in quite a huge incident at the prologue at the St George 399 in Queensland about 6 weekends ago. And here they are in a brand new GRC turned out Can-Am Maverick R, and they're currently 3rd in the side-by-side Australian Championship. They were 8th outright, 1st in class here last year, so expect another strong charge from Ackroyd Racing. And we wish Glenn and Mick all the best. Jimmy Cotton's here watching on, and
the real Jimmy Cotton's
here. The real Jimmy Cotton.
Watching on, Troy Showen going past the commentary position. For those here live on screen, we have Glenn Ackroyd disappearing into the bush.
Adam Truella should be the next one through. Then Aaron Havey, Keith Rance, Harley Uran. But here's another cool story. Our leading contender for the Australian Side-by-Side Championship. That is no other than Lachlan Bailey and Jordan Zolo here in the 622 Bailey Motorsport Can-Am Maverick R. Another couple of good young guys of the sport here, Russ, from Pinaroo in South Australia. Shewan heads off over, and always beautifully turned out cars here. Ronco Motors, of course, supported. That's a great little facet of the starting list here, Russ, with our 4 side-by-sides bunched up in front of Comiskey, and then we'll see Bo Robinson head off into the Mount Vetters station. So Lachlan Bailey gets his first attempt at the KDR underway.
And what a great story we have here on the start line at the moment. Logan Gill and Lee Vanderwall. Royden Bailey on screen. Sorry, Lachlan Bailey on screen, disappearing into the scrub. Great shots there. Action aplenty. Plenty of dust on the horizon if you're here with us at Mount Vetters Station.
So, Russ, the first 2 of our competitors is young Logan Gill now on the grid. Travis Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan both to checkpoint 3, but the gap is closing because Boston Morgan Horan is only 33 seconds off the pace of Travis Robinson. So, definitely the quickest car out of those 2 at the moment. Logan Gill, the young 15-year-old local Kalgoorlie young gun with Lee Vanderwall in the navigator's seat, the 3rd of our side-by-sides. He's 15-year-old Russ. He's going to be one to watch over in the West for years to come as Aaron Havey comes through.
Aaron Havey looks like he hasn't really closed the gap much at all, if at all, on
Truella, yeah.
On Truella. Looks like Truella's closed the gap a little bit on Showen. So Adam Truella doing well just at the moment. Logan Gill on screen doing very well for a young fella as he disappears out of camera view. Of course, we've got Kane. Is it Kane Nolis?
Kane Nolis up next, yep.
In the Rickland side-by-side.
Brennan Monger in the navigator's seat, the 665.
And gee, you look how far into the distance the cars get in that interval, in that start interval, and Bo Robinson has got all that to chase down. So Kane Nolis and Brendan Munger, the 665 side-by-side. Rickland Emergency Services on the side of that side-by-side.
So
Need entry into turn 1. Nice shot of it.
Brenthal, what are your thoughts on Comiskey? I know he's very adamant to you on Thursday night that he'd love to finish in the top 5. I mean, starting out at 21, but another thing that he did mention, he's never been a great prologuer, so...
he reckons he'll just ease into his work. He thinks the track will roughen up and come to the big all-wheel drive trucks.
Yeah.
And looking forward to perhaps late on Sunday displaying what is under the bonnet by way of horsepower.
So Comiskey.
Nice shot of Comiskey entering the corner. Great filming camera work there. Again, Comiskey mid-corner in past the tyre bundles, and he disappears into the scrub, and he'll be off to the lake country.
We see Harley Uran coming over the back of the complex. There he is on our screens, but Bo Robinson now the next car off the line, and this is an interesting little phase of the starting list because he's out of 22nd position. He had around the 12k mark in the prologue yesterday, Russ, a power steering hose issue in the two-wheel drive Mason, but a lot to play out for Bo Robinson. His championship dream is still alive. Well, arguably one of Australia's best off-roaders to never claim an ORC crown. That could be definitely thrown up for debate, but the 413 of Robinson and Shane Hutt get underway, so we'll keep a close eye on the second of our OBR.
Great shot of Bo in the corner there. The 413 car, Bo Robinson. Another shot from the cameraman as he goes past the tyre bundles and heads into that tree line and off into the lake country, king of the lake area.
So some
Dugan's race engine logo mid-screen there is a bit of
looks like it's
on board there of the 413.
Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt, so that's going to be good to see. There's another one of the OBR crews roll to the line.
Jordan Bull on the line.
Jordan Bull, yep.
Darren Sanders, of course, his luge career was cut short. He was unable, according to his coach, to remain completely parallel with the arms as his body mass index increased over time. So, early retirement from his luge career, Darren Sanders.
Great start there from Jordan Bull. Some over chopper footage from the Circle H helicopters of Harley Uran. As we see, it's like the Nick Hicks element prodigy is about to come over the backdrop.
Jordan Bull on screen, Darren Sanders on screen, just about to go out of view.
So, yeah, checkpoint 3, we've had Travis Robinson, Boston Morgan Horan, Jared Percival, Toddy Lehman and Brent Smoothie. So our first 5 vehicles away of still travelling at a nice speed there, which is good to see. The next of our pro lights, Russ, the 161, Ryan Print and Brendan Baxter, a couple of locals here at a 25th position.
Has Andrew Fitzgerald failed to make the start?
No. So not exactly sure what happened there, Russ, but there's definitely been no 902 element prodigy of Andrew and Shannon Fitzgerald. So hopefully, yeah.
We'll have a war speed roar in a minute as one as the Westline cars goes by. That looks like the Brenthal.
Yep.
Nick Commons. Ryan Galvin. So Ryan Print gets a bit of a leg up there. He gets the extra time, so he's going to have a nice dust-free interval ahead of him. Let's see if Ryan Print can make the most of it. Whilst we're waiting for the Printy Motorsport car to get away, some more on board Bo Robinson, the Dugan's logo there on the air cleaner, big airbox, plenty of CFM, big set of lungs on that Mason Motorsport truck, 7 litres. Ryan Print's underway. And on cue, we see the tailplate of Ryan Print, 161 off and running.
Money Box Racing rolling up to the grid now at 26th spot. Alan Dixon, Kristen Boyle and Zach O'Brien sharing the navigating duties. They're the third of our Prolog crews. Prolog yesterday in 25th position. Great supporters here for Kalgoorlie Desert Race. I know Alan's now based in Echuca. Some in-car now of Boston, Morgan Horan. Russ looks like he's still moving along very nicely.
That's some serious speed. Obviously, he's wound it back a bit. It's tight through there. Had to do the road crossing, so.
Always a beautifully turned out custom fab car. This one in it, Russ. I know he's been a big supporter. He's the 2018 ORC Pro Light champion, and Alan Dixon is a few laps away here. I think a finish here at Kalgoorlie this weekend will give him the number 101 plate for 2026. So a bit to play out for Alan Dixon. Johnny O'Connor is long-time navigator. I'm sure is watching on as you see Andrew Commons come back towards us. Brenton Forsyth heads over the back. Heads away for his...
Alan Dixon disappears off screen. Sam Commons into the chute. West Lime, the best line. The last of our three West Lime cars to get away as the West Lime geyser truck entry disappears past the bar off camera.
Yep, young Sam Commons, Lachlan Benny here in the 646. Only 15 years of age, of course. He's done some great things in the state components at both Loveday and St George recently. Only his third race start, can you believe, here. Navigated for his late grandfather here 12 months ago.
Yeah, spent some time alongside Aidan Commons, so
yep,
well schooled.
Great family team in the sport of off-road racing. I think he's going to be a serious contender for the side-by-side Australian Championship next year if that's where he goes down. But stay tuned for young Sam Commons as the first of our side-by-sides. Glennie Ackroyd comes into our sights over the back of the start-finish line, and the first of our sports lights, Russ. Lukey Ersedge on the line. The
1050 of Luke Ersedge. Great shots on screen of Beau Robinson. Big thumping airbox out the front there. Of course, our attention trackside turns to the Ersedge Motorsport entry of Luke Ersedge. The 1050 supported by Racer Imports, BFG, and of course, Father Ben.
Oh, what a moment for the Ersedge family yesterday. Of course, you travelled the world end of last year to be with Ben and Boof to compete in the 2024 Baja 1000. I know you had a great time over there, Russ. And
mate, what an experience that was. I mean, great people. Went away with the likes of Mick Marson, Aaron James, Northey. So just awesome people to be away with. Ash and the boys from New South Wales. Yeah, Marty. He's quite the showman, Marty. Great company he was on tour. Yeah, really enjoyed that. Couldn't have been away with a better group of people, and yeah, would love to go back to Baja at some stage.
Andrew Bell, Thomas Howlett, the next to leave the line in 29th position in the 627. Sort of the first of our WA crews here, Russ, behind Logan Gill. And I know he was one of your sort of selections to be up there in the side-by-side pro class this weekend. I believe this car is for sale after this event, so if you like the look of the 627 Can-Am Maverick X3, get hold of Andrew Bell. You might have a nice bargain there at the end of the weekend.
Looks like Greg Campbell in the starting arch as Andy Bell goes through on screen. Couple of shout-outs have got away from me a little bit here. I might just reload them and make a few calls there, Toby.
So yeah, Greg Campbell is the next one on the line with Rylan Burt. About to get his 2025 KDR underway. One of the most consistent performers, without a doubt, across the ORC field over the last, nearly a decade or so, and been around the sport for a long time. GRC Motorsport based out of Sydney. He's travelled the country doing what he loves with his family. Of course, his son Lachlan's claimed the Class 6 for the Australian AOB Championship only recently at Millicent. South Australia. So all the best to Greg and Rylan Burt, who now resides in Dalby, sort of central west Queensland.
Andrew Murdoch pulling up to the line, the 88 Pro Buggy. Couple of shout-outs, Helen Richardson, Budgie Langsford, Laurie Cooper, Jordan Bomber Bowling, Justin Warner, obviously Buff, tuning in, Annie McKenna, Alex Pinner, Wayne Panarenko. Great to see you tuning in, Wayne. Daryl Hardman tuning in from Carnarvon.
So I think if there's a competitor, Russ, out of this sort of from 30 to 50 that could make a serious move, it is Andrew and Fletcher Murdoch. In the 88, from another competitor from Robe in South Australia. They had a third at the Pines a couple of years ago. They finished fourth at the Gap 440 at Hillston. Another one of our element cars, and they just they continue to leave their mark. But expect Andy Murdoch not to be in 31st position if he comes home. So here we go. Here's the first sign of the inroads from Bo Robinson. Already it looks like he's closing in on the back of the Comiskey Brenthal as Daniel Challen, doing the double here this weekend. Look at Bo Robinson. It's not in a bad stage. Probably a good part of the track here, Russ.
Yeah, well, on this switchback, Comiskey will be very aware that he's there.
Yeah.
Nice shot of the Challen entry on the start line. Those viewing on live locally will see Comiskey heading towards that hairpin towards the highway, and hot on his heels is Bo Robinson. Now, Bo Robinson might have made a wee whisker of a mistake there. He might have tucked right up to the back of him and be out of view on the switchback.
So Daniel Challen, Kylie Dennis, the 626, of course, a shout out to Daniel. Advanced Racing Team coming all the way down from Darwin. I think about 3,800 kilometres one way from Darwin here to Kalgoorlie. I know it's our third time here in the West, and he's competing also in the bike category. So he'll hop out of this Can-Am hopefully in an hour or so, hour and a half time, and get back on the bike for lap 2.
Look at the dust out there that Bo Robinson's got to contend with, ladies and gentlemen. Almost like driving with a blindfold.
Some great chopper footage there of, looks like the 622 of Lachlan Bailey and Jordan Zolo on our screens as Dean Carter rolls up to the grid with Brad Jacob in the navigator seat. Another one of the South Australian crews come across from Robe, and the 18 Razorback Russ, our only Razorback in the field this weekend, and he's had some strong results. He finished 5th or 6th at Millicent only a few weeks ago, so the form's on the board for Dean Carter.
So that's a Pro Buggy Razorback. I was going to say, I thought it might have been a sports light. I was going to say
it's a big sports light.
Razorback's a bit big for a sports light. Not the ideal frame choice as a sports light, but yeah, certainly not a bad choice for a Pro Buggy.
So first of our cars to checkpoint number 5. It is still Travis Robinson leading the way.
And we do have a sports light on the line at the moment, the 1006 sports light, Travis Conrad, Alistair Conrad. Great aerial shots there of Lockie Bailey. Jordan Bull, Darren Sanders go past us live here at the complex as we get a great shot of the 1006 on the start line.
Would have. Of the weekend, Jeremy Leah, WA Hope will be thereabouts. I know we've had a couple of shout-outs for the next car off the line, Russ. Another local competitor, Gary Povar and Dennis Duncan in the 38, another one of the SS cars here this weekend. So still waiting for that third vehicle through checkpoint 5. So around half an hour or so since our first vehicle, Trav Robinson, Paul Curry, has left us here at the complex. But Gary Povar, what are your thoughts on his chances here? Starting out at sort of 35th on the grid, but I expect him to be another to make a few inroads here this morning.
Yeah, quite the handy peddler is Gary Pover with Dennis Duncan, I believe, alongside him. Probably hasn't done enough racing locally to really get the best out of that pro buggy, but still, he'll improve, no doubt, throughout the day.
Next of our side-by-side pros, another one of our Adelaide-based South Australian crews, Benny Nixon and Wayne Smith. Saw those guys come home, not at full speed yesterday. They had a nice run in the Access High top 10 shootout. Some more in-car there of Bo Robinson. Here we go. Look at the dust he's dealing with here on our front row screens production. Obviously still trailing by looks of that Brett Comiskey. So this is the challenge that awaits Bo Robinson for the course of the lap. Ben Nixon about to get his KDR campaign underway in the 6168 machine.
Ivan Schmocker moving up to the line. Ben Nixon mid-corner shot there. Yeah, they were great shots we had previously on screen of Bo Robinson, Shane Hunt, the Mason trophy truck hunting down the all-wheel drive Brentford of Brent Comiskey.
So we're definitely missing after the single seat entry of Ivan Smocker, Russ there. Scott Bryce and Kyle Ulrich looks like their weekend is over here at the KDR. You want to see the 828 Extreme Four-Wheel Drive buggy. Some more in-car here of Boston Morgan Horan. Nice rear camera view there as well, Russ, up in that top right-hand corner. Travelling along at a nice pace, and he definitely looks like he's definitely closed the gap there on Trav Robinson. So we'll stay tuned to that. Got Jesus Racing, Ivan Smocker back here in the West after a year away from the Kalgoorlie Desert Race.
The 58 single-seater of Ivan Schmocker. So the Get Jesus logo flashes by on screen, and Ivan Smocker gets on with the job. Rob Sobsic moving up to the start line as we see Ivan Schmocker disappear into the tree line on camera. Great work from the front row screens cameraman there.
So as you said, the 1-3-3 of Rob Sobsic and Haley Cowling prologue yesterday in around 38th, 39th spot. So they finished 10th outright at this event last year, Russ. So that just shows you the calibre of the field here at the KDR. The 2025 course brought to you by Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia. Andrew Bell, there you go, Russ. Another great initiative of our front row screens. They can actually, once a chopper is overboard a car, they can pick up their race speed. So we just saw Andrew Bell hit around 115 kilometres an hour. So that's going to be interesting to see some of our quicker vehicles once that comes to fruition. So Rob Sobsic out of 39th spot will be the next vehicle away.
Awesome shots of Andrew Bell, 627 on screen. As you can see, north of 120 kilometres an hour, north of 130 kilometres an hour for a moment there.
So there you go, Russ. The chopper goes at 130 kilometres an hour and can't keep up with that car. So this gives you a nice idea of
the naturally aspirated V6 of Rob Sobsic, 133 underway. Haley C alongside him. Pro Light 133 numbered car.
Saw the first of our Sports Light head over the back of the bar area there, Russ. The Legends Bar, of course. Great night here last night, some entertainment. Lukey Ersedge still moving along nicely. Apparently there's a fair bit of wind gusts up there for these choppers to deal with here this morning. Wind gusts up to 40-50 kilometres an hour. So they're struggling a bit to keep up with some of these race cars. Andrew Bell heads back towards us here, following Luke Ersedge. But the Butler entry now to the grid, Simon Butler. Alan Dixon there, see, on our screens. Clocked about 135, 136 kilometres an hour. Having a nice start to his opening lap. Simon Butler out of 40th position. Jeff Butler in the navigator's seat. A couple of local crews here
Yep, local crew, well supported by Bruce Rock Engineering and of course Top End car carriers. The Carmody Motorsport side-by-side entry.
Yeah, he had a good run yesterday, didn't he?
Ricky Carmody and Kira Carmody at the start line.
A couple of locals. Always support their Kalgoorlie Desert Race, and another crew that looked pretty quick in the prologue run yesterday. Beautifully turned out Can-Am X3. So looks like checkpoint 6. We've just gone through the fuel stop area is the Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan entries. So about 36 or so seconds between those two. So Boston Morgan Horan still looks like he's running quickest on time between the front two cars on the circuit.
Couple of shout outs, ladies and gentlemen. Felicity Carter is tuning in. Brett and Michelle Smith, Bettina Kennedy, Chantel Curry's cheering along. So keep those shout outs coming in and we'll read out as many as possible. Kobe Vella, Go the Butler Boys, Kristen Pinnar on screen at the moment. The Northern Aspects Construction Polaris. Apparently there's some great action out at Lake Perkalilly, and those of you listening to the live feed out at Lake Perkalilly, spread the word, keep the kids back from the track. The cars are very fast and very unpredictable. Jeremy Leah moving up to the start line, Alan Dixon on screen. The 153 is Alan Dixon, as you can see from our front row screen. Circle H helicopter collaboration. Alan Dixon up around 100 kilometres an hour on that rough terrain, doing very well.
Here's the Jeremy Leah entry. Jamie Tilbrook in the navigator seat, a 1020 Liability Motorsport. Russ, and Jeremy's been around the Western State competing for a number of years now, and his first run here in the SS Race Tech Sports-like car, and it always looks a picture. Hopefully he has a good run. I'd be interested to see the sort of time he can set compared to the front-running cars in his class, Luke Ersedge and Travis Conrad. So Jared Percival, Toddy Lehman and Brent Smoothie. To me, it looks like Brent Smoothie's having a nice run. It looks like he might have made a bit of time on Todd Lehman, which is, well, great to see. So you never know, Brent Smoothie might be making a bit of a move as the next of our side-by-side pros, off and running. Royce Gill, Benjamin Wraith there in the 616. Fortunately, it looks like that the 644 of Logan Gill, the youngster, as we see a bit more in-car of Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt.
Looks like the in-car from Shane Hutt and Bo Robinson doesn't look like they've yet to get around the Comiskey truck. So they're really, they're having to work their butts off this weekend.
Well, they are around the Comiskey truck and behind a Can-Am, so we'll have to wait and see. But Royce Gill off the line nicely, one of our local crews. It's the 99 kilometre mark into that first corner. Just got our third car, actually third and fourth car through the fuel stop there on our time tracker here, with Jared Purcell and Todd Lehman maintaining their positions on the track. Hopefully Adam Truella. Yeah, so Truella might have had a bit of a drama here, Russ, because Aaron Habe looks like he's on a nice time. He's definitely gone through checkpoint 5 in front of Truella, same as Keith Rant. So keep an eye on the 52, might have had a few issues out there. But
so the 52 car's out of sequence, Toby?
It looks like it, Russ, to me, yep. He's definitely...
That's no good for our man Adam Truella in the 52 car. For All Sorts Motorsports 639 underway.
Yeah, Steve and Ruby Binder, Dustin Binder. Starting out at 45th position. So the only ones that we sort of haven't seen the start so far, Scotty Bryce. Definitely didn't see the Fitzgerald element. And of course, unfortunately for Dylan Nollis and Matty Both, a couple of local legends here. But the KDR didn't make the start grid. They've still got, actually the car's not where it was half an hour ago. So keep an eye on that, the 66. So the TPC Racing Can-Am X3 with Brad Smith and Bob Smith right of the line, starting at a 46 spot.
All the way down from Carnarvon, Brad and Bobby Smith.
Here's some overhead footage of Ivan Smocker in the Got Jesus Southern Element. Moving along nicely. So Toddy Lehman, Brent Smoothie, still running for Troy Shewan and Aaron Havey, Keith Rance to get to that fuel stop checkpoint. Malcolm Yeardley and Brent Jones, the next one off the line in the 609, one of the newer model Can-Ams, Russ. I know Malcolm's been campaigning very successfully over here in the West for a number of years now, and maybe a bit further down in the prologue than expected. Yeah, and they ran that 47th spot off the grid. So our first car to checkpoint 8 is Travis Robinson. Just goes through there then, so well and truly on his way. That's about 55 minutes since they've left the line. Sorry, 45 minutes. So the 609 of Malcolm Yeardley and Brent Jones off and running.
The Magic Man Michael Davis moves up to the start line. Mel Yeardley
I think
through the corner.
That's Mickey Davis, and that's the Ben McNamara Honey Badger.
Apologies, that's the Jamalka entry.
Yep.
McNamara entry.
From Tumby Bay in South Australia, the 69, Wayne Pascoe, his long-time navigator.
Kevy Knott's tuning in, Craig Schofield's tuning in, Aaron Atkinson's tuning in, Adam Fawcett, Donna Isaacson, Shane Yaxley, Danny Brown tuning in, Shannon Jennings tuning in, James Lear tuning in, the real Jimmy Cotton. Has he tuned in? We're not too sure. Jimmy Cotton's tuned in, Alex Pinner, Brett Rochelle Funnyman, Craig Carron tuning in.
Some great in-car here, Russ, of Boston Morgan Horan. He's actually dropped a little bit of time into checkpoint 8 on Travis Robinson. It looks like he's still maintaining a little advantage as McNamara and Pascoe get underway in 48th spot. So their first two cars through checkpoint 8, but as I said, the gap got down around 28-29 seconds. It now looks like it's around 40, which means that Boston Morgan Horan's made up around 20 seconds into that 8th checkpoint. So the 628 of Chris and Jessica Della Polina now roll up to the start line. For us, a couple of the local WA competitors.
Certainly are. Great broad shot there of the start finishing arch. You can see the breeze there for those viewing at home. Flags sort of fluttering quite enthusiastically in the breeze, so that makes racing pretty good if you've got the breeze coming across the track. As we saw in our in-car from Bo Robertson earlier, he's really struggling to get around Comiskey because the speed differential's just simply so close that they the Comiskey all-wheel drive Brenthal Trophy truck can hold them off. So Della Polina's underway. Warren Klassen moves up to the start line. Chris Della Polina makes good the corner and he's off and running.
A nice prologue yesterday for Warren Klassen and David Rees as well, Russ, in 50th spot. As you said, they've got some serious competition now in this class. They were just sort of looking to run their own race and currently 4th in extreme four-wheel drive, and they get off the line in 50th position. More in car of the young Kiwi sensation, Boston Morgan Horan, on our front row screens there. Awesome viewpoint. Gary Povar clocked at around 140 kilometres as he heads off.
The chopper pilot struggling to keep up with Gary Povar, so we've lost that signal. Nice shot of the Warren Klassen Volvo powered Navara on screen.
Looks like the Rob Sobside Tatum, the 133 over in the distance, is 51st off the grid. Nick and Alex Burt, the father and son combination. They've competed in all the ORC events in 2025. 12th position, third in class at the recent St George. 399 up in Queensland, fourth in the standings this year as we go back to Robinson and Hutt Russ. It looks like they've got some clean air finally.
Looks like they've got around the Comiskey entrant and got some clean air at long last.
Another car through checkpoint number 8 is Jared Percival. So first and third in the championship, still running nicely in the 482 on our screens. Nick Burt and Alex Burt from South Australia in the Rush Truck. For the Westerns, I know Cooper's here with the Rob Knight entry, but Reese Weston, Chris Weston up there on the Gold Coast. He's one of the local founders here of the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Gus Lacey, Sean Beck in the 475. Had a nice prologue yesterday, Russ. I know it was a sort of a last-minute decision for Gus to enter this weekend. I know they put the car together on Thursday in his workshop in town and doesn't do as much racing as he would like over the course of a season, but he always loves being on track here at his home event. We wish him and young Sean all the best.
Great shot of Boston Morgan Horan on screen, 160 odd kilometres an hour, and he's hunting down Travis Robinson's dust. Gus Lacey's white trophy truck on screen, fully tapped racing, 475, Sean Beck alongside him.
So our first two competitors into checkpoint 9, 24:43. So I reckon Travis Robinson another 3 or 4 seconds quicker in that sector. But there's really nothing between Robinson and Boston Morgan Horn on the overall times. The next of our side-by-side pro cars, Chris Howard and Justin Harper, the 6:49 roll up to the grid.
And the breeze has picked up somewhat here.
Have a look at the wind at the fuel stop. Stephen Kettleridge Hall was the last car through there, Russ, and not much action there at the moment.
.649 of Chris Howard, supported by top-end car carriers is Chris Howard.
Brad and Caleb Close now up to the grid. Another one of our local Kalgoorlie crews. They had a drama in the prologue yesterday and was seated here in a 54th position. Another one of the crews who expect to make a bit of an inroads here into that sort of top, maybe 25, 30, maybe a bit higher. I mean, he's finished 14th, I think, Russ, so a little bit of momentum here for Brad Close. Would have been a bit of a disappointing day yesterday, that prologue result not to finish, but we wish the Close family all the best as they get their 2025 campaign underway here at a 54th position. I think we have around 92, 91 starters, I believe, here as we approach 11 o'clock local time. So it's been around nearly 53 minutes since Robinson and Curry got underway. Cole Reid was another one. I think he did a belt in the prologue yesterday in that X3. Russ, the only one that really looks like they've had a sequence sort of in that top 10 is Trawaller's definitely lost to Aaron Habe and Keith Rance. So we've also got some in-car here, the 6149 of Cole Reid. Navigator Katie Chandler and Jai Barker. Here we go. So here's the Fitzgerald car that's going to come to the start line. So Cole Reid will get it away. So obviously a clear issue here for the 902. But the good news is one of the clerk of the courses here, Jason Gallier, will hold ship and let the Fitzgerald Element Prodigy get underway. Some more great in-car of Kyle Reid, who just saw off the line. Fitzgerald's have missed their time for a considerable margin. Craig Moss shouldn't be that far away from the starters' orders. Hayes Kunoff and Jono Hansen, a couple of our side-by-side competitors. Through checkpoint 9, also Jared Percival, Toddy Lehman and Brent Smoothie. But Russ, the big movers in that top 5, I think Brent Smoothie's definitely made inroads on Todd Lehman. So Smoothie looking for that. His best result this weekend can be the 3 plate for 2026 after a disappointing start to his season. Like he's, as we saw the Fitzgerald element get off the line. So it looks like we haven't seen the 647 of Craig Moss, Brian McGann. It looks like it's the 651 there, Russ, the Hayes Kunoff.
Yep, that would be the better beer entry of Hayes Kunoff. Nice shot briefly there of Bo Robertson.
Like he's interesting to see actually who he's actually passed on the track. We'll try and get a bit of an understanding of that. Unfortunately, Russ, this is obviously all provisional. It looks like Nick Hicks has not made checkpoint 5, which is a bit of a disappointment. Logan Gill, as I said, seems to have issues. He hasn't made checkpoint 2. So yeah, a lot of the unknown here as we stand at the Mount Vetters Station headquarters. But Brent Smoothie definitely looks like he's made a bit of inroads on Toddy Lehman. So we'll bring you more information as we approaching the hour mark. Since we've seen our first car away, looks like it's the Jono Hansen, Cole Smith entry. The 613. 58th off the grid. Now behind Hayes Kunoff, so a couple of our local Western Australian crews. Right at Motorsport, the new Can-Am Maverick R. Spin Effect sheds on the side of this new Can-Am, so we wish him all the best. Malcolm Yeardley heads off over in the background. So about 57 minutes or so. So I reckon in the next sort of 7 to 9 minutes we should see the sight of our first car on the track to complete lap 1 of the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia Kalgoorlie Desert Races. Fuel Burner Racing's Mark Kramer now goes to the start line with long-time navigator Jay Jankowski in the navigator's seat out of 59th position. Obviously a fair few seeds between the start and Mark here in the 932, and a bit surprising to see Brad Krepp seated so far down, Russ. I'm sure he'll be looking to make a few inroads, mate. He's a fair few cars away yet. That's the 432 Terra Racing, but Mark Kramer is the next one off the line.
Looks like the 548 moving to the start line. Mark Kramer through turn 1. Stephen Scott, Jordan Hobbs, the 548 Toyota Tacoma 5.7 litre LS engine on board. Country Diesels Racing, Pertec, Midland, TMS Customs, BYE Performance, Rangercon, KNP Electrical, Bush Tool Lighting on board the black Hilux / Tacoma. Austin Morgan Horan just charging along.
I think that's a nice result for the only performance two-wheel drive here this weekend. Sweet sounding Hilux, that is the Scott and Jordan Hobbs entry there out of 60th spot on the grid. So Toddy Lehman, Jared Percival, Brent Smoothie and Troy Shewan now all through checkpoint 9 as a Scott Extreme Performance 2-wheel drive, our only Performance 2-wheel drive car here this weekend. The 548 heads off. Our front row screens wing car here of Cole Reid in 6149. Now on the line is the next of this Jimmy Cairns.
Jimmy Cairns in the Polaris.
Dave Sutherland in the navigator's seat, the 630. Former class winner at the KDR. No. Jim's got a cool story himself, Russ.
Yeah, Jim. Top-end car carriers on the side of the 630 car. How would I describe it? You could say wheelchair bound, but it conjures up the image that he's held back, which nothing holds Jimmy Cairns back, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
So good to see Jimmy making somewhat of a comeback. He put that car together and raced it at Three Springs, but had a decent rollover, and myself and Chad Eva, one of the farmers, went and picked it up with a telehandler, and as we were picking it up, there were just bits and pieces, A-arms and shocks falling off the car, so it was a bit of a mess. Jim was unhurt. We went and fetched the car for him, and he's obviously repaired it and out there racing again. Who have we got here? Is it Matty Deck?
Yep, the 610, Murray Kiefer in the navigator cell. No, Murray's a former driver himself.
Yeah, Murray, he's a very flamboyant showman as
Here
a
we
navigator.
go, so we got some, looks like that is the 413 two-wheel drive Mason of Bo Robinson. Of course, that's the speed zone now through that sort of fuel stop area as Nick Burt goes through over the back. The Warren Klassen entry. Nick and Alex Burt having a nice run back towards the Goldfields Highway, and Troy Shewan, as I said. Adam Trewella, yeah, definitely looks like he's dropped a couple of places. Aaron Havey and Keith Rance still tracking along nicely towards checkpoint 9. Double down motorsport, Russ. Blake Mansell and Casey Cullen now onto the starting grid. A couple of the WA competitors. We see Gus Lacey and Shawnee Beck come into our sights up here, but the 664 will be off the line, 63rd position. Here, as we just go past 11 o'clock local time in Kalgoorlie.
Interesting to see the fully tapped racing. Gus Lacey go past the bar area. On screen, you have the side-by-side go past, start finishing arch.
Looks like it might be the Brett Comiskey Brenthal, so you can really see that.
Massive gap opened up there.
Yeah, he's definitely pulled a couple of minutes on Comiskey. So a nice shot there of the next of our cars off the line. I think it's the Wayne Batts and Streamline entry, Matty Beck.
Beautifully presented streamline of Wayne Batts and Matty Beck, effective off-road racing.
Love the colours of this car, Russ. I expect him to work his way up through the field. Of course, effective off-road racing. Wayne Batson, a good supporter of the WA off-road world, Russ.
Certainly is.
You see a lot of cars sporting the effective off-road racing. Looks like the Bragg Close Jimco Hammerhead with the next one across over the back of the start-finish complex. Next car off the line is the 625.
Aaron Roth and Brad Venturini.
Rapid Rubber Racing, 65th position. So sort of around 25 or so cars still to leave the line. But ladies and gentlemen, the first car is checkpoint 11, which means we're not too far away. This looks like it's the Robinson and Hutt entry. Russ in some more dust.
Some more dust. Geez, they're struggling to get past that car.
So their time could be interesting. I mean, if they're only a few minutes off the lead, with what we've seen just in glimpses on the in-car footage from front row screens. But the next one off is that of Aaron Roth and Bradley Venturini in the 625 Rapid Rubber Racing Can-Am as the close entry goes off. And here is your man, Mickey Davis.
Mickey D and Matty D. Westside Insurance's Mickey Davis on the start line. Of course, the 625 that just left the line, the Rapid Racing Rubber Linings entry, sponsored by HK Contracting and Rima Tip Top.
Well, this is interesting. So Boston Morganhorn has just gone through checkpoint 11. There's what's that, 48 seconds between him. So Boston Morganhorn still has that slender lead, but that was down
Well, they'll come into view any moment now because the dust is on the horizon.
Yep. That's it. Just about to say we shouldn't be too far away from seeing the first of the OBR crews, Trav Robinson, Paul Curry. So that's fascinating because whoever finishes, of course, fastest today will start off tomorrow morning, which will give Boston Morganhorn a huge advantage. But there's nothing in it, only around 10 or so seconds. Mickey Davis, Matty Dunstan, the 104, off in 66th position. Now Rob Knight and Matty Lannard in the Offroad Rush Can-Am Maverick are here this weekend, one of the Gold Coast crews. But here is, we'll see, the first of our leading cars. Russ won't be too far away. Robinson, and on our tracking it looks like there's around 40 or so seconds between them, but by visuals it doesn't look that far between them at all. But the 655 Rob Knight, Kyle Reid back on the in-car, driving along nicely, around 110, 120 kilometres an hour. Rob Knight, his first season in the off-road world, and he's made the trek over here to Kalgoorlie, currently 5th in the side-by-side Australian Championship, led by, of course, Lachlan Bailey. And there is the 813 Russ of Trav Robinson, Paul Curry, our leading car competitor.
So it won't be long and they'll be under the Penrite finishing arch.
Here's Luis Lopez and Finn Petit in the 688 fuel stop.
Luis Lopez.
Ryan Print working his way, looked like the 161 through there at the fuel stop. Look at the dust. Oh, some serious dust as Robinson claws his way towards the Goldfields Highway for the final time here on Saturday. These guys will have a full prep before the big day for them tomorrow, the 2 laps. Another one of the effective off-road racing vehicles. So Robinson steadies the ship. Yeah, definitely looks like there's a bit of a margin back to Boston Morganhorn. Can Boston do enough to take that P1 spot into Sunday morning? That is the big question over the next couple of minutes. But we see Alan Dixon come through the fuel stop in the 153, the Prolite car, but Robinson, he comes around. We see Bo Robinson come through, but all eyes on the finish line because the 813 of Trav Robinson and Paul Curry have completed lap 1 of the 2025 Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Big Black Motorsport. They're making their late charge towards the finish. We'll get an overall time for these guys. There's a 674 of Bree Moller and Nick Hughes off the line in 69th position, but Boston Morganhorn doing his thing nicely. He wants to claim this one. This is one of his bucket list wins here at the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. It's going to be very close. We'll bring you some times as they come to hand, but it's a great start for young Boston. Beautifully turned out trophy truck, the 489, our second vehicle home, and Paul Boscott now onto the line.
Another one of those ARB Midland Make Tracks entries. 457, Paul Boscott.
Well, there you go, Russ. So provisional times, of course, but Boston Morganhorn has taken that spot. 107.19, Robinson a 107.27. Just 8 seconds between the young Kiwi and, of course, the championship leading competitor, Travis Robinson. So there you go. Boston Morganhorn currently will lead the cars off tomorrow morning. We've still got a lot of...
He didn't look like he was quick enough, but he's done enough. The 432 Terra Racing, Terra Drilling, Brad Krepp on the start line. Couple of quick shout outs, Toby, while you're fiddling with your scorecards. Damon Meyer, Damon the Flyer Meyer, tuning in from Carnarvon. Christy Walter, let's go Terra Racing, go Brad Krepp. Daniel Buff-Savinsky, watching on from South Australia. Peter Kozak, Beck Rainey. Natural Gold Nuggets, woohoo, 111. Jane Schmidt, 613. Michelle Schmidt, 613. So, Peter Sauter, good job, Toby. Josh Howard is watching on. Donna Hardy is watching on. Terra Drilling. Trophy truck is underway. The 432 Brad Krepp had a loose wire. Didn't present for prologue. Loose ignition wire. Thought he was looking for a crank angle sensor problem. Brad Krepp underway.
Lukey Arisage at the fuel stop. 43.05, the first of our sports light competitors, is another one of the effective racing pro lights. I think it's the Peter Appleby.
Peter Appleby, yeah. I don't know who's alongside Peter Appleby.
Jared Sewell this weekend, the 108, 72nd position. So the third car should not be that far away, Russ. It should be the Jared Percival. Yeah, Brent Smoothie. He's the big mover here. Percival, Lehman, and of course Brent Smoothie. But the big story is, so far, Boston Morgan Horan, like he did 12 months ago on the Saturday. It's the quickest car to date. So Peter Appleby and Jared Sewell out of 72nd position. In the final pro light car to get their KDR campaign underway. So he's very close now. Jared Percival about to see the white element prodigy come back towards the Goldfields Highway for the final time on Saturday here at the KDR. Of course, the cars will do 2 laps and a couple of hours time. I think around 1 o'clock local time we'll go green for the final lap of today's competition, which will be lap 2 for the bikes. And on the line now is it's a Dylan James 652 entry with Zephy Maynard and Matty Muncie down as the navigators.
Compound Motorsports, Dylan James.
We saw his parents at the Kalgoorlie Hotel on Thursday night, and very excited to be out here following Dylan as Jared Percival, there we go, on the front row screens. Getting tracked there, heading towards the Goldfields Highway, Russ. Hopefully everything's going well for Percival.
Jackie and John Hodson moved to the start line.
Jackie's
Dylan James through the corner there on screen.
Jackie's been a big supporter of the KDR over the years, Russ. I know she was in the WA shootout that you commentated a couple of months ago now, so she loves the motorsport and she's always got a smile on her face. NZ Racing.
Jared Percival makes good the turn at the highway. Greg Campbell goes through the fuel stop on screen. Andy Murdoch comes through the fuel stop on screen. Jared Percival flies by the bar for those watching on live.
This is our
local.
Our third competitor, Russ, that has made the descent on the finish line here. So Percival and Agrella as Jackie and John Hodgson get underway in the 667. I think it's going to be a little bit slower, Russ, than our first 2 cars on the track. Look at Toddy Lehman hot on his heels. We missed him over the back. So the 2 of Percival and Agrella's home. Toddy Lehman, though, the 4th of our cars, coming through very nicely is the next of our competitors on the line from New South Wales, Jack Livingston and Miguel Alardi. Look at Smoothie. He's got a bit of a panel hanging there on the right-hand side, so clearly hit something out there. But it's been a tremendous rush. This is a huge drive from Brent Smoothie. I know he wants that number 3 plate. That's what he's set out to do, and he's sending that all-wheel drive Mason to its fullest. We'll get a time also for...
Brent Smoothie driving very hard. Looks like an absolute train wreck, that rear panel, which doesn't surprise me.
There you go, Toddy Lehman, third quickest, 1 hour, 9 minutes, 33. As Jack Livingston gets underway, but all eyes on Smoothie.
The Bogan Bullet, Brent Smoothie.
That's a great first lap for Smoothie and Olsen.
8:47.
So that's we'll get a time for him very shortly.
I think it's going to be up there, mate.
And there you go. So Smoothie goes P3 with a 1 hour, 9 minutes and 4 seconds. So still a couple of minutes off the pace of Morgan, Horan and Robinson, of course. But a great start for Brent Smoothie. Gary Coop, the first of our Super 1650 cars. Russ is on the line, starting out at 76th position on the grid.
Nice, and isn't it great to see a beam car on the start line?
All the way from Alice Springs.
Nice.
So, last wins, of course, at the Fink Desert Race this year in the Loveday 400. Unassailable lead in the Super 1650 Australian Championship, but it'd be great to see the little beam car, Russ. I know you've
got to love a beam car,
great connection with these older cars. A little bit of a wave there from Tenya Coop in the navigator's seat, but that's a great performance from Mr. Brent Smoothie. Very happy with that, and great to see Paul and Sophie Raymond, I believe, on their off-road debut here at Kalgoorlie in the 666, the new model Can-Am Maverick R. But the next one of our cars through should be on our screens. It's the 19 of Troy and Deb Shewan. What sort of time can they sit? So just confirming, Travis Robinson was first home at second in the standings behind Boston Morgan Horan, Brent Smoothie, Todd Lehman in fourth, and Jared Percival. Our first 5 vehicles away. We'll see some in-car, of course, from Robinson and Shane Hutt in the 413. Some more dust, so it's going to be another fascinating story. We'll get some goss at the end of this lap. But all eyes on the Shewan SS Hustler as the 666 of Paul and Sophie Raymond get their official off-road debut underway. Adam Trawalla, unfortunately, for Adam Trawalla fans, has not made checkpoint 8, so a clear issue for the Rimco of Adam Trawalla. Here is Shewan, the brother and sister combination. They've been racing together for a number of years now. Third outright in 2019, their best result here. Kalgoorlie, and I'll tell you what, Shewan has almost done the cardinal sin and ended his hopes there on that penultimate corner on lap 1, but he's got it down. CJ Green to the start line, but it is Troy and Deb Shewan, the 6th vehicle home. Oh, almost a big moment there from Troy Shewan, and he goes into 6th position with a 1 hour, 10 minutes and 38 seconds. So another interesting story here. This is the 1042 of CJ Green out of 78th position. That's actually Luke Ersedge's Year 12 project, I believe. Russ Carno knows a bit more about that story than me, but this is the first car that Luke Ersedge had on the track. I know Michael Marson had it up there in North Queensland for a number of years. It's Taylor and Kristen Apostles now onto the grid in the 607 out of 79. But yeah, great story there for CJ Green. I know he's been around the WA scene for a couple of years now. Troy Shewan, great run, mate. And Aaron Habe and Joshua Jacob should be the next one through.
Yeah, that CJ Green single-seater was Luke Ersig's, I believe, engineering university project. So, great bit of history there. Taylor Apostles on the start line. Lovely presented Can-Am. Front lifts up high and handsome, and Taylor Apostles is underway. Peter and Corn DeWitt in the 222 car moved to the start arch. Taylor Apostles on screen. Still plenty of heavy hitters in the chute there. We've got none other than Paul Tuckley next to present. Got the Pemco Diesel. We've got Mike Green in the yellow Tacoma. Aaron Cassidy in his super quick traditional Class 8, the Blue Patrol.
So Russ, just having a quick look at our checkpoint times. It looks like Nick Hicks has dropped a good half an hour. He's just made checkpoint 5, just past checkpoint 5, around sort of 25 minutes off the pace of Stephen Kettridge Hall, who was in front of him. So clearly an issue there for the 85 element. It looks like they are back on track because he's just gone through checkpoint 6. But here is the, as you said, the corner and Peter DeWitt 222 entry, the second of our Super 1650 cars. He's like off the line.
50-year takeoff.
I know young Corno's only a youngster as well.
How is the Habe Pinjarra engineering element going to go?
I just don't know. I don't think his time. I think he'll be around that sort of mid top 10. But we saw Troy and Deb Shewan, who started 2 minutes ahead of Aaron Havey, get you a time for Havey. There you go. Yeah, so Havey goes 7th quickest with 1 hour 11:18. So around 40 or so seconds off the pace of Troy Shewan. So it's still Boston Morgan Horan, Trav Robinson, Brent Smoothie, Todd Lehman, Jared Percival, Troy Shewan and Brad Cooper. Your first 7 competitors across the line. Logan Gill unfortunately never made checkpoint 2 for the young Kalgoorlie local. Nick Hicks has had dramas. Paul Tuck Lee,
the Mudgee Cranes entry underway. The Terror Racing Can-Am moves up to the start line. Great shot of Paul Tuck Lee.
Also looks like the 665 Can-Am of Kane Nolis has not made checkpoint 5. So maybe an issue there for the.
So the drive of the day is the Bogan Bullet of Brent Smoothie.
Looks like it's okay.
Looks like he's done really well.
Still a bit to obviously outplay. We've got Travis Conrad just gone through the.
I mean, if he tears any more panels off that beautiful Mason truck, it's going to look like a smashed-in 44-gallon drum at the end of Sunday. So, come on, Brent, tidy it up. Bit of race tape, mate. Make it look like a car.
Cole Reid coming through on our in-car. As you said, at 82nd position, Andrew Floren and Oliver Darcy. So we're sort of down to our last 10 or so competitors off the line. It's a fascinating approach here to lap 1. Looks like Keithy Rance over the back of the complex. Bit disappointing though, Russ, to see Adam Truella, mate. I just made note he did not make checkpoint 8. So clearly an issue there for the 3-time now WA champion. Not the way his weekend would have been planned out for those guys, but it's been a great year. And Stephen Kettleridge Hall, this is another one to keep an eye on. This is going to be a quick time heading over the back of the complex. Looks like that's the Paul Boscott V-dub over the back. Brad Krepp's having a nice run. And
Brad Krepp in the Terror Racing, Terror Drilling trophy truck doing really well. He will move up the order.
Yep.
Make no doubt about it, he will move up the order.
Keithy Rance coming in. Luke Candy and Aaron Cassidy now, one of your favourites, is on the line in the 877.
Let's see what Cass can do with his traditional Class 8 patrol.
Adam Lenigan in the navigator's seat, but the next one home will be Keith Rance. But I'm really interested to see the time of the 169. Look at the speed of Stephen Kettleridge Hall, Russ Cohen. By far the quickest car into that S-Benz will get a time for Keithy Rance, but I think this could be a really quick time for young Stephen Kettleridge Hall. Rance goes 8th quickest with a time of 1 hour 13:07.
The Stevens entry on the start line, Kettleridge Hall through the timing zone. In your excitement, you missed some blistering pace of the Terror Racing trophy truck 432 as it headed east there, Toby Cooper. It was impressive. The big horsepower of that multi-million-dollar 7-litre was underway. It was really good to watch.
You're pretty pumped to see what he can do.
Oh, yeah, I really want to see what he can do with that sort of arsenal of power under his foot there, Brad Krepp.
So the Stevens, the husband and wife combination from Canowindra.
Canowindra?
We won't go there. Canowindra 606, CDS Racing. Great to see them back here in Kalgoorlie. Stephen Kettleridge Hall, Russ goes 8th quickest with a time of 1 hour 11:22. Just saw glimpses of Harley Uran, which is another awesome sight. I know it's great to see him back here at the KDR after
that looks like a tidy enough lap for Harley.
He did start in front of Stephen Kettleridge Hall, so dropped a little bit of time on his fellow state competitor, but as we see Mike Green on the line.
Mike Green, Pilbara Towing Services, Inland Mechanical and Top End Car Carriers supporting the chrome yellow beast. Derek De Bruin alongside him. Derek De Bruin and Tina De Bruin, great travel partners of mine when I've been to America, so shout out to those two. And listen to the 5.7 litre Toyota Tacoma / Hilux underway.
So
and Derek De Bruin alongside Mike Green barking out the orders.
So Harley Uran, obviously the 10th vehicle home in 10th spot, 446 with a total time of 1 hour 13:47. So he slips around 40 seconds off the pace there, Keithy Rant. So that's our top 10 officially in the building.
Rossi Newman could have washed it.
Rossi Newman could have washed it, but Rossi Newman does Rossi Newman things, and he would have been just happy to get out there. I know he's got a couple of local, Steve Pacey and Glenn Schaffer, that we unfortunately couldn't get in their Super 1650 car, but they're out there doing battle in the 6681. What a story, come all the way from, of course, sort of central West New South Wales, Warwick.
Geez, you'd hate to be a wheel bearing on his trailer.
Cool.
The amount of miles he does.
And solo too. What an achievement. He was at the Mount Larkham short course up at sort of central Queensland, just out of Rockhampton last weekend. I know he's got the 2 Yamahas, but great to see out of 86th position here. 11:30 local time, Ross Newman and Steve Pacey. '70, 87th spot off the line is the first of our production 4 drives, Russ, the Simon and Drew Jones entry. I know you're impressed with their. They got a battle with Chantel Lopez, who believes coming up shortly.
Yeah, Simon Jones and his sons.
Had a good run up at the Gas Dash, I believe. Yep.
Excellent run at the Gas Dash. Great run at Ben Coven. Great young fellas. He's got some really, really good boys. Well-raised kids there, Simon Jones does. And the Pemco Diesel 715 Prado is underway. Good luck to the Jones boys. Great family racing. The Jones Brothers Racing looked after by Pemco Diesel Asset Solutions, Whole Shot Line Boring, Mid-Coast Reality and Jim Fab. And of course Dad. Munga, one of our real favourites, one of the characters of off-road racing. Chris Dawes, Munga. And alongside him is Brent Burns. Now, Brent Burns is his brother. I was corrected last night. I thought it was, but I saw the surname and thought, no, I better second guess this one. On board the 850 of Chris Dawes, Brent Burns is Roadrunner Off-Road, WA Access Hire, Munga Products, RJ Metals, THR Outback Apothecary. It's an interesting thing. Brent's Auto Electrics, D&D Mechanical, and the Roadrunner Off-Road White GU Patrol of Munga is underway, and good luck to the 850.
So the second of our production 4-drive vehicles, Chantal Lopez and Mark Buckley.
Mark Buckley alongside the driver being Chantal Lopez.
So Nick Commons, it looks like he's could have dropped a place on track to both Brenton Forsyth, Andrew Commons, and even Glenn Ackroyd. So that's some news. So Brenton Forsyth in the single seat 48 Southern Cross should be the next one. Looks like definitely Adam Trewella, Logan Gill and Kane Knowles. Bo Robinson has just hit checkpoint 11. So Nick Commons, obviously an issue there for the Westline Brental, but all eyes on the start line for Chantal Lopez.
Beautifully presented Raptor, effective racing. Australian Civil Haulage logo on the bonnet. And the 788 is underway. Great outfit, Chantal sporting there. The hot pink RPM racewear.
How many cars is effective racing? That's about
they've
4
got
or
a few,
5 I've
yeah,
seen.
got
Yeah.
a few. Of course, Max Bradley, Lyndon House on the start line.
See Matty Deck over the back. Looks like he's pulled in a bit of time on the Gary Coupe, first of our Super 1650 cars.
Matty Deck closing the gap there considerably. Max Bradley, Lyndon House, the AAA Yellow Patrol on the start line. Is that great shot of one of the Westline trucks?
Yeah, looks like it's the guys that are made, the 467 of Andrew
Tearing
Commons.
up the desert.
Pulled in a bit of time here on Brendan Forsyth, who should be the next one across the line. Port Augusta base Brenton Forsyth. But Max Bradley, Lyndon House, the 888.
sweet sounding 330 cubic inch Holden stroker there.
Oh, sounds sweet.
That
All
motor
right.
was originally put together in 1999 when I first moved into my house in Mullaloo, and it was built by my lovely lady and myself, Tanya. And the urban myth is that it had a fingernail, one of her acrylic fingernails in there somewhere, but we've yet to find the missing fingernail.
So Forsyth will steady the ship and he'll get his first lap of the KDR.
That's a
books.
great run from the 48 single-seater, the Southern Cross Australian-made car, Brendan Forsyth.
Yep.
The Westline best line.
This might be a good time here. Brendan Forsyth goes 11th quickest. And also,
Nice.
look at Glenn Ackroyd, though. What a run for Glenn Ackroyd. That's early days as Commons rolls over.
Jimmy Cotton will be at the fence ready to greet them. Como's in.
Oh, it's great to see. Is the 692.
Ash Sullotz leaves the line. Top-end car carries Ash Sullotz Polaris.
Lays man in the navigator's seat out of 91st position. But Glenn Ackroyd, what sort of time will this be? Andrew Commons goes into P11 with a 1:14.49.
Got a couple of more shout-outs there when you're ready, Toby. Keep calling it, mate.
And Glenn Ackroyd has come home. What a run. 11th outright with a time of 1:14.09. So around 40 seconds quicker than Andrew Commons. And Nick Commons has clearly had dramas because he's lost quite a few places, but he's at some serious speed at the moment. And one of our final cars off the line is the Nicholas and Mia Van Geese.
Oh, Andrew Commons bikes it up.
Back and forth.
For those watching live and local, the Westline Best Line rental truck right up on two wheels. That's as close as you can get to rolling over.
As the Van Geese.
Van Geest gets his campaign underway. Mia Van Geest and Nick Van Geest in the former Panamerico Andrew Commons.
Nick Commons, sorry.
Sorry, Nick Commons. What a show-off. Nick Commons, Ryan Galvin, what are you thinking?
So clearly,
you're not thinking at all.
As Bo Robinson, have a look at the speed of the ABR two-wheel drive Mason. So Nick Commons, 14th quickest. So he's dropped a few minutes there. So obviously an issue, but it's going to be an interesting time here.
It will be
for Bo Robinson and Shane Hunter's. The penultimate car off the line is the 6110 of Chris Jones and Isaac Parsons. But all eyes on Robinson and Hutt. This is a huge part of the day for me. Where will they sit at the end?
Where do you think they'll sit there, Toby?
Oh, it's impossible to work out from where we're sitting. You'd have to say in the top five. I'd be very surprised if he's not in the top five. I mean, he started a long way behind Glenn Ackroyd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he basically started 5 minutes. I'm going to go out in the launch, I reckon maybe 5th or 6th. It is hard to tell, but it's been a great run. We watched him on the in-car a lot over this lap, and he was stuck in a lot of race dust. Steadies the corner. Still a long way to go for his championship assault. The 413 Robinson and Shane Hutt. Where will they fit in? And there you go. So it wasn't far off. 7th quickest for Robinson and Hutt. They go with a 1 hour 11:15. So they jump in there between Troy Shewan and Aaron Habe. So 15 places they made up on that lap, Russ. That's a
nice bit of driving from Huddy and Bo. Couple of quick shout-outs. Toby Stevens, Marika Forsyth, Steve Triscari, Helen Richardson, Darren Alexander, Gary Bennett, all tuning in.
And the last car off the line for lap one of the cars for 2025, the KDR, Josh Chapman, the local, and Johnny Cavazzi in the Earsedge Engineering Super 1650 car. I believe Hayabusa Power, the 282. So all the best to Josh Chapman, seated there after not finishing the prologue. So that's it, Russ. We have all our competitors off the line. It's a bit of a unusual feeling, I must say, at Kalgoorlie when you've got cars finishing and
we got, looks like the Comiskey truck out the back there, not really motoring along.
So we'll see what time Lachlan Bailey, of course, leading this side-by-side championship. He goes 15th quickest with a 1 hour 15:45. So still Glenn Ackroyd with the clear advantage there. So unfortunately, Russ, a couple of our favourites, Adam Trewell and Nick Hicks, both down as DNFs for lap one. So bit of a shame there for both Adam Trewell and Nick Hicks.
Paul Tuck Lee disappearing to the east.
Shout out to Tony Waitley, Jody Waitley, Toby, and the team at the Loveday 4x4 Park. I'm sure they're watching on back home. Comiskey and Cooper will be the 17th vehicle, hopefully across the line here in the 484. Top 5 result is the aim for Comiskey this weekend. He's done his chances absolutely no harm. Jordan Bull and Darren Sanders look like they're having a nice run in the
They're
Jimco
having a real
champion.
good run. Jeepers creepers. And here we are. Geez, that is quite an amazing run from Jordan Bull and Darren Sanders. Maybe they've got on the back of the Bo Robinson OBR truck and followed him in a dust-free environment. Darren Sanders, of course.
So there you go. Comiskey, 13th quickest, 1 hour 14:22.
How does the 4-car stack up there?
Because we saw Jordan Bull, he started behind.
Of course, Jordan Bull has Darren Sanders, the captain of the Waterman's Bay Luge Club. Of course, he early retirement for Darren Sanders. His luge career was cut short as his coach couldn't, as his body became more ample, he couldn't get parallel, apparently.
He goes 10th quickest, Jordan Bull. That's a great lap.
Jordan Bull and the Luger.
1:12.49, started out at 23rd spot, up in the 10th.
We might have to nickname that Jimco champion the Luge.
We get Brad close through the fuel stop in the 36, the Jimco Hammerhead. So, as I said, unfortunately, Trella and Nick Hicks out. Looks like definitely Logan Gill and Kane Nolis won't be greeting us here at the finish line. Ryan Print seems to be the next competitor that we'll see. Alan Dixon, Aaron Cassidy makes his way back from the highway.
Great shot there. Great shot of Aaron Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen, on screen. Terrific shot there from our front row screens cameraman. Dust in the distance, helicopters overhead, action aplenty. The Stevens entry passes by the bar if you're live and local. Approaching the bar and hotly behind the Stevens entry is the chrome yellow Pilbara Towing top end car carriers Hilux with Inland Mechanicals Derek De Bruin filling in as navigator. So you've been out and about there, David. What have you found?
A lot of dust out there at the moment. The wind is absolutely ferocious out there on course, and it's kicking the dust around, as we can see on screen.
Well, I won't be kissing you later on because I can see your lips have chapped, so...
That's also a bit of chips and gravy. You caught me red-handed here. Caught my hands in the tucker box. Walk me through the action that we've seen here for lap 1 of our cars, Russ. Obviously, the Bo Robinsons had a hell of a time in the dust there trying to get around.
Yeah, terrific battle up front. Boston, Morgan Horan and Trav Robertson duking it out. Obviously, in this section, Boston, Morgan Horan got the better of Trav. Big mover and shaker was Bo Robinson. Moved his way through the field quite nicely. Jordan Bull has done well into the 10, which is fantastic to see.
Does that give other competitors a bit of a toe in too when you've got a mover and a shaker through the field? Does it sort of create some disruption and allows people to get a trail?
As Ryan Pritt comes across the timing point, I think if you were smart and you're the Jordan Bull entry, of course you got the ability to get on the back of that faster car and have some clean air. So he probably had relatively clean air.
Yeah, because it was close enough to get out of the real thick stuff further back behind the car, so you get a bit of toe in.
And in reality, Jordan in that Jimco is no slouch. He's well supported by Darren Sanders. Darren Sanders narrowly missed out being an Olympic luge competitor.
Any surprises within this field, Russ, that you had expected?
Well, one of the surprises is how well Bo did. I mean, I rate Bo as a driver, but geez, dust is dust. To make up that time through all that dust is pretty impressive. Jordan's had a good run. Some of our local guys, Keithy Rance, Jared Percival, Troy Schoen, awesome. Bit disappointed in Adam Truella and Nick Hicks. Obviously, they've gone out for some reason. Great finish there from the 153, Alan Dixon. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what's happened to Adam and what's happened to Nick Hicks.
I bumped into Chris and Jess Delapolina as well. They just busted a front hub or something on their little Can-Am.
Yeah, they can be a bit fragile if you try and murder them into corners, so...
And that's what Chris does.
Yeah, you've got to... Yeah, unfortunately, some of the Can-Am guys, they corner so well because they're all-wheel drive and they've got great suspensions, but they don't understand quite how fragile the hubs are. One interesting thing will be, and we're not going to find out the answer to this, what I'm about to propose is how well Brad Krepp will go, because he got seated, had an loose ignition wire, so he couldn't make his prologue time, but he went across the horizon here at sort of warp speed, so that'll be really interesting to see if he can lay down a good time and just get into a good position, that sort of into the 15, 16, 14, and try and go a little bit deeper tomorrow. Because that essentially is an old school geyser truck. It's an armour craft truck.
Isn't it funny when you throw a prediction out there, you give yourself such an ambitious prediction. You go, should be well within the top 10, maybe 11, maybe 12.
Well, maybe he can go really fast. Maybe he can go really, really fast, or he can go really, really, really fast. No, mate, look, he's just got to get him. Brad's got to get himself into a position where he can move forward tomorrow, and that really can be anywhere from sort of 12th through to maybe 17th.
Tell you what, Russ, I love this onboard footage here from front row screens here. Look at this just telemetry that you see on the right hand corner.
Well, that's Alan Dixon. He's already finished, but look at the speed, 121. Oh, sorry, that's Kyle Reid, is it? Yeah, of course. You've got Alan Dixon down on the split. Oh.
Yeah, that's awesome viewing there, and it just shows you the arm wrestling these guys are doing with these cars out there at the moment.
There's a nice bit of engineering as that Prado goes past. Got the Westline Sam Commons on screen at the moment, I think.
We'll see him pop into view.
As Munga whistles past the bar, if you're local and live. On screen, nice shot of the crowd there.
And the crowd's starting to roll in here, Russ. The bar area is open, and the food shops are definitely heavy cooking there. So welcome to everyone here on course, and big thank you to everyone viewing at home. Just jumped in for the tail end of the cars, and I tell you what, it's just bloody
that is
luxury to be out there watching it for real. It's insane stuff.
That is the Westline Sam Commons as he makes the last corner, and that could be a fairly respectful time there, Toby, as you rejoin.
Yeah.
Ursig hot on his tail into the last corner. The Batson Effective Transport Raptor cruises past the bar, the Class 7 of Chantel Lopez.
What a great run here from Lukey Ursig. First of our sports light. Well done, young Sam Commons. Look at Ben working his way over towards the bar. That's a great run here for the 1050. We ought to bring you some more times. Sam Commons goes 21st quickest. Lukey Ursig 19th quickest. We saw Ryan Print 12th quickest there. What a run that was.
Yeah, I didn't call Ryan Print's time. I couldn't see the monitor, Toby, when you left the building momentarily.
Yeah, 1 hour 13:44.
So that sets Ryan Print up really well for tomorrow, doesn't it? So Ryan Print fans, Australian, he's done a really good job there, Ryan Print. Seemed a little flat, little disinterested at the Penrite Street Parade, did Ryan, but he's really attacked the track with enthusiasm this morning and got himself into a handy little 12th.
Nice run for Luke Ursig, 19th. Lockie Bailey, 20th.
Look at the shot on screen, mate, of that beautifully presented Chris Dawes, Munga. That's just free-flowing motorsport from the 850 GU Patrol.
Got Max Bradley working his magic through us foreground.
Mate, that is poetry in motion to watch a Patrol, which has virtually got an automotive-style suspension underneath it, glide across the Kalgoorlie desert race track terrain. Max Bradley, look at him go. As he flies past the bar in the 888 Patrol, the yellow Patrol. Max Bradley, Linden House. You can't see him on screen because on screen we've got the GU. Look at Munga weaving his magic. People will be tuning in from all over Australia to witness this. His family are watching on from Gundawindi in Queensland. And Chris Dawes leading the desert a merry dance.
So no Andrew Bell, unfortunately. Russ, we lost a few of our local side-by-side crews, Logan Gill, Kane Knowles and Andrew Bell. But
great shot of Greg Campbell there.
Yes, great run for Greg Campbell. He should be the next vehicle through. And then Andrew Murdoch and Daniel Challen not too far away. Ben Nixon looks like he's had dramas, hasn't made checkpoint 6 for the South Australian crew. Ricky Carmody also did not make checkpoint number 2 as well. Chris Delapolino, we've heard he's had dramas. So a lot going on out there, Russ, still, as we have around 60 or so competitors still to come through. It looks like Andy Murdoch, this could be a nice time for the 88 element, but Greg Campbell, Ryland Burt will be the next car across the line.
Full commit for the Murdoch entry. So
our Australian side-by-side championship contenders, Royden Bailey, Greg Campbell and Glenn Ackroyd are all safe and hose. A nice time here for Murdoch Racing in the element. We'll get you some times for those two. Greg Campbell goes into P23 with a 1 hour 16:44. And also we have a time for Andrew Murdoch. So there we go, 21st quickest with a 1 hour 15:51. So Russ, unfortunately it also looks like the 616 of Royce Gill has, between checkpoint 10 and 11, not made it any further, so he's down as a DNF. So far officially Truella Hicks and Royce Gill down. So it looks like both of our Gill entries not the weekend they would have liked. Of course, Kane Knowles, Andrew Bell. So Ben Nixon. So it seems a few of our side-by-sides, but here's Daniel Challen. He's only got an hour or so time to get ready for the second leg of the bikes here. He's pushing very hard here in the advanced racing team. Can-Am X3. Kylie Dennis in the navigator seat. As I said, all the way from Darwin in the NT.
That's a great effort from Daniel Challen.
And Challen goes above Sam Common, so 22nd quickest. And I reckon that'll put him third in class. So a tremendous first lap for Daniel Challen, Kylie Dallas, 1 hour 15:56. So there you go. So that is 25 vehicles across the line. And
some great action on screen there. The former Wayne Panamarenko KDM trophy truck there. Sort of an Aussie-style trophy truck, very small and petite compared to the big guys as Brenthals and, of course, the Mason, which has become the fashion. But a nice bit of kit. He's enjoying himself there. I'm sure Mia Van Geest, his daughter/navigator, is having a good time, enjoying the action. Chris Dawes looks like he's pulled over and yielded. Does Chris Dawes move on yet? Look, that looks like a gentleman passing there. One gentleman passing another as Nick Van Geest goes past the 850 of Chris Dawes on screen. So the orange truck leads the way from the 4x4 patrol of Chris Dawes. Looks like Gary Povar's just come back into view in front of the bar here locally.
Yeah, so he's got past Dean Carter and Travis Conrad, so maybe an issue for the 18 Razorback, and hopefully Travis Conrad fans, he can get home as well. But the next car through is definitely the 38 Hustler of Pova and Dennis Duncan. Travis Conrad just goes through checkpoint 11, so good news there. But the 38, Gary Povar is in the house. He goes, get you a time for the local WA Pro Buggy competitor.
That's a good sign. Looks like you've had to go for a bit of a look up the order there, Toby, or hasn't he triggered the timing yet?
Hasn't triggered yet, mate.
Well, fingers crossed.
There. So what's your early outlook? I mean, great run from Bo Robinson. I mean, he's definitely one of the clear talents in the Australian off-road fraternity, but to see him battle the dust like that, to come from 22nd
that's a real
7th,
champion effort.
And literally on our front row screens broadcasts, we saw what the whole time we saw him on our screens, he was clearly in the dust of his fellow compatriots out there on the circuit. Brett Comiskey and a few of the side-by-side competitors. There we go. So we got a time for Gary Povo. He slips into 17th spot.
So that's a really...
with a 1 hour 14:39. So
that's a handy little position for Gary Povo.
I reckon he started in about 35th. So 35th to 17th. So if he can keep that
I did say he's
percentage.
a reasonable driver. Reasonable driver, great equipment, but has he done enough time in the chair to really have an effect on this race? Great shots. Great shot on screen there.
He's the second of our Sportslite cars from the Gippsland area of Victoria, Travis and Alistair Conrad in the 10.06. So there'll be another team happy with this performance, Russ. Dean Carter and Bragg Jacob, and also Ivan Smocker. A couple of our South Australian Pro Buggy competitors have just hit the checkpoint timer at the 11th sector, so they're well and truly on their way to a finish. But Trav Conrad will be the next vehicle through.
Very quickly, Gary Bennett tuning in, Darren Alexander cheering on Aaron Cassidy, Tina Wilkinson de Bruin. Well done, Ryan Print, Reece Sargent. We need some Buff Snob footage. So plenty of people tuning into the live stream. And how did our Sportslite fare there?
Travis Conrad, yep.
Got the Conrad.
He's through. He sits down just behind Nick Commons in 27th spot. So a nice run there. Lukey Ersedge, of course, in 20th. So they're sort of the top two. 1 hour 15. So around 3 minutes difference between Luke Ersedge and Travis Conrad for that Sportslite honours. So first tick there for Luke Ersedge, but Travis Conrad will be happy to be home and hosed. So we're only about an hour or so off getting underway. I'm looking forward to getting Dave Baker back in the hot seat for the second leg of the bikes at 1 o'clock local time, and we've still got plenty of our car competitors to come in here. Fortunately, Ben Nixon, Andrew Bell, Kane Ellis, Logan Gill fans side by side. It seems to be dropping a few there. A bit of in-car here from Cole Reid. He looks like he's caught up in some race dust there, Russ. It's a bit of a challenge for these competitors. Ivan Smocker should be the next vehicle through in the Got Jesus Southern Element. So stay tuned for that. And we should have the 18 of Dean Carter, the Simon Butler entry. He's had a good run. And then Christian Pinner. So there's sort of 4 vehicles in between the final checkpoint and us here at the finish line. Great run from Jordan Bull. I know you've talked about him for a bit, but that's a huge in the 10th spot in the standings. I think Brett Comiskey's another one though. He'll be happy with that, from I think 20th to up in around 15th spot. So made a nice move. Glenn Ackroyd, first of our side-by-sides. Stephen Ketridge Hall, Troy Shewan, Toddy Lehman, Brent Smoothie. Maybe Smoothie's been the performance, but Boston Morgan Horan will lead the cars out tomorrow morning. Obviously, there's provisionals. There's some,
certainly Smoothie's performance is up there with the best of them if you sent someone out there on a mission to distribute car parts all over the track. So well done to Smoothie. But certainly the drive, the clean drive is Bo Robinson. Done really well, has Bo and Shane Hutt. They had plenty of passing to do. So perhaps the Smoothie team need to just glance across at the the Mason two-wheel drive truck and go, yeah, well, perhaps we should bring it back in with a few more panels on next time. Oh, look, I jest. Hopefully Smoothie's listening on and getting a kick out of this. Probably wants to give me a kick as well, but anyway. We'll no doubt catch up later and have a laugh. And a beer. And a beer. And a beer. Knowing him. And then a Jack's or whatever he drinks. Anyway, helicopter on the horizon. Great bit of footage on screen there.
Looks like it's the 18 of Dean and Carter and Brad Jacob. The third and final of our Robe entrants here this weekend. With Toddy Lehman. Great start to his weekend.
So they're moving quite express across the horizon there.
Yeah, so it looks like a few of the competitors have actually gone past Dean Carter. So an issue there, I'm presuming, for the 18 Razorback. We see Ivan Smocker head down towards the Goldfield Highway.
And who's on the tail tank or the tail plate of?
That's at Dean Carter. That's the V8 Razorback. Okay, yep.
Nice.
So he did start ahead of Ivan Smocker. So I'm going to say he's had a few dramas out there, but he's making his way back, which is the main point. And then we've got another one of our competitors not too far on his tail. That is the Simon Butler entry.
The Bruce Rock Engineering Can-Am doing extremely well.
Pretty new to the sport too, I believe. So
yeah, look, he's done a few long-course state rounds and performed really well at the side-by-side shootout that I had the privilege to commentate. Yeah, like really aggressive driver. Like saw more of the undercarriage that weekend than what it would have had if it was sitting on a hoist in the workshop. It was, yeah, really throwing the car around. It was great to see. So Schmocker makes good the last few corners / chicane section.
Dean Carter, they're definitely closing that gap to what we saw a few minutes ago. But
it'll be
Smocker.
Interesting to see what's happened between Schmocker and Carter. Schmocker runs a little wide up the burn, but nothing to be too excited about. And the Got Jesus entry, 58 single-seater Ivan Schmocker's in the house, as is the Carter entry, the 18 Pro Buggy.
So there you go. Smocker goes 28th quickest, 1 hour 20.13, and Dean Carter, yeah, 1 hour 24.22. So goes down in the 29th spot. So interesting to see what sort of time Simon Butler can set.
Simon Butler, the 688's in the house. Just while we've got...
Look at Christian Pinner. Sorry to interrupt there, Russ, but he's having a flying finish.
Nice. Can the Carnarvon Norwest Constructions do something with the timing? Shout out to Dean Carter, 1-8 Racing, Integrity New Homes, Limestone Coast, Robe Earth Movers, Cape Jaffa Limestone, TC on Ryan, Cracker Fabrication. Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Brad, for coming over and supporting KDR 2025. So how do we go with Simon Butler and Kristen Pinner?
So Simon Butler goes 27th outright with a time of 1 hour 17.41.
And our Norwest Raider?
And Christian Pinner goes 23rd spot. So jumped into third in class behind Ackroyd and Bailey. Just ahead of Daniel Challen. He goes 1 hour 15.51. So 2 seconds quicker than Daniel Challen there. So Christian Pinner jumps third in that side-by-side pro class.
So another one of our teams that's travelled down from the Norwest, Gascoigne Plumbing Solutions, Diesel and Dirt Services, Mallard Contracting, Northern Aspects Constructions. Thank you, you Carnarvonites, for sponsoring Kristen Pinner's entry and getting him down here. The CVT roar of another side-by-side as it comes past the bar. Great jump there on screen. Whoa, did that guy go over the berm then on screen? I just caught that out of the corner of my eye. Who have we got coming in there, Toby? I can't make out the number, mate. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we've been a bit of balking and backward and forwarding.
It's down. Actually, it was down on the DNF here, but it looks like it's the Royce Gill entry to me.
It is Royce Gill with that green.
So obviously they've meant to put
green
Logan
bonnet.
Gill on the DNF list, but Royce Gill,
So Royce Grill.
great
Royce-
finish.
Royce grilled him.
He's home.
He's given the. Hey, Royce Gill's done really well there. I do believe he blew a berm out there. I caught it out of the corner of my eye, but
There we go, the replay on our screens.
could we get a replay?
We've got a replay.
We've got a replay. This is great. Great bit of production. Nice jump. Very aggressive on the jump. Nice landing.
He just hasn't been
Hard
able
on
to
the
pull it up.
pegs. He has not pulled that up. Oh, Royce Gill lawn mowing contractors. For all your shrubbery and
There's the chopper footage. But
hedge trimming.
the big news, Russ, is Royce Gill has knocked Pinner back to 4. So Royce Gill goes 3rd spot in the side-by-side pro, 23rd outright with a nice time of 1 hour 15.53. So there you go, Royce Gill, a massive move.
That's a great effort from Royce.
So yeah, obviously Logan Gill is the 644 down as the DNF there. Ricky Carmody, Rob Sobsyke yet to make that 11th checkpoint. But the next one through should be that of the 1020, Jeremy Leah.
So anyone else out there that could make a little bit of a top 15 shake-up?
I think Gus Lacey's having a pretty nice run. As I said, it's hard to get a bit of a gauge just through checkpoint times, but Brad Close, you never know, might be having a nice run.
Plenty of dust on the horizon. Plenty of dust on screen.
Brad Krepp seems to be pretty cool with the sector points. Still waiting for a fair few of our competitors to make the 5th checkpoint. Josh Chapman still to make checkpoint 2.
Nice shot of Jeremy Lear on screen. It's a 10-plate car. 4-cylinder power plant.
So some nice overhead shots here from Circle H helicopters of Jeremy Leah coming through in the 1020 SS Racetech Sportslight machine. Our 3rd Sportslight car, hopefully in a few moments to get across the line for lap 1 in the books. Stephen Binder still to make checkpoint 11. Brad Smith's having a nice run. As I said, Rob Sobsyke unfortunately hasn't been moving there for a while. Ben McNamara, Malcolm Yeardley, Warren Klassen, Nick Angus Lacey, Chris Howard, Brad Close, Kyle Reid and Andrew Fitzgerald, who we saw miss his start. Hayes Kunoff. Jono Hansen looks like he could experience a few issues and yet to make checkpoint 7. Mark Kramer, Steve Scott, Jimmy Cairns, Matty Deck, Blake Mansell, Wayne Batson and Aaron Roth all heading towards checkpoint 10. So yeah, Jeremy Leah, Russ should be our next car across the line and closely followed by the Brad and Jeff Bob Smith entry.
Yeah, Jeremy Lear's little sports light really picked the rear end up there, so a little bit of work to do on the shocks by the looks for Jeremy Lear. Very much a new car for Jeremy Lear, and he's been out of action for a little while, so he'll get quicker and quicker. Car sitting very low in the back, so maybe a little bit of shock and spring work to do there for Jeremy Lear.
But the good news is he's in the house. That's 1 lap to the good. That'll put him so far a 3rd spot in that Pro Light class. Sorry, Sports Light class. The next of our, it's like the 6129 of Brad Smith.
Brad
very
and Bobby
nice.
Smith out of Carnarvon. Well done to them. Oh, right up the berm there. Real surfing style re-entry there from the 6129 Smith entry.
Geez, Malcolm Yeardley's pushing hard too in the 609, not far behind him. So we've got a bit of action here. Brad Smith through, across the line.
So Brad Smith all the way down from Carnarvon, so I'll give him a bit of a sponsor plug. Carnarvon Auto Electrics, the Prince Smith Co., Northern Aspects Constructions, Coreform 3D Solutions. Thank you to those Carnarvon businesses for getting Bob and Brad Smith down here. Mal Yardley was on a bit of a charge there. Toby, how did he go?
Yeah, so Brad Smith home 32nd outright with a time of 1 hour 19 flat. And then, yeah, we saw Malcolm Yeardley a couple places better, 30th spot with a 1 hour 18.13. So that's our 35 starters that have come through. A couple more added to the DNF list, Russ. Unfortunately, as I said, Logan Gill's there. Kane Nolas now on the DNF list. Chris Delapolino, I believe, had front end issues on their Can-Am. And Josh Chapman, the local Super 1650 competitor, has not made checkpoint number 2. Those 6 official DNFs today. But Andrew Bell, Ben Nixon, Ricky Carmody and Rob Sobsyke seem to be heading towards that list. Ben McNamara now for Tumby Bay, Jamalka Offroad, the Honey Badger.
He is in sequence or out of sequence?
I think he's in sequence, yeah. I think he'll be the next car across the line. He looks like he's made the move on Stephen Binder.
Yeah, there he is.
There he is over the back, yep.
Pops out of the tree line there, and great shot of the Honey Badger buggy on screen. Geez, they're a nice looking car. Really nice looking car, Toby. Look at that.
Beautiful. We've seen Dave
Beautiful
Luffman
lines
up there in Queensland do well over, which was the first Honey Badger that Luke Ersedge produced. Oh, mate, I couldn't agree more. Always looks a picture. Ben McNamara puts on his...
Love the logo too on the side, the Jamalka Off-Road logo.
Looks awesome, eh? Great promoter of the sport. He has held a couple of state rounds down there at Tumby Bay.
I tell you right now, it's for the West Australian contingent, it is a race. Oh dear. Did he blow through the berm as well?
Yeah, a bit keen to get the finish. Ben Pascoe in the navigator's seat.
Yeah, what a beautiful looking car that Honey Badger is. Anyway, like, he runs a pretty cool race there in South Australia, and for the West Australian guys there, it's certainly on the radar because it's within reach of what we can do, you know. And I think if a few West Australians do participate over East, it'll grow. There's some great races. I mean, I really enjoyed Warriolda. Warriolda's a lot further than
Tumby Bay, yeah.
Tumby Bay, but still, I'd love to be able to get a car to Warriolda and leave it there and pick off a few races next year there, Toby.
Sounds good, mate. I'll be in on that. Ben McNamara through in 33rd spot. So nice start for him. 1 hour 20.10. There's plenty of great races around, mate. This looks like, is it the Gus Lacey entry? Shawnee Beck.
That's the Burt entry coming, towards the...
Yep, jump the gun there.
But further out the back is the Gus Lacey entry.
It is the Nick and Alex Burt, the 482. So a couple of our extreme two-wheel drive competitors. Mickey Davis, Russ hasn't made checkpoint 7 as we wait for the Burt Rush truck to come in, so not looking great there for Mick Davis. A few of the competitors below him have got to checkpoint 9 and he's yet to make checkpoint 7, so
Nick Burt and Alex Burt on board the South Australian entry, Burt Motorsport, BC 4-wheel drive, Cool Drive, Kumo tyres, Tough Australia, Eldridge Fresh, TJM, Valvoline and Light Force.
And here's the close Jimco Hammerhead, Russ. So
This
they've
is
had a
the
good run.
Raglan drilling car coming in as well. Jimco Hammerhead across the line of Brad Close.
Gus
Sorry
Lacey.
to cut you off there, Toby.
All right, mate. Gus Lacey, Sean Beck.
This could be a reasonable hit out for the fully tapped racing 475 Gus Lacey. Of course, Joss Lacey tuning in at home or perhaps here at the track.
Well, I can confirm that Brad Close has gone 23rd quickest. And Gus Lacey goes into 31st spot with a 1 hour 18:11. So a nice run there for the close combination. 1 hour 15:51 up in that 23rd spot. So, I mean, the quality of the field, like we've alluded to, Russ, we've got Andrew Collins, who looked pretty quick today. Brenton Forsyth in 18th and 19th outright position.
This could be our Kyle Reid.
Yep, Kyle Reid, Andrew Fitzgerald, and Warren Klassen should be the next few competitors across the
Fitzgerald
line.
on screen there by the looks, Toby.
Yep, so there is the Dusty Racing Can-Am of Kyle Reid. Had a belt issue in the prologue yesterday, so I reckon this might be a pretty quick time. Yeah, so there you go. Kyle Reid goes in the 28th spot with a 1:16.13. Fitzgerald on the line, so unfortunately this won't be the time that he wanted, Russ, with that late start. We saw him come through the starting grid.
Yeah, he missed his start time by a long way.
Well, he probably lost a good, 15 or so minutes, maybe even more.
So yeah, the Fitzgerald 902 supported by Ursig Custom Engineering, DG Tyres, Perry Auto Pro, Newlon and Outback Greater High. Yeah, no, it wasn't really a ideal situation to be missing the start by such a long period of time. So the Fitzgerald Element 902 probably going to reflect that in a average time there, Toby.
But their goal of the weekend was to get the finish, and unfortunately they couldn't do that 12 months ago. That's the perfect start to that dream here as Warren Klassen comes through on our front row screens. We've got a time for the Fitzgeralds. And the Fitzgeralds go 29th quickest with 1 hour 16.22. I'm not sure exactly if that's correct, but we'll stay tuned. They seem to miss their start time by some time, but we'll... Yep, provisional time, 29th quickest for the Fitzgeralds is Warren Klassen. Looks like he's having a nice run, Russ, here. The fourth of our extreme four-wheel drive vehicles to come back.
Yep, doing extremely well. Is Warren Klassen in the Volvo Power Navara, and that was the ultimate commentator's curse.
You've done it.
On screen, like milliseconds before I was singing his praises. Over he goes, fiberglass everywhere. Both people moving around in the cab comfortably, ladies and gentlemen, so don't worry about the occupants. They appear to be A-OK. But yeah, Warren Klassen on the final turn has tipped it over with the help of my good self, praising him up, boosting him up. And good to see Warren Klassen's come out through the windscreen aperture, and out comes the Navigator.
Replay on our screens, Russ.
Quick
that is
replay
what you
there.
call a commentator's curse, unfortunately.
That was the ultimate commentator's curse, mate. It couldn't have got the timing any better.
Can you remember exactly what happened 12 months ago? Exactly the same time of the day. Poor Tuck Lee famously did nearly exactly the same thing. So hopefully we get a recovery.
Warren Klassen and David Rees out of the Volvo powered Navara, and they're A-OK by the looks. Marshall moving into position to offer the yellow flag, caution flag to oncoming traffic.
They're going to try and get a recovery vehicle.
And the recovery vehicle's racing into position to
Did you get that pan to the finish line?
to right the Navara. The Navara looks pretty worse for wear. Did it go over once or twice there? Did it,
I reckon it went up once, and then
we sort of
fell
got
back, yeah.
we got a pretty good view of the undercarriage there. Perhaps we can get a replay on our front row screens. Unfortunately, it is a bit of action.
we'll see another replay here.
I gotta do a camera battery.
Daisy Galea moving into position, also with a yellow flag. The forlorn figure of Warren Here we go.
So he's
Replay, ladies
Klassen.
and gentlemen. Slides it in enthusiastically through that corner. Nice bit of driving. Commentator praises him up, and up she goes, and over she goes. And yeah, the commentator makes an absolute toolbox of himself. And bits of fiberglass and plastic all over the track. But everybody's safe.
Looks like we're going to get a recovery vehicle out there. I'm sure Warren Klassen will be looking to complete. We've seen this a bit over the last few years, Russ, on this final corner. Didn't expect Warren Klassen to be the first one there this weekend, but we saw Hayes Knof do it in the reconnaissance yesterday.
So the Kitchen Solutions Y62 heads over to do the honours.
So with Warren Klassen there, the next one's through, I think, will be the Stephen Binder entry. And then Hayes Knof. Chris Howard still hasn't hit that last sector. It looks like Jono Hanson's had dramas. Rob Sobsyke, yeah, definitely hasn't made that 11th checkpoint. So
Probably need to get a bit of a wriggle on because that track... The track is currently occupied by a Navara on its side and a Y62. And in the distance we do have dust. So they've got a
looks like Mickey
few little moments to get the track clear there, Toby.
Mickey Davis, Russ, looks like he's moving again. Hit checkpoint number 8. Jackie Hodgson looks like she's possibly got a few issues there before checkpoint 9. Gary Coop still moving. CJ Green, Taylor Apostles, Connor DeWitt, Paul Tuck Lee, Andrew Floren. Andrew Cassidy hasn't made the 6th checkpoint. It's a bit ironic that I think it's the largest time gap between cars across the finish line.
It's been
so it's been
a bit of a blessing, really, hasn't it?
been a few minutes so far, that's for sure.
So I might just run through a quick bit of history whilst we're watching this recovery on screen. Our 2014 winners were Bo and Ken Skinner in the Geyser two-wheel drive, followed by Shannon and Ian Wrench. Third was Matty Hansen and Lee Wells. 2015 was Travis Robinson with Luke Ricciardo in the Pro Buggy, the Jimco. Bo Robinson second with Brett Cornish alongside him in the Geyser. Shane Elverstone, Kurt Elphinstone in third. And who have we got coming into the finish here? They'll have to do it. Oh, there's a little gaggle of side-by-sides, a pairing of side-by-sides there.
Couple coming in pretty hot here. Should be the Stephen Binder and Hayes Knof entry.
Clear 'em out.
Yeah, Hayes Knuth in the Better Beer entry. And the Binders behind him.
It looks like Hayes Knof's got the Got the jump there on Stephen Binder, so 6.51 and 6.39 across the line.
We've got what sounds like a pro buggy over the back there, Toby. Who have we got there? Oh, it's Mark Kramer.
Mark Kramer, Chris Howard, Stevie Scott and Matt Deck. Hopefully for Warren Klassen fans, they can get back on there. But Mark Kramer has been a nice little... Geez, the time's not too bad, Russ. So Mark Kramer's going to down a bit of a lap.
So the ARB Midland 932 of Mark Kramer. And Mark Kramer and Chris Howard, or was it Jay Jankowski alongside him?
Jay Jankowski in the 932.
Chris Howard in the side-by-side, sorry.
Chris Howard. So Justin Harper, yep, at 6.49 Navigator.
Yep, you had me confused. Not hard. But geez, that Navara's a little bit worse for wear after that light roll.
It looks a bit rough, doesn't it?
God, it looks like Brett Smoothie's taking it for a prologue lap. A bit beaten up. A lot of fiberglass damage there. If you were going to get someone to fix that, Chris Giles is your man. Oswest Fiberglass.
So a bit unfortunate there for Warren Klassen, but he gets home with a 1 hour 31.20. Steve Binder, 1 hour 34.47. Great run there for the 5.48, Russ.
Matt Deck, 6.10 back in the house. Warren Klassen, the wounded 8.10 over the finish line. The 5.48, revving it up for the crowd.
Stephen Scott home in 1:21.34. Mark Kramer 1:21.42. So 41st and 42nd. Couple more down for DNFs. Ricky Carmody, Chris Del Polina, officially a DNF. So just the 7 on that list so far, but there could be quite a few more to add to that, unfortunately. So Andrew Fitzgerald, Russ's time's been updated to a 1 hour 48.22. So he's down there in 48th position. For the next car through, it looks like Andrew Bell has got going again, the 6.27. So that's interesting. So after all that, Andrew Bell's had a clear issue come home. 1 hour 54 minutes 6 seconds. So down there in 50th position.
Was that the Mansell entry behind him?
Yep, he comes home in 40th.
The Double Down Motorsport Mansell entry.
6.64 on our 2022.
Great effort from our marshals to clear the track. How are we going back down the orders there, Toby? Are our back markers all moving along quite nicely?
Well, Wayne Batson, Aaron Roth and Jim Can should be the next couple through. Mono DeWitt, yeah, poor Tuck Lee still moving.
Looks like Batson roaring across the horizon there.
Andrew Floran, Aaron Cassidy's just hit checkpoint 6, so he's obviously lost a bit of time. Tom Stevens, Mike Green's just hit checkpoint 8. Rossi Newman's heading towards checkpoint 7. Oh, I don't know about Simon Jones. He's yet to hit checkpoint 6. Chris Dawes and Chantal Lopez have hit checkpoint 6. Max Bradley is heading towards checkpoint 6. Ash Schutholz and Nicholas Van Geest at checkpoint 7. And Chris Jones, looks like Max Bradley, I think, will be the final car on the track yet to make checkpoint 6. So, still got a few to call home, Russ, and then we'll be getting the Baker in the hot seat because he'll be the chair for the final lap of the competition today, which is lap 2 for the bikes.
So the number 8 effective racing streamline coming into view there, Toby. Nice couple of highlight shots there on screen. Wayne Batson, Matty Beck. Trigger the timing. Be interesting to see how they fared. Aaron Roth in the background. Great shot of Harley Uren on screen in the highlights package. Always a highlight provider is Harley Uren.
So Wayne Batson goes 44th quickest. The 8 Pro Buggy on our 21.46, jumps in there between Mark Kramer and Hayes Kunoff. And this looks like it's a 6.25. Of Aaron Roth and Bradley Venturini. A 52nd car to finish, 41st. So nice run there for all those guys.
But Jimmy Cairns.
I was going to say it looks like Jimmy Cairns.
Polaris.
You'll be happy with this, Russ. Jono Hansen is another one of those guys that seems to be having a few issues out there on the circuit. Jim Cairns 48th quickest overall with a time of 1 hour 25.41. See some great highlights package here for the lap 1 of the cars. Of course, to remind those just joining us, what is Boston Morganhorn who will lead off the cars Sunday morning 10 to 7 local time here in the West. 8 seconds ahead of Travis Robinson, then a further just under 2 minutes back to Brent Smoothie. In third, Toddy Lehman, Jared Percival, your top 5. Troy Shewan, Bo Robinson, great drive today for him. The unfortunate DNF yesterday. Aaron Habe, Stephen Kettridge Hall. So Ben Nixon, Rob Sobsyke, Jono Hansen look like another 3 that we could possibly add to the DNF list, unfortunately. That already includes Adam Truella, Nick Hicks, Logan Gill, Kane Nolis, Ricky Carmody, Chris Delapolina and Josh Chapman. For the next few across the line should be the Rob Knight entry and Luis Lopez, a couple of our side-by-side competitors. For those joining us, next one through is the Rob Knight entry. A whole lot of Brent Smoothie. Great run for him early this morning. Rob Knight and Matty Leonard. 655 Rush Can-Am Maverick R. And Luis Lopez, who actually started behind Rob Knight. Looks like he's going to make a bit of time here in the 688. Rob Knight goes through. In 48th spot, and Luis Lopez home in 46. So a couple of nice runs there. 1 hour 22, 1 hour 23.11. Looks like the 674 was having a nice run here. Troy Moller and Nick Hughes. So it's great to see down the track a few of these competitors staying in starting order. Troy Muller. He sits above Luis Lopez there in 46th spot. So officially 56 of our roughly 91, 92 starters have greeted the checkered flag for Section 1 here at Mount Vetter Station.
Baby Cooper. Behind the bar, we have none other than the 432 Terra Drilling, Terra Racing trophy truck of Brad Krepp.
This was your sort of, it's a one to keep an eye on. He's not going too bad, Russ. His times.
Adam Schweller cruises past the bar.
I don't think it's Adam
No,
Trevor.
sorry, is that Paul Boschot? Paul Boschot.
Paul Boschot,
Sorry.
yep.
Apologies, didn't want to excite you there.
Brad Krepp, yep, having a nice run. It's not going to be, definitely not going to be top 15 speed, maybe top 30. We'll get a better look in a moment. Good run for Paul Boschot, a couple of our extreme two-wheel drive vehicles. He'll be pretty happy with that. Troy Boschot, Russ, he goes home in 47th. And where does...
Come on, Brad, how'd you go?
Where is he? Brad Krepp, 41st spot, 1 hour 21.09. So, yeah, picked up about 30 positions from his seeded starting time. So, officially 58 now.
Well, that was a pretty average prediction on my behalf, wasn't it, Toby?
I thought you might have been getting a little bit excited there. I didn't want to
come on, mate.
cut your fame, mate. Ben
Come
Nixon,
on, mate.
Jono Hansen and Rob Subsyke still down as competing on track. But, yeah, Mickey Davis is still moving along nicely. Jack Livingston and Miguel Alardi in the 6138 should be the next one through. And Pete Appleby, Dylan James, and Paul Raymond. Aaron Cassidy's moving. Paul Tuck Lee's heading towards the finish. And then, Russ, I think we're definitely within the half an hour of getting our sort of third lap of the day underway, which will be the penultimate lap for the bikes here this weekend. And we'll have the luxury of being chaired by none other than Dave Baker for that lap. The chopper flies low again over that Livingston entry. He should be the from Curlwar in New South Wales. Bit of a shame about Truella and Nick Hicks. Would have been great to see those two pushing over the weekend. We haven't heard anything. Great shot there in the highlights package of Brenton Forsyth. That's about the only in-car I've seen of Guy Robinson, Shane Hunt that didn't include a wall of dust. But
Yes. Yeah, they did a great job. Alan Dixon on screen.
So Brad Krepp, you thought, yeah, I know what you mean, but yeah, he's put the results down over the years to sort of give himself a chance to finish around that, in or around that top 10. But 41st here, he would have dealt with a lot of dust, I'd say. I mean, he's made 31, 32 spots.
He may have even had to stop for someone being that far back in the field.
Yep.
If someone with a flat tyre had to stop and make sure they were okay.
Shame for Ben Nixon fans. Fortunately, Rob Sobsykes not going to be his weekend. Russ, he hasn't made the finish. Jono Hansen, so sort of lost around a dozen cars so far in my calculations, which is 92, 93 starters. Is probably not that bad, to be honest. It is the nature of the beast. We'd love to have every car get home, but so currently fourth outright in the Australian Side-by-Side Championship for 2025 and fourth in ORC Side-by-Side Pro Class. Jack Livingston and Miguel Olardi. This is keeping their slight mathematical chances of a Side-by-Side Championship podium alive here.
A couple of people tuning in. Michael Zacher from Mike's Shock Shop. What a tongue twister that is. Christy Lear. 6149's back in the house. James Lear tuning in. Stuart Slolowski, I think you say it. Jared Percival, Darren Alexander, Gary Bennett, Donna Hardy, Latina Kennedy, Crystal Bowater, Helen Richardson, Budgie Langsford, Daryl Hardman, Damon the Flyer Meyer. Rumour has it Damon, he would have been in an ambulance by now. That was about 3 hours ago, according to Declan Gibbings. So he reckons you would have crashed the bike if you had won the bike section this year. Anyways, we look to the horizon. We got another side-by-side cutting a pretty cool figure. Compound Motorsports Dylan James behind the bar there. He's about to come back into view. For those here live and local. So great effort from Dylan James and Zeffie Maynard. The Compound Motorsport Can-Am. I won't say a word as we watch him get through the last corner. Oh, brilliantly done, I can say it now. Great driving. Oh. And that little blue side-by-side of... Yeah, you can't pick it from here. Has absolutely punched its way through the berm. So that's the Raymond entry, 6143, I believe. Limecrete Racing, Can-Am Maverick R, Sophie and Paul Raymond. So that's the 666 entry. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe they've had a number change, actually. So a couple of quick shout outs for sponsors. G. Bowden Plumbing, thank you for your support. Raglan Drilling, Method Wheels, Circle H Helicopters, Traveller, the official beer of the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. What a sweet drop that is. City of Kalgoorlie Boulder, Penrite, of course. What a great fit they are for the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. KDR FM 90.3, Kalgoorlie KDR Radio. And of course, naming rights sponsors, Black Diamond Drilling Services. What a great sponsor they've been over the years, and they continue to support us. I'm sure the drilling industry locally continues to support them, and great to have them on board next year. The NZ entry of Jackie and John Hodson. About to make good the last few turns of their first lap. As you continue to enjoy the highlights reel on screen, Jackie triggers the timing.
So, Russ, we've got a couple more times to note.
Note them.
We start with Jackie Hodgson, who we just saw come through with a 1 hour 26.24, 57th position. Dylan James, 54th, with a 1 hour 24.19. And Paul Raymond, great run. 42nd spot in the 666.
That is a great run from Paul Raymond.
In behind the Jack Livingston there, the 121 flat, so about 15 seconds off Livingston. So great start to him. So that's 62 official finishes. There's still only the 7 official DNFs coming through. Well, there you go. There's some news because Ben Nixon, Russ, looks like he's just made checkpoint 7. So the 6168 Adelaide-based Ben Nixon. Looks like he's heading towards checkpoint 8. He's lost a considerable amount of time, but still no movement for Rob Sobsyke and Jono Hansen. Mickey Davis and Peter Appleby are coming towards a finish. Gary Coop, the first of our Super 1650 cars. But the next one through, Russ, I think will be the next of our sports lights. CJ Green, which is a cool story. He's heading towards the finish. Light side the 607 of Taylor Apostles. Corner DeWitt, though, hasn't made checkpoint 8, so maybe an issue there for the 222 car. Tuck Lee and Andrew Floren, Aaron Cassidy, Tom Stevens, Mike Green, Ross Newman, Simon Jones, Chris Dawes, Chantel Lopez, Nicholas Van Geest, Asud Holtz, Chris Jones and Max Bradley are the remaining vehicles on the track. So out of everyone out there still, Russ, it just looks like it's Rob Sobsyke and Jono Hansen that are still officially down as competing, not on the DNF list. So CJ Green in the little single-seater Matrix car will, should be the next one through.
So, ladies and gentlemen, CJ Green about to come past our timing point. Well done to CJ, single seater. That's a great effort. Very old car. 1042 single seater of CJ Green. Back with us. So, round of applause for CJ Green, ladies and gentlemen. Taylor Apostles in a lovely pink Can-Am. Mickey D right on her tail. The Magic Man trying to haul in the Apostles Can-Am. Can he weave some magic on the last few corners? Mickey D claims to... the Magic Man, Mike Davis, claims to be the most handsome man in off-road racing by all surveys he's conducted. West Side Insurance on the side of the 104 Pro line of Michael Davis. And Matty D alongside him. Taylor Apostles, well done. Great finish.
Nicky Davis are in 63rd spot, Russ, with a 1:38.34. DJ Green in 57th. And Taylor Apostles home in 56th spot. So well done to Taylor Apostles there in the 6:07. Home at a time of 1 hour 25.32. So 65 official finishes. Jono Hansen now down as a DNF on the list. Unfortunate news there. The next one through should be the first of our Super 1650 cars. Ben Nixon just hits another checkpoint timer, but it's the Gary and Tanya Coupe entry from the Alice Springs.
Got a little bean car.
Looks like it's our only Super 16. Actually, just in saying that, Corno and Peter DeWitt have just hit checkpoint 8 a couple of minutes ago. So still got a couple of our Super 1650 cars on the circuit. Looks like the Warren Klassen entry's getting a bit of a look over, Russ, from our chief scrutineer.
Yeah, I don't think they'll find a lot of structural damage. It's all cosmetic by the looks. Yes, the 296 should be with us any moment now. Gary Coupe, or Jerry Coupe should it be, and Tanya Coupe. Sponsored by Webby, Outback Welding and Trailers, Central Desert Transport, Sprint Mufflers, TJ Signs, family and friends. Obviously pitching in to keep the 2-car Class 2 of Coupe on the track.
And they'll get the luxury, Russ, regardless of their result this weekend, to proudly wear the 201 plate for season 2026. They'll take that off fellow Alice Springs club member Brad and Garrity. Shout out to all the Garrities watching on. Paddy Garrity, I'm sure, is listening. A lot of the NT guys, fortunately, Brett Taylor and Peter Tries couldn't be here this weekend, but David Bird was the other one who we didn't see start the prologue, so that was a big shame there for Dave Bird. He had a great run at the Northern Territory Titles Round 2 just last weekend, actually, over in Alice Springs. Jerry Coupe and David Bird representing the NT here this weekend. Longwise Daniel Challen, who we'll see looking to continue to complete the double here this weekend. So Gary Coupe, our first Super 1650 car across the line. And there you go, nice time for those guys. That's 62nd spot, 1 hour 31.27. So as we come towards sort of the final 15 or so cars of lap 1 for the cars, Russ, I'm not 100% sure the official start time for the bikes. I believe it's 10 past 1, which is only about 18 or so minutes away. But it's been an entertaining opening 121 kilometres for the car competitors. And the championship is well and truly on. Jared Percival's making his presence felt. Bo Robinson's kept his dream alive of his maiden ORC crown. But Travis Robinson knocking on the door, 2 laps away from his second crown after 2023. I think the next one through will be the Mike Green entry, 455. And then Andrew Floran has just hit the final time markers. So Ben Nixon still going along for those South Australians watching on. Peter Appleby, Corner and Peter DeWitt. Paul Tuck Lee at the final checkpoint. Aaron Cassidy, checkpoint 10. Tom Stevens. Rossi Newman coming towards a finish. One of the most travelled off-roaders in current times. So you know Mike Green pretty well here, Russ. You'd be thinking he'd be happy with, obviously around that, if you're around that sort of top 60.
Oh, he would
And
love
wrap to get home, yeah.
He would love the fact that he's put 100 kilometres plus under his belt.
Been trying times for Mike
Yeah,
Green. Yep.
drivetrain problems and all sorts of little issues there, here, there, and everywhere. So he'd be really rapt to get the Pilbara towing Toyota Tacoma home. Of course, he's assisted by top-end car carriers and Inland Mechanical, which is nice.
He's going to finish in style here, the 455, and then Andrew Floren, the 694, heading down towards the Goldfields Highway. That's the Terra Racing Can-Am Maverick. But it's all about Mike Green. Started way down in 85th position. I think Derek De Bruin in the navigator seat. Coming in nice and hot there, Russ.
Yeah, that was a little hot. That was a little hot. That could have easily got tangled up under its own wheels. And
so started out 85th spot on the grid. Where does he go into the equation? There you go, just in behind Jimmy Cairns there in 59th position. So we approach 1 o'clock local time here at Mount Vetter Station. Thanks to the Stevens family, of course, once again for jumping on board and allowing the Western Desert Races and the whole Kalgoorlie community and off-road fraternity, of course, our bike teams to be here this weekend competing once again. The Kalgoorlie Desert Race Silverware brought to you by Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia. Andrew Floren across the line. So Floren is the 68th car to finish full distance there in 62nd spot. 1 hour 30.11. The next one that we should see on the horizon back towards the town is none other than the 996 of Paul Tuck Lee. I know you're a huge fan, Russ, and he's finished second in the Pro Buggy ORC ranks the last 2 years, behind Travis in 23 and then behind Jared last year. So Paul Tuck Lee is looking for, he cannot catch Jared Percival for the Class Honours in 2025, but looking for a third Pro Buggy runner-up placing.
so my understanding is you're the vice president of the Paul Tuck Lee fan club.
You're the president. Yep.
No,
Who's the president?
Talia Crisp, I think.
Oh,
Talia Crisp loves scrutineering, I'm told.
he does.
Local girl, hopefully watching on in Warialda.
He does love a good
Loves
scrutineering.
scrutineering. Like, we went to the Warialda scrutineering and she was so happy to be there. It was great.
Shout out to Betty and Les Criddle watching on. Pop would be glued to the TV, to the iPad.
Hopefully Pop's enjoying himself.
You have the helmet on. So Paul Tuck Lee and Tom Stevens. Actually nothing between those two, so Tom Stevens should be a couple of our New South Wales competitors. Paul Tuck Lee, of course, from Mudgee. Tommy Stevens, not that far away, actually at Canowindra. CTS. Canowindra Tyre Service, and Paul Tuck Lee. It's probably the closest little battle we've seen for a while, Russ. The Pro
Great battle.
Buggy and the little X3 of Tom and Alison Stevens.
And Tom Stevens making the dive. He closes the gap under brakes.
Really get him, the husband and wife crew.
The big V8 pulls away ever so slightly mid corner on that small straight.
How good's Paul Tuck Lee just Keeps ticking the laps
He's a smooth
over.
mover. He's a smooth mover.
Oh, he's done it. Last year he ended up
Last
on
year
his
he
side
rolled
there,
it
didn't
there.
he?
Yep.
Mudgee Cranes. I'm sure Murray Farmer Bignell and Ann Bignell over on the east coast of New South Wales will be watching on. Shout out to our New South Wales crews who'll be racing for the decider at the Kempsey 300. Looking forward to getting to the Kempsey 300 next weekend. Thomas Stevens goes 6:06 in the 63rd spot with a 1 hour 34:04. Tuck Lee, no time as yet, but I can confirm he has finished his opening lap. Just a few shout outs to those still watching on our front row screens production on the KDR Facebook page. Drew McAdam, go Tuck Lee, yes, great result for poor Tuck Lee. Finished the lap 1, Tobe Stevens, Yule top effort 6:06. Adelaide Hawkins, Kelly Sue Rowett, any updates on 455? Yes, Mike Green's just finished his opening lap. Chris Hill, well done. CJ Green, good job Jackson, Jackie Hodgson and John. Kate Rayner. Tyler Lisa Radford, how long until bike start? I believe 10 to 15 minutes, not 100% sure, either 10 past or 20 past 1 local time. Crystal Bowater, go Stephen Ruby Binder. Darren Alexander, great work Warren Klassen. Yes, they got it home. Unfortunately, that little bit of a mishap at the final stages. So Nicholas and Mia Van Geese, who are just in the multi-club component of the event here this weekend due to Mia being only 13 years of age. She's coming through alongside her father Nicholas in the 434. They were the third last car off the line. So that was a great performance from Nicholas and Mia Van Geest. Poor Tuck Lee is on the official finish list with 1 hour 34:01. There you go, Nicholas Van Geest in the 434, 61st spot, 1 hour 26:39. So 71 finishes today. For those joining us, Jono Hansen, Adam Truella, Nick Hicks, Logan Gill, Kane Nolis, Ricky Carmody, Chris Delapolina, Josh Chapman, the official DNF list. Ben Nixon looks like he's still moving. Rob Sobsykes had some clear issues there in the 133. Ash Sootholtz looks like he'll be the next car through. He's hit the last sector point. So I just had an official word from event official Jeremy Beck that the second of our bike laps here this afternoon will officially commence at 1:30 local time. So about 25 minutes till our first bikes get off the line. Brodie Waters and Craig Bolton, and we'll have Dave Baker back in the hot seat for the all-exciting second lap. So I believe we'll call a couple more of these vehicles home, and then we'll go to a short break before rejoining the live stream and the on-course commentary in around 20 minutes' time. As we see Ash Schultz and Blaze Mann in the 692, the Polaris. They were our penultimate car off the line at 11:30. So, yeah, sort of an hour and a half ago now for those guys. So, a nice run for Ash Schultz. And they go through 64th spot. Ash Schultz with a 1 hour 30:28. So we'll call a few more of these competitors home, then we'll wrap up proceedings before handing the reins back to Dave Baker for the second of our laps for the bikes for the Black Diamond Drilling Kalgoorlie Desert Race. The story of the morning, as we go past 1 o'clock local time, is Boston Morgan Horan has pipped Travis Robinson by 8 seconds for section 1 of the cars. And in third spot, impressively, Brent Smoothie. Todd Lehman's definitely still in the hunt. Jared Percival, Troy Shue and Bo Robinson right there as well. So probably the big name casualties, Adam Truella and of course Nick Hicks didn't make the finish. So we'll call a couple more home, and then I believe we'll be going to a short 10-15 minute break before getting back on air for a 1:30 Western Australian time start for the final lap of the bikes this afternoon. So still a few more vehicles moving well. Ben Nixon's definitely up and running again. Peter Appleby, Corner and Peter DeWitt in the little 222 Super 1650 car. Aaron Cassidy, Russ will be happy. Simon Jones, Chris Dawes, Chantel Lopez, Max Bradley and Christopher Jones all still moving towards the finish, but this is good news for the Queenslanders. Rossi Newman, I'd say pretty confidently the oldest competitor in the cars section. I can't comment on the actual bike competitors, but Ross Newman, hats off to you, mate. This is a stellar performance, and he's looking to defend his side-by-side sport victory, class win from 2024, Russ, and you're smiling because that's just a great effort.
Oh, it's a great story. He has done so many miles to go to so many different races. So hats off to Ross Newman. I think Steve Pacey's alongside him at the moment. So round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Rossi Newman.
So he's home 70th spot. That's a total time of 1 hour 38:06. So only Michael Davis, Andrew Fitzgerald and Andrew Bell. We know Michael Davis and Andrew Bell obviously had issues. We saw Fitzgerald miss the start. So only, as I said, a few of those still out on the track. Good to hear your crew still moving nicely there, Russ. Max Bradley. Looks like he's made the move on Chantel Lopez, who actually hasn't made checkpoint 10. So hopefully
hopefully that's
still moving.
Hopefully that's a legitimate move, and Chantel's still moving along.
Aaron Cassidy, though, he should be the next one in our sights. The 877 coming down that final straight towards the Goldfields Highway. One thing I don't know if you can sort of notice on the live stream, the The wind's quite strong here, Russ, isn't it? It seems to be picking up over the last couple of hours or so.
Yeah, well, obviously on screen we've got a highlights package, which terrific highlights package. But if you're live at the venue, the flags have been pretty active all day. So good for passing and good for mitigating the dust issues. So,
and good news for you as well, the 850, Chris Dawes just hit the last sector point, so he's not that far behind Cassie. So a nice little extreme four-wheel drive battle going on here.
Be interesting to see how the points stack up for Max and Aaron, because Max was leading the West Australian Class Championship.
And Aaron
in Class
wasn't
8.
that far behind.
Yeah, I can't remember what the split was. So good to see Aaron get the blue GU Patrol home. Great stuff. Top effort from the 877 Aaron Cassidy. Of course, Aaron supported by Paradigm Racing, Metalec Electrical, Polyvisual, Tony's House of Tender Meats. 6-litre Chevy on board the blue GU Patrol 877 of Aaron Cassidy, and alongside him, I believe, is Adam Lanigan. Chris Dawes on the horizon for those who are still at the venue watching on. Great effort from the 850 white GE Patrol of Chris Dawes to make it home.
Aaron Cassidy slips in a 72nd spot on our provisional results for our cars with a 1 hour 43.53.
So good to see the Roadrunner 850 GU Patrol of Munga, Chris Dawes and Brent Burns.
Looks like he's running pretty nicely still, Russ. His
car looks pretty safe and intact, and that's nice to see after one grueling lap. First lap is just a rite of passage to compete tomorrow, so well done to Munga.
Just saw the 52 rim car of Adam Truella, the back of a flat deck truck over the back there, Russ. So not great news, but we'll get up some goss there for tomorrow morning on what happened to the 52 Rimco. So we go to Chris Dawes. Oh, there you go. So he's knocked off Cassidy by about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So nice run there for...
Nice run for Munga. Of course, Munga, one of the battlers, one of the great volunteers of our state championship here. So I will gleefully mention the likes of Roadrunner Offroad, WI Access Hire, Munga Products, RJ Metals, THR Outback Apothecary, Brent's Auto Electrics, D&D Mechanical, all helping out Chris Dawes in the 850 Patrol. So obviously we're not far away from a start for the bikes. A few more cars out there on track. Dave Baker will eventually rejoin us in the
Yes.
commentary booth.
Looking forward to that, Russ.
Looking forward to Dave rejoining us as we await the last couple of cars.
Yeah, we've only got Ben Nixon, Corne DeWitt, Peter Appleby, Simon Jones, Christopher Jones, Max Bradley, and Chantal Lopez. So
Be great to cheer on the likes of the Raptor, the Prado, and of course Maxi B Bradley back in.
we see our eager bike competitors rolling up to the grid. We've still got about 13 a bit minutes till we go green at 1:30 local time. And we're joined again by Dave Baker. Dave, this is...
And before we cross to Dave Baker, you can hear me. We've got the that competitor again, Craig Bolton.
Yeah, the Kalgoorlie local, Craig Bolton.
He's off the bike.
Yeah, he's off the bike. You see him prepping that gate. I'll be honest with you, this is one to watch. And Brody Waters got to be a little bit more... I'm not going to say cautious because that's not the right word, but he's got to have his wits about him because that's... I said that to you boys before on the broadcast before. He was probably a little bit too polite, I'd say, from Craig Bolton into turn one, and I don't expect to have that happen again here in lap two. So expect to see a hard charging local Kalgoorlie man off Craig Bolton here on the inside, and I expect a late break and I expect to push out here into turn one. So this is going to be on. So if you're watching the car broadcast at the moment, stay on board with us because the bike's about to get underway in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I'll tell you what, the top 20 here is going to be on for an absolute cracker, Russ.
Well, I'm a little disappointed, I must say, Dave. They haven't watered the track. And that really created some creation from the riders, the way they were attacking that corner. I really enjoyed this morning, but alas, the water truck is inactive at the moment.
Yeah.
mind you, no one's walking towards the water truck.
I had a chat with young Taj Moore just on the start grid just then, and I was like, what happened? He goes, I just thought it looked really good. It looked tacky, and it was there, and then it wasn't. I said, yep, that'll happen, buddy. So an experienced motocrosser there just absolutely doing a Baker moment and tucking front into turn one. So Taji Moore.
Well, just over the back here near the bar area, they watered that one year, sort of late, as sort of the 30th rider onwards was coming in, and our man Damon Meyer, very graphic, visually graphic. He'd put the bike down, and when he slid off the slippery mud, he got onto the dry stuff, and you could see his body really jar.
Yep.
Broke his collarbone.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so... And we've had... The highlight reel from Damon Meyer has been pretty impressive over the years. We've got him walking the bike back across here with a broken frame, and someone in the crowd ran him out a beer, which is sort of pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Bit of a Chazzy Mossett moment there.
Yeah. Eat your heart out, Chaz. Damon Myers has done it years before you.
the OG.
And at course at Carnarvon at the gas station, I think it was the year before last. Swan song race. I think he was podium position. And I don't know, just a brain fart Damon the Flyer Meyer moment. And yeah, went base over apex and off to hospital he went.
That's the thing with highlight reels. They don't have to actually all be glory for them to be spectacular, do they?
Yeah.
Sometimes the opposite actually is somewhat more impressive.
Look, mate, I was commentating at the time with a good mate of mine, Pompey, who helps us out with the commentary up at Carnarvon. I think at some stage we'll need to get your good self and Toby up there as well. And we actually thought he'd done himself a real lot of damage. You know, he wasn't moving and his legs were in funny positions, and yeah, it was pretty bad.
Legs looking how legs probably shouldn't.
No.
Yeah, that is definitely one on the bucket list there, Russ. I'd love to get up there in the Gascoigne and swing off the mic for that one. So maybe we can tee that up and make that happen.
It is a great race. Great group of people put it on. They've changed venues several times, so it's very fresh as the DeWitt 222 car crosses the line. The beauty of it is it's changed up so many times, so it's kept it fresh and interesting, and look forward to 2026 off-road racing, desert racing calendar as it'd be. And of course it's cars and bikes at Carnarvon, much like Fink and KDR and Don River Dash.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is one on the calendar I'd like to get up and see. So if any of the committee are listening, give us a call.
Yeah, shout out to the likes of Mick Givings, Mel Givings, Ben Broder, Ted Schultz, the Keenies and all the others that help up there. Really appreciate the efforts you guys put in to put on a great race in the Gas Dash. And I'm sure the locals here and the committee at KDR wouldn't mind a gratuitous plug for the Gas Dash, because it is a great breeding ground for off-road racing, desert racing, and of course, you know, the Radcliffes, the Gibbings always participate in KDR and have also often helped with scrutineering and that sort of thing, with Gibbings being a scrutineer, and they're always on hand to volunteer their time. So a great merge of the two towns.
It just becomes a bit of a community, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
All right, looks like our riders are back on their bikes. Brody Waters there looks like he's just going to drain a little bit of fuel out of his bladder tank there. I don't think he's as conspicuous as he thinks he is with that one there, Russ.
Peter Appleby just cruising through the timing. I missed that one, mate.
Brody Waters just having a bit of a leak before his race, and I don't think he's half as conspicuous as he thinks he is. Inconspicuous as he thinks he is, I should say.
Yeah, we've put a tracker on him.
Right, how many more cars have we got to bring this thing home here, Russ? It looks like we're right at the tail end of things here.
Well, by rights, we've got the Prado out there still. Looks like Max Bradley.
Still got the Pooch out there?
Yeah, the 888 patrol of Max Bradley and Lyndon House just cruising along effortlessly.
Gliding, you'd say.
Gliding along like a hovercraft. They wouldn't feel a single bump out there, mate. So
the only downside of having that vehicle out there, Russ, is it doesn't quite sell or paint the picture as to just how rough the terrain is, because that thing just hovers almost like the hand of God himself is just guiding along this Mount Vetter station.
It's like one of those space characters in Star Wars or something, where it's hovering across. It doesn't. The body doesn't seem to move at all. It just seems to hover.
And I'll speak of the devil. There it is, going down the Goldfields Highway, Russ, in an absolute just picture of engineering feats there.
Picture of automotive health.
Dad moving too. She's actually rattling down the back straight there, absolutely
Mate,
rolling.
As I said before, it's got an engine that myself and my late wife built in 1999, and it's got plenty of power. If you put that thing in a Tirana or a Kingswood or something like that on the street, it'd be a formidable power package.
Be a bit of a menace.
Yeah, so, and obviously the old girl up in heavens cheering Max along and looking after the boys out there, so thank you, Tan, for that.
Bit of a helping hand.
Bit of divine intervention. Jeez,
that's a pretty good picture there, seeing these cars come back in behind the bikes lined up.
It is. It's. I think it's indicative of what the race is all about. Obviously, the bikes and cars, they're worlds apart for the engineering side of things, but the camaraderie and the respect is definitely a very healthy part of desert racing, you know.
Yeah, there's always the
and we've experienced that in the past. We've had a few issues. We had an unfortunate incident where a rider unfortunately lost his life here at Kalgoorlie, and we had a day of cancelled racing, and no one kicked up, no one cared. Everyone was respectful and, honoured that issue, and I think it was a great demonstration of how the off-road family works.
Yeah, I think this event really just works all round off respect. It's a very well run event, and we're all here for the right reasons. With that being said, Russ, anyone tuning into our live feed out at Lake Perko, these bikes will be screaming past you in the next half an hour or so at a large amount of kilometres per hour. So if you are out there on motorbikes and quads playing around, it's about time that you pack them away.
Excellent choice of words and excellent announcement there, Dave. And one thing parents must be aware of with it when it comes to bikes, and you've probably seen this many times in your bike racing coverage. I fell off a mini bike once in the backyard of my uncle's place in Collie. I fell off. The bike travelled by itself for 50 metres and went straight through a picket fence.
Correct. You can be a liability without you even being on the scene of the event. And I'll tell you what, these cars will do a lot of damage to yourself and your kids if they get collected by it, but you're going to do a lot of damage to these riders too if a bike or anything silly gets collected. So please have a great time, get loose, have fun, scream and support your riders and have a heap of fun, because that's what the event's about. But just be mindful that, just pull the bikes in about now. We've got the bikes underway in the next 5 minutes, so just pull your kids in, pull the bikes up for an hour and a half, and then you're going to have a bit of fun in the afternoon again until the cows come home.
We certainly don't want any false dust balking riders, because the kids riding their little quads around, that sort of thing. And be vigilant, because these bikes are going to be going at breakneck speed. You've already experienced that earlier on this morning if you're out there this morning. And look, anything can happen, and prepare for anything, because it could happen. Anything
will happen, yep. Righto, on the line we have our first two riders. Look like they're almost getting set to go. Whole shot device has been activated, and looks like they're finding their feeting under the Black Diamond Drilling Service Australia starting arch. So all of you viewing at home and out on the track and in the different vantage points, we will shut down the live feed. We thank you so much for watching the cars in their first lap here for the 2025 edition of the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. It's been a fantastic highlights reel there on display, but we will go for a brief break and we'll be back for bikes in a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for lap 2 of the bikes here for day 1 of racing at the 2025 Kalgoorlie Desert Race, proudly brought to you by Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia. My name's Dave Baker and I'm joined here by Russ Cullen and Toby Cooper, and we just saw the lap 1 of the cars complete with some fantastic racing, some great stories there, which we'll cover a little bit later on. But we are here on course. The bikes are lined up, ready to rock and roll. We've got Brodie Waters and Craig Bolton, our first two riders, lined up. A big welcome to all of you at home watching the live feed and around the course here. And everyone, big welcome here to Mount Vetter Station for joining us today. It's absolutely just picturesque scenes and great racing conditions here. The wind's picking up a bit, but it will shift the dust over the circuit, so we should be on for an absolute cracker. Boys, these two riders are about to get underway. We did see a sensational start from the 25 machine, the HRC factory rider there of Brodie Waters, but do not discount Craig Bolton. He's got that inside line, and he will not be as polite this time round. I'll give you the tip. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start. Craig Bolton, absolute belter start. He's got that inside line. He drifts across. He cuts it off. Brodie Waters going to have to need the inside here. Late under brakes. Oh, he gets on the inside. Craig Bolton tries to dominate, but he doesn't quite get the push through. So Brodie Waters is out in front again. But I tell you what, Craig Bolton will try hunt him down. That Honda has got some serious turn of foot. And out turn 3 they go, down into the dust, and have a look at that. Brodie Waters has already got a margin on. Insane stuff here for lap 2. Brodie Waters stomping down his authority here. Next on the gate, we've got Grabo and Jackson McGrath. McGrath on the inside gate. Grabo going 4-peat here on the 350. What can he do on the outside gate? Jackson McGrath was stoked with his first lap. He had a great time out there. Nothing but smiles for the boy, which was fantastic. We love seeing McGrath having a good time here at Cow. He runs about the 50-kilometre mark. The beers from the past came knocking on his back, just saying, how's that arm pump going, brother? Bet you wish you trained a bit harder for this one. But it was all smiles. Great start, even line away. Grabo's going to have the advantage here on the outside, but McGrath's going to try and push him. A bit of a wobble there from the front of McGrath. Look at him just tip that in, roll on the throttle. Grabo over and under. A bit of a moment there from McGrath as he goes bush, gets it back together, and that's going to be a close battle again, just like it was on lap 1. Those tyres. Proven difficult for the bikes. They're going to have to check up. In the years past, we haven't had those track markers there, so it's really making these riders check up and proceed with a bit more caution. Russ on the line. We got Levi Stevens and Campbell Hall. This is going to be an absolute terrific battle. Levi Stevens doing it for Don McGrath and Max's Tyres. Campbell Hall coming off a sensational effort at Fink. You can expect a strong showing from both these riders here. You can see how much the Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia starting arch is starting to wobble under the wind here. It's really picking up on course at Mount Betta Station, boys.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up there.
They hold them. That was a sloppy start. They hold them. Both of them started balking each other, but it's going to be Levi Stevens there with the advantage on the outside. He should cut across, and he does. So he shuts the gate there. Levi Stevens with a fantastic start, doing it for Maxis Motorsport. Don McGrath helping get this boy over here after a sensational Fink effort. Sets his sights on the desert for lap 2 here. Interesting line of choice here for the Stevens. This is awesome stuff. These are brothers, ladies and gentlemen. These are the landowners, Mount Betta Station. We've got we've got Reece Stevens and Benny Stevens. Benny on the inside there, younger brother on the outside. This is going to be awesome. So Reece in the E3 category, and Benny Stevens leads your vets 35-44. This is awesome stuff here. Their old boy will be watching on it intently. They grab a handful of throttle and they get set. It's an even line. That's a great start from the boys. Neck and neck here as they make their way down to the braking area. Well, they click 106, great speed, but it is going to be the youngster. So it's Reece Stevens just sliding in with a bit of rear wheel Steve. Benny Stevens picks up the front wheel, tries to get the power down, but look at that. That's an amazing bit of racing there, using every inch of track as he lets that arse end slide, as he's just going to have to settle there for second into turn 3. So Reece Stevens to the better of his older brother, Benny Stevens there. Next on the gate, we got one of our big movers in the field. We got Brock Graben and Blake Clanjack. Now, Clanger, we can expect to see this little chicken nugget work his way through the field a bit. I've still got high hopes. I'm banking on a top 5 finish for Clanger. I'm not done with him yet. I know I've been flying the flag for him a little bit, but I think there's more in the tank here for the Mandurah City KTM and Yamaha rider on the inside gate. But he's got a reputable name on the outside of him, and he's got to get to return 1 first. Got a much better start. So that gearing looked to have done well for him, Clanger on the inside gate. Let's go. Blake Clanjack, great start. Tries to get the front end down, and he does. Gets the power down. Blake Clanjack into turn 1. What can he do? Lets the rear end slide a little bit. Gets a little bit loose, but he's got 2 or 3 bike lengths, and Clanger has got a bit of breathing space here. This is going to be huge for Blake Clanjack. My goodness, he used every millimetre of track.
I tell you what, David, I've been watching that line heading towards that tyre bundle, and that line's getting wider and wider, which means they've got to cut back more aggressively to make the bundle. So That looked really close there.
Guys, this is the one to watch at the start. We've got the People's Champion, Scotty Hewitt on the inside gate, doing it for the people, and on the outside we've got the undisputed king of Kalgoorlie, Blair Outram, both doing it for Mandurah City, Yamaha and KTM. Dylan Willis is down here with his team from Mandurah City, and I tell you what, there's so many of them in the top 10. He's got a great team of riders here. Let's see if Scotty can actually get a start together. I'm not hopeful. Blair's very good at getting away from the start, and I think Scotty's got to be eating a handful of dust, and he does. Blair got... Oh, that's probably the best start I've seen from Scott Hewitt. He gets that big body of his over the rear fender, trying to get traction down. He's got to get him under brakes. Scott Hewitt, first into turn one, but Blair Outram just got the over and under. And Blair Outram is going to get this, and he's got to have some clear breathing space. He had to... Oh, my God, they are getting closer to that tyre rush. You're smack on the money.
They are dragging that line out wider and wider, which makes getting back...
Yeah, they're going to have to check up. They're going to have to grab brake and check up.
That's a really...
That's the closest. Yeah, there's going to be white paint on his pants.
That is a story unfolding right there and then.
Here we go. This is one of the stories of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Darcy O'Meara on the inside, the young fella, leading the E1, the 250s. This is a huge story. His mum and dad are just absolutely stoked at his effort, and we couldn't ask for a better result from the young 30 here. This is a bloke that was doing a wheelie for the helicopter as he brought it home. Prologued in about 17th place, and he's improved his spot. Let's see if he can get a start. On his outside, it's Jake Wilson. No, sorry, that's going to be James Heenan. How's that? Great start on the 250. See if he can compose himself. Let's watch turn 2 and 3, ladies and gentlemen. Bit smooth. So this wasn't so much of a battle. So I think they're going to compose themselves a bit better than they do. James Heenan takes that very wide, and he had to check up. So that's a great start there from Darcy O'Meara. He is safe through the first few turns. Hits the dust in the lead of that battle. And we'll keep an eye on the timing sectors. Great little start there from Darcy O'Meara. Next up, Jake Wilson, Taj Moore. He had a shocker there out there, Taj Moore. He qualified, prologued in 5th place, found himself down to 16th. No major faults, just settling into desert life. Blew a few turns to pieces, and he needs to compose himself. He had that turn 1 crash before. So let's see if he can calm the nerves. He's happy and he's having fun, and he's just reminding himself that's the point of this weekend. Have a look at his aggressive motocross stance out the gate. It's a fantastic start from Tazi on the outside. He'll roll that Yamaha power down, and we should see him just scoot in with them. There we go. Or he's going to get pushed here, but Taj Moore should execute this one, and he does. So that's the whole shot for Taj Moore. Let's see if he just smoothly rolls on the stroll into turn 3. Oh, bounces a little bit, but he's safe, and he's out into the desert, ladies and gentlemen, here for lap 2 out Mount Vetter Station. So we see the 65 machine of Taj Moore getting through turn 1. Next on the gate, Mark Richards and Andy Brack. Oh man, I tell you what, once these riders settle in, I'll tell you a little story about Andy Brack after lap 1. Holy dooly, there's only some things that some riders can pull off, and Andy Brack's one of those people, so we'll have a good laugh at that. But let's make sure he gets off the line here. He's feeling comfortable, he's feeling really happy with his bike, and he couldn't help ask for a better lap 1. So let's see what Bracky can do on the outside here. Mark Richards from Carnarvon on the inside. Mark Richards and Andy Brack both on the 450s here. Oh, big wheelie there from Richards on the inside. Still manages to get the power down. Bracky does the right thing. He checks the gap, and he does. Clears nicely. See if he can roll on the throttle. Mark Richards sticks his nose in there, but it's not going to be any gap. So we're finding that inside line into turn 2 is critical, because you can shut the gate here in turn 3, and that's exactly what Bracky does. Mark Richards really had to check up there. I predict someone's going to clip those tyres at some point, or they're going to have to heavily check up, which has made it a fantastic addition to the start of this race, because it's not just... You used to be able to hole shot and point and shoot, and now they're really having to be a little bit more smart on their approach on the exit of turn 1. Next up, we have Zach Senor and Daryl Senor. How's this for a cracking lineup off the gate? Awesome stuff here. The elbows up, the old boy on the outside, the youngster on the inside. Let's see who will get the benefit here. Will it be a young ambition or older wisdom? Pretty even line out. Both of them on the Honda 450s. It's got to be a matter of who gets under brakes first. Oh, Daryl Senior a bit wide there, but he does tuck it back down. Let's see how they get through the exit of turn 2 on the approach of 3. Both riders tuck into that midline right, and they should be safe. Daryl gets closer, but see how he's checked up. That's allowed the young fella to draw close. That is going to play a part in this race, especially when the 3 lines come out. And here we are. We've got the first of our 3s. Russ Cullen, when you know racing, mate, whether it's cars, bikes, or anything in between. If you're a racer, you're a racer. Now, keep your eyes peeled on this, ladies and gentlemen. This could be interesting. A three-way battle into the approach of turn 2. Couple of riders taking it that wide. Let's see if they're going to have to check up. Oh, look at that.
Jeez, that second rider had to wash a little bit of speed off there as he was adjacent the tyre bundle.
They look like the Luke Thompson, Indy Radcliffe and Seaton battle off the line there. Our North Queensland competitor on bike 82 there, Dave.
Yeah, incredible stuff. As our line of threes get underway here at Mount Vetus. A very interesting dynamic unfolding here in turn 3. This should be Fraser Della Bosca, the 319 machine. He's been struggling with his start to the weekend. He still picks up that front end, but he's got his nose in front marginally over the 175 with Jesse Bannister. Should be able to tuck in front, and Jesse Bannister does. So your whole shot goes to Jesse Bannister. Let's see if he can keep that momentum going into turn 3. Fraser Della Bosca is going to get pushed wide here. Look, he's got a bit of mass about him, and he was able to muscle his way back through on the exit of 2 and stayed clear. Ends up putting about 5 or 6 bike lengths straight away on that little field of riders there. So Fraser Della Bosca off to a fantastic start there over Billy Ryan and Jesse Bannister. All right, Charlie Eva in this mix here, a 250 competitor. Just tucks in that midline there, and it looks like Ben Thornby and Jeff Rush will get the better of that start. Let's see how they go. It's pretty single file here on the exit of 2, so I shouldn't imagine too many dramas. No, all 3 riders getting through turn 3 nicely. The next line is on the gate, boys.
Brett Ray, Benjamin Dixon and Ben Castledine.
Let's see Benny Boy in the centre gate. He flips it up, keeps it down, wrestles the beast, but Ben Castledine wrestling that big KTM. Gets under brakes there, and he's going to have to tuck behind. It has a bit of a moment. Has a dab with that right leg. Rear end of the bike slips out a little bit, but he keeps it contained on the approach to 2. And he gets very close to those tyres. This is getting loose out there already, ladies and gentlemen. We are on for an absolute stomper. On the gate, Tommy Richards, Charlie Howard, and Oscar Thomas. Oscar Thomas, another youngster, on the inside gate on a 250. Just getting a little bit beaten for power off the line there, trying to get the traction down, but he's a little boy and he can't quite get the drive he needs. So he tucks in nicely there for second. And it's like that outside gate going to be, looks like Charlie Howard there getting the whole shot on that one.
Brad Fletcher, Jaden O'Meara and Nick Oakley.
Jaden O'Meara, another great effort there. The 26 machine bringing it home in 40th after lap 1. Once again, riding the 250 on the E1 class. In the centre gate, fantastic start there from Jaden O'Meara. Gets a bike length clear. Now let's see how he goes under brakes. Has a courteous look over his right shoulder. Probably brakes a little bit early there and has to tuck behind. He might crisscross. Well. The leader's got off the track, so Jaden O'Meara sneaks through and gets the whole shot in the end.
That's the first time we've seen that.
First time we've seen that, and Jaden O'Meara gets the whole shot, and he sets his sights into the left-hander down the fence line. So Jaden O'Meara leads that pack of 3, and he's going to be grateful for that, because that's going to be a whole heap of dust.
Zayden Olsen, Jai Cosgrave and Jacob Wingate on the 42.
Yeah, the 828 machine of Zayden Olsen on the inside there should get this one under brakes, and he's contested through that middle line there. Looks like Jai Cosgrave might get that one. And they sort their order out, single file into turn 3. They are getting wide, and they're all having to shift that body weight and flick those bikes over. This is getting very interesting there, that approach to turn 3, boys.
Jay Kosking, Brandon Ford, and Taj Reed. Next off, couple of the E1 competitors. Good start there for, looks like, Brandon Ford.
Yeah, looks like the 297 should swing that thing in. Nearly a front-wheel drive there. That was very close to those 2 bikes making contact. That was Taj Reed, just getting a little bit sluggish off the line, so he went for a late brake dive and he nearly collected the rider in front of him, so good to see that they got out of that.
First of our women.
Yeah, Sharman Bond here on the gate. Great start. Sharman Bond giving the boys the chop out of the gate. Sharman Bond.
Jaden Smith and Jack Moyer.
She drives wide though. Looks like she has to check up. She does, and has to pull it up a little bit just to get on track, and that's going to put her down into last of that little 3 battle there. Geez, that was a rocket out the gate, that thing. Look at this great footage on the screen there from our Circle H helicopters. Bit of a messy start there from Josh Dorr on that inside gate. Just had to roll off the throttle there just to keep that thing contained. So that's going to be a pretty easy hole shot for the outside rider there into turn 1. These riders will be able to observe from the start gate to see what's happening here into turn 3. Oh, we got the first rider having just to bail and go on the inside line of those tyres. He made the executive decision to straight line it.
95 of Robert Williams. Oh, a big moment there for the 630 of Graham King.
Yeah, Kingy won't be happy with that at all. He's going to have to settle for a face full of dust here as he sets his sights into turn 1. It looks like that's going to be Riley Dorr sneaking his nose through into the exit of turn 2 and lead this pack into the desert. That was a great little exchange there.
Nathan Gemmell, Adam Cortman. Also looks like the 156 of
Danny Price there.
Danny Price off the line. Great start there for the Adam Cortman entry.
Yeah, it's a Vets rider in the centre line, just crossing over, getting himself a relatively easy hole shot as he leads these two riders through turns 2 and 3 into the dust. We should start seeing the first of our riders make the way back through. And there we do. We see some riders coming into sight now down the back, absolutely flying. Good line away. The inside rider's going to get an easy hole shot there. I think that's Damon Chalmers on the inside gate.
Zach Marston and Trent Reeve. Trio.
So let's have a look at these margins. So we've got Craig Bolton.
Looks like Brody Waters is still around 17 seconds in front of Craig Bolton there, going through checkpoint 4.
Yeah, so he's managed to... tell you what, Craig, that's a pretty tough ride from Craig Bolton to be staying that close within that dust. So he's not happy with that. He's going to try to look to make a pass or challenge at least.
And then Ben Graben looks like he's around 13 or 14 seconds up on Jackson McGrath as well. So
that must be the standard gap that you can ride within this dust to the rider in front of you at the moment, because it looks pretty consistent across those 4 riders.
Great start from Riley Fletcher, Isaac Dawson and Scotty Bateman.
Pretty similar margin from Levi Stevens and Campbell Hall. So it looks like 15 seconds separates the groups of 2s as they settle in and look for opportunities to battle and make passes.
Mitchell O'Brien, Dylan Pimlott. I think it's John Castriani, 292, one of their veteran competitors. The next trio off the line.
Yeah, another mixed gate, E2, E1 and Vets here, Tobes. It looks like that middle gate's going to get a pretty clear hole shot there.
It's a Dylan Pimlott entry.
Tips it in nicely from that outside line, gets a few bike lengths early on. Should be pretty safe into the approach of 3, and he is. So Dylan Pimlott will lead this group of 3 into the dust.
Looks like Corey Cooper, the navigator for Brett Comiskey in the centre here, the 834. Adam Taylor on the outside, and the Thomas Martins entry. So a nice start for both Cooper and Martins. It looks like he might, Corey Cooper might get the jump once again.
Yeah, that was a great little start from those 3. Pretty even line away. As we're really starting to work through the order now, we've got about 75 riders underway here at Mount Vetta Station. Some great footage there from front row screens. Next 3 riders on the gate: Paul Kleinberg, Travis Polland and Jack DeFew. Chris Omerod, Daniel Giles and Cody Barnard next. We've got Daniel Giles on that inside gate. Cody Barnard sitting in the centre gate, and we should see Chris Omerod there on the outside gate. Oh! So we saw the 78 of Coney Barnard just get a little bit sloppy out the start there and take the line away from Daniel Giles there. So that was a bit of a messy start, but all works out in the end as they make their way out of turn 1 and set their sights into the dust here at Mount Vetta Station. Should be Willie Thurbach, Nathan Male and William Payne
I think it was the Daniel Williams 354 was there as well. I think this is the Nathan Mayle, William Payne, and Jed Johnson.
Jed Johnson there, yep. Jed Johnson on the 250 on the inside gate. Great getaway there from the outside. Just easily crosses over, takes that whole shot, put a couple of bike lengths on it early, and should get out of there relatively drama-free.
Nathan Jack, Benjamin Parker, and Sam Watson. Centre.
We've got Watto in the centre gate there. What can he do? Whoa, another messy line away.
Good start from Benjamin Parker.
Watto putting that power down, sticks his nose on the inside there, but he's going to have to check up under brakes and tuck behind. Should get a bit of driver on the inside, and he'll follow him through there and settle for second in that exchange. Next on the gate, we got the 406 machine. Sitting on the inside, that's Chris Treffers. We've got Lucas Clark, and we should have Jacob Stott on the outside.
Corey Bannister's on the outside, I think.
Corey Bannister, sorry.
And the Jacob Scott entry.
As we release a set of sweep riders out there to make sure everything is tickety-boo on course. Riders really starting to come in thick and fast now back into the arena, and they'll hit this left-hand apex and then head back out into the desert, and we won't see them for a little while after that.
He's out doing the double here. Dave in the centre. I think it's the 80 of Daniel Challen off to another good start.
Yeah, the both riders on the outside of him were getting a bit of a start creep there, and he stays composed and dropped the clutch and got out of there. So that's going to be a whole shot there for the dual classer.
Lucas Clark and Christopher Schubert.
That's an awesome start.
One of our female competitors should be on the line here. The 514 on Mia Kennedy, Bruno Catalini, and Simon Bartlett on the inside line. Good start there from Simon Bartlett.
Yeah, puts a couple of bike lengths very early on in the pace. He shifts the weight back, gets that bike settled under brakes in turn one, and just eases it into the apex of the turn. And it's going to be a pretty easy hole shot in the end as he sets off into turn three. Oh, goes wide there. They're going to have to check that up a little bit. Now we've got a little battle on our hands. He had to pull up a little bit there. That's going to go right down the fence line, that battle. That's That's probably one of the most cracking little battles we've seen go to turn four. So that's drag race down the fence line.
So a nice start there from Kurt Elphinstone, Tommy Hopkins, and Joshua Wenz on bike 15.
Russ, don't quite seem as engaged into your turn one activities as you did in that first lap. I know you liked a bit of moisture on the track. It made things interesting, and you just you look like you kind of want the action brought back.
Well, look, it was quite interesting the way even the pairs have attacked that first corner, but even so, that sort of second turn to avoid that tyre bundle's quite interesting as well. So I've just been quietly watching. It's
a good real-life demonstration as how a track can evolve as the race progresses, and how one thing that was ominous at the start becomes pretty straightforward, and something that's simple then becomes a handful. So that's just a good demonstration of how this track does evolve.
Phil Carruthers there, Dave, got off to a bit of a wild start. Colin Howard and Taylor Maurice, one of our female competitors.
Bill Carruthers trying to tame the big dog, the XR 650. It's a handful of bike when it gets out of hand.
The 777 is Shane O'Byrne, Joshua Nichols. He's on the 661. It should be the 636 out on the inside of Mark Stibbard.
Great coverage here from front row screens, getting all the action out the gate for our riders. It's good to get that close up there. You can sort of see the body positioning and how they release the clutch, and you can see the riders trying to balk each other. And then we get that panning shot into turn one. So great visionary there from front row screens.
Nice start
Look at that,
there
that's
from
awesome.
Bo Close. Daniel Soldogo and
All right, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're composing ourselves here in the commentary tower. Oh, golly. Right, next line of riders away. Oh, that group of three that just left, the rider that was trailing just had to really check up under brakes there to avoid that tyre stack on the inside of that third turn. Bit of a sloppy line away, but the triple one's of Nate Pinter should be able to tip this thing in with the Hulk shot into turn one, and he does. Oh, draws a little wide, Pinter, on the exit, but he should be okay, and he is. Headlights are plenty on the start grid here. We've got the 181 on the inside gate of Andrew Sprigg. We see Nathan McIntyre in that centre gate. Oh, another messy line away. They get a little bit squirrely there in the 714 of Jacob Gadd. Oh, bar slapping moment there from Jacob Gadd under brakes. Oh, that was scary to watch. He keeps it upright. So that was a great save from Jacob Gadd, but that would definitely wake him up and let him know of the task ahead of him. You can't be that complacent under brakes. God, he shake, rattled and rolled. That was a tank slap of that one. And he just managed to reel it in. Those bars were going every which way. Good save in the end. Good save in the end there from Jacob Gadd. Next line of three away. Oh, man, I was scared for him then. That was wild.
that was a great start from the 564 of Sam Martin.
Yeah, Sammy Martin getting away nicely there on the big 500. Great vision there on our screens on the live feed as these riders disappear into the dust down the fence line.
Terry O'Brien off to a nice start in the centre. 298 of Josh Swindale. And I think that was the 800 of Steed Kingsbury. Ryan Smith rolls up to the starter's orders. So is it 207 of Zachary Wilson?
Yeah, 207 on the inside gate. Zach Wilson there right over the fuel tank.
It looks like the 864 of Jace Dalton.
And that's a great start there from Dalton as well. Probably looked over a bit late and missed his braking marker and was forced wide. So that was a lost opportunity there for Jace Dalton on that start. Next up, we see Jake Carl.
I think it's the 228 there of Hamish McDonald. Yep.
In the centre
Jake
gate
Cole.
there.
Is it the 831? It's
James Cochrane, I think, on the inside gate, the 381.
Yep.
So there he goes. So where we see the riders drifting wide, trying to cut that apex, there's some real braking bumps starting to develop. And it's starting to catch these riders unannounced. You can even see them from the commentary tower now, just in the, about a metre and a half in from the outside of the track, and where they're starting to cross up under brakes, and that's getting them very unsettled. Look at the wind picking up through the pit area, gentlemen. It looks like it's really blowing hard out there at the moment. Good start away from that outside rider.
Alex Wentz, Tyler Geller and Luke Densley.
So we've got 140 riders on course at the moment. A handful of riders to go for lap 2 here for the bikes. And then we'll have to start having a look at these timing markers and these checkpoints to see where our riders are on course.
Richard Smithies, great start on 250.
Yeah, Claudio Amadio's just a little bit late on the let-go there, doing it for the women's. She'll tuck in behind on the approach of turn 1 and follow them through.
Dan Chittick was the other competitor, one of our Masters class riders.
Ashley Spencer on the inside gate. Ben Shaw on the centre gate, and we should see Drew Rennie there on the outside, the 263. It is, in fact. Well, a pretty good line away from that centre gate. You can see the braking differences here as we start getting down to the tail end. There's far less risk being gambled with into turn 1. And I don't think it's quite as paramount as to who leads who into the dust, because as you can see out the commentary tower, and if you're on course, there's a handful of it out there. So I don't think it quite is as essential.
Paul Calcott, Lauren Curd and Jason Johnson.
Lauren Curd, another one for the women's there, just in the centre gate. Shuffles in nicely behind there on the approach to turn 1. Great onboard footage from our Circle H helicopters and front row screens. Following that little pursuit taking place as the next three. That's an extremely messy line there. That inside rider of the 300, that's going to be Rory O'Connor for our Masters category. Nearly going bush on the inside. He had to rein that up and collect his thoughts. Managed to salvage it, but he's going to have to tuck in behind and settle for third in that exchange as they set their sights down the fence line here at Mount Vetter Station. Only a few riders left to go, boys, and then we can track our front riders. Look at that on screen right now if you're watching the live feed. That is an incredible bit of footage there as these group of 3 bang bars. Brad Bain in the middle there is just tucking in. No real attack positions going on as they just happily settle in here. That's a heap of vets and Masters riders. Got the 1-2-1 on the outside of Cresta Reed. The 780 on the inside of Steve Payne. I think that's Andrew Nicholson getting the whole shot out of that group. The last 3 riders under the Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia starting arch for lap 2 here for the bikes. Got the Beta on the inside, the 2-dinger. The 2-dinger gets a great start away. How's on the back wheel? That's a wicked little line away from the back markers, and we release our sweeps, and that's all bikes away here at Mount Vetter Station for lap 2. All relatively clean away. No real incidents there. A couple of riders going bush, but they collect the thoughts and get going. It's a sea of dust out there as we see our riders make their way back into the circuit. They come in here for a couple of minutes, take that sharp left hand into the Goldfields Highway, and then shoot back out towards the fuel stop. So the lead pack of riders, we see Brodie Waters and Craig Bolton make their way through checkpoint 5. And it looks like Brodie Waters about 50 seconds ahead of Craig Bolton already, so he's starting to gap him already, pumping a bit of a margin into this field. But you can see from the dust, and with the wind, Craig Bolton really has to tuck behind. Further back,
looks like Ben Gravin's definitely extended his lead to
around
absolutely 46 seconds over Jackson McGrath. He's at Levi Stevens has put about 20 seconds on Campbell Hall, and it looks like so far we saw Reece Stevens just through there on the 204 over his brother Ben, so it looks like he's still got the upper hand.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask to try and make some passing in this dust. I reckon they'll wait till they shift over the other side of the track where the wind will be less of a factor. Look at this first group of 3 come through. This is an amazing bit of footage here. Have a look at this. If you're on course, these riders release side by side, and there's about 5 metres or 10 metres between them all. Some good footage there on our screen of, looks like it might be the 65 of Taj Moore. But if you're on course at the bar area, that's a great bit of view in there as those 3 riders hit that left-hand apex. Here we go. We've got our fuel stop on board. Everyone frantically getting ready for these riders. A couple of minutes out from going through the first lot of riders from the fuel station there. So the bit of feedback that we've had from the fuel stop after lap 1 was it's extremely dusty and it's hard to carry out their task there because the wind's blowing from the course right through the fuel stop. So it's making things very challenging there. You can see the pit tents flapping around and carrying on. I had a chat to Brodie Waters after lap 1 and believe it or not, he reckons there's still plenty in the tank. He was riding relatively conservative, he said, through lots of areas of the track. That morning run, it makes it very difficult to see some of the deeper stuff. You determine just exactly what you're looking at. So he was riding conservative through some of that. So they'll get a better look this time of day with how the shadows cast on track as to exactly how deep some of these holes are out there. So he said the bike was obviously behaving well. I mean, obviously that factory Honda is a beast. It's something silly like 66 or 68 horsepower, something like that for a 450 is absolutely phenomenal numbers for the Honda. So he's very happy with his ride, very composed. Taj Moore qualified 5th or prologued 5th and found himself right back in the order. There was no real incidents at all. Just blew out a few turns. Obviously had that crash in turn 1. He's running the Alpine Stars crash vest, and that deployed in turn 1, so that was a little tip over that. He said it was a little bit frustrating to get used to having that thing deployed, and but yeah, no real faults out there for Taj Moore, just settling into the task. First time out here in the desert, he's got nothing to prove. He'll settle in lap 2 and find a bit more of a rhythm out there. So Brodie Waters, first to go through checkpoint 6. So we see Levi Stevens still leading Campbell Hall. Reece Stevens ahead of Benny Stevens. And let's see where Klanger and Brock Grabbins sit. Righto, so far it's just Brodie Waters through checkpoint 6. Have a look at the dust on the screen. So now's the time where you try and pounce when you got that side wind and the dust is blowing off the track and you got a good visibility. That lead rider being a bit smart there and sitting on the outside of the track. How's this? We've got a sprint on our hands. He's going to close down. He's going to chop this margin. He's got within the dust now. And he makes the pass. That's a great pass there, but there looks to be another bike in front. So very congested riding at the moment. That should be one of our sweeps. Good shot there of our Penrite Oils finishing arch. Penrite coming on board for our street party for 2025. Great partner to have on board. Big shout out to everyone watching around the country and at home. Everyone around the Mount Vetter station tuning in for our broadcast here. I know there's a big convoy of cars and bikes heading out to the fuel stop for this lap. So big shout out to all you guys out there at the fuel stop supporting your riders. Feel free to leave some comments and let us know who to shout out and who you're watching and who you're supporting here for the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia KDR. But the bikes are underway. Right, so big margin from Brodie Waters, Craig Bolton now. That's 55 seconds. We see Grabo click over into checkpoint 6. So we see these riders here standing on the pegs, trying to absorb the bumps where they can. It's a balance between conserving the body and also staying alert and giving that bike the best chance to behave through the rough stuff. Obviously, if you can, you stay on the pegs. That's what the aid of the steg pegs is there for, to help you keep that body position square over the bike, stand up on the pegs, conserve a bit of energy in the process.
Looks like here, Dave, on our checkpoint 5 timer, Blair Outram is really closing on Brock Grabham there on bike 20. Only 13 seconds behind him in the checkpoint 5, and he started on the grid behind. Fortunately, Blake Glenn's check hasn't gone through checkpoint 5 either. Hopefully that's a bit of Sometimes there can be a bit of a glitch in the system, but the 996 bike yet to like a time at checkpoint 5.
Yeah, if you look at the timing in checkpoint just prior to that, he's a couple of minutes behind, so I dare say something happened a little bit earlier and he's just behind the pace on all of them.
Yep.
So I dare say we'll see him go green any second now, but he looks to have dropped right off.
Had a bit of a moment, mate.
Fuel stop, there's Craig Bolton. Have a look at the dust. Oh, well done, you legends at the fuel stop. Hats off to you. You're doing a ripper job. Hope the barbecue's flowing. Hope the snags are on the barbie and you guys are having a good time down there. Well done to everyone. A big shout out to everyone down with the teams at the fuel stop there. Have a look at that. That's what I'm saying. The riders try and find their flow and they try and wheelie in and gap out. So that's a great shot there of the 3-time winner, Ben Grabham, looking for a 4-peat this year at KDR. If there's anyone to follow, it's going to be this man. Just looking for the smooth lines there, picking up that front wheel and dropping it where he pleases. Using that preload and then just gapping out of the braking bumps there and out of the different whoops and lumps and on the track there. So that's great bit of riding there. We see more fuel stop action. These guys are getting peppered with dust. Oh, that's incredible stuff. So a bit of a wiping of the goggles might be on order for our riders as they make their way through. Definitely a splash of water in the gullet with a gel. So there, yeah, we see Clanger now goes through checkpoint 5. So I dare say something went a little bit wrong early on in the piece, and now he's just trying to make up for lost ground.
So it looks like that.
Jackson McGrath on the screen now, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely hauling. As you can see, strong riding stance there on the pegs, leaning back into the stegs, keeping that front wheel light. Rolling on the throttle there, skipping through. That's majestic as it comes. That's a great visual there from front row screens and Circle H helicopters there of Jackson McGrath. That's just a beautiful ride, and that's about as good as it gets, boys. What were you saying there? Sorry, Toby.
I'm just having a look at the fuel stop sector times, and to me, the gap has closed a little bit, which is good news for Craig Bolton. The gap's still around that 45 seconds or so, but made a bit of time there on Brodie Waters, Ben Grabham, and of course Jackson McGrath through in 4th. And there you go, hot on his heels, Levi Stevens. So maybe this could be the time of lap 2.
Yeah, Levi Stevens on a charge.
Only 11 seconds behind Jackson McGrath on provisional times. But he started obviously behind him on the grid.
Yeah, so that's a big boost in on the clock as far as the clock's concerned there, Toby. He's got his mountain of work ahead of him to try and get around someone like Jackson McGrath. He's not going to make that easy for him. But that's a great moving through the field there. We see Jackson McGrath on the screen now.
First bike to checkpoint 7, Brodie Waters. Up past about 12 past 2 local time.
Yeah, he's on an absolute charger. I just can't stress how fast that bike is. That factory Honda HRC 450 is just insane.
We've got poor Tibber Smart going through at around 45-50 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it's one of the windier bits of the track there where they have to check right up. Good little visual there on the screen. That's one thing that all the riders say is just unbeatable feeling is being chased down by one of these Circle H helicopters there and just hearing them hover above. Steve Payne on the screen, the 780 machine.
Interesting.
Getting a bit of a breather in the legs there, Toby, it looks.
Dave, the gap continues to close because at checkpoint 7, Bolton comes through at 2:13.07, which means it's dropped down to about 34 seconds now, provisionally, of course. That gap was well over 55 seconds, only about 10 or so minutes ago. So Craig Bolton might be on a bit of a tear out there.
Yeah, I dare say he got the rev up at the fuel stop, which does make a big difference. Get a bit of a slap across the face saying, what are you doing? Get moving. Does make a big difference. So these guys will be on the approach to Lake Perkalilly. They'll be over the other side of the highway, where it starts getting a little bit more rocky, so they'll still be through the sand. On the exit of Perkalilly, it starts getting rocky and they start climbing up that hill. There's a gravel climb, and it's more coffee rock based, so that plays into certain riders' wheelhouse better than others. A couple of riders on screen just working together to stay out of the dusty stuff. Good little pass on the outside. The thing with desert racing is it's 120 odd kilometres of racing per lap, and a lot of these riders could, wrap the throttle on as good as anyone else for a couple of kilometres, but you've got to just stay on it for so long, and it's taxing on the body, it's taxing on the brain, to stay focused and stay committed for that long. It's a hard ask for these riders, so I think the key is to stay on it, obviously, for the longest, and that's a hard thing to do when you're out there, and you might get a little scared. You hit a square edge and get a little bit shaky. You see some riders there get a little bit tank slappy, and that can really shunt your confidence and make you wind it back a little bit. So when we watch these tail orders come through, it doesn't take too much to make some passes there. You just got to go an extra 5% more than the rider in front of you. You can really start making some ground.
Jackson McGrath and, of course, Levi Stevens through checkpoint 7.
Great visual there. Lauren Curd on screen, the 24 machine for the women. Very settled under brakes through this left-hander. The shadow of the Circle H helicopter looking great as well. So Lauren Curd, in pursuit out here at Mount Vetus. Another great visual here on screen. I tell you what, front row screen's doing a fantastic job. You see that rider there, just adjusting his legs there on the stegs, trying to settle in. These riders really having to time their passes, save up a bit of energy, save up a bit of mental space there, and really attacking these positions where the wind's favourable. And these, as you can see on screen now, ladies and gentlemen, that rider in third just getting absolutely peppered, towed up with dust there from the two riders in front of him. So he's going to have to either switch on and try and get closer to this group and get on top of that dust, or he's going to have to settle right back where he can get some decent visibility. This is one of the better sections as far as dust is concerned on the track. Where they hit that heavy sand, it just explodes in a big plume of dust. So Brodie Waters leads Craig Bolton, but that margin is getting chopped as we speak. Great shot there, Grabbo on our screen. On that Gas 350. And as we spoke about at the street party with Grabbo, it was actually faster on Lake Perko than some of the 450s and 500s. Just in that heavy sand, it sacrifices a bit of power and that bit of bottom end stuff. But on the hard pack surface of Lake Perkalilly, that 350 had no problems at all screaming along there. So Grabbo's very happy with that. That's a fantastic visual there as we see Grabbo wheelie and pop out and just using all these lines, getting creative, conserving energy and keeping his pace up. As they say, smooth is fast, and there's a perfect example. Clanjack, Blake Clanger. Clanjack through the fuel stop. The 996 machine now is over the highway and heading towards Lake Perkalilly. He obviously would have been looking for something a little bit better than that in the earlier section of this lap, but he's happy to call it and just have a good time on the bike and still ride this thing here for a solid top 10 finish if he can. So we'll just have to see if he can switch on. Chances are he arm pumped up pretty bad too. He's been trying to treat that as he goes. It's a real problem out here in these bumps trying to wrangle these bikes. Great visual there on screen.
So that's about 50 minutes now, Dave, since our first pairing left the line, Bolton and Brodie Waters. So it's well and truly, we see the now 7 that opening lap from Brodie Waters. So be interesting to see if he can do something similar here this afternoon. Campbell Hall and Reece Stevens. A couple more competitors through checkpoint 7. Looks like Reece has got a nice little buffer now over older brother Ben.
Yeah, so the lead riders are over Perko and on the approach to Buff's knob, and then they'll jump the highway and then come back into this side, and we should start seeing some dust kick up on the horizon pretty soon. These guys are absolutely motoring out there. This lap feels like it's gone real quick.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what that time translates to real life visual between Brodie Waters and Craig Bolton. So there we go. Brodie Waters through checkpoint 9. So that margin now less than 30, or pretty much 30 seconds on the snout. Tobes between Craig Bolton and Brodie Waters, so he's really trying to muscle his way back.
Yeah. But it definitely looks like Ben Graben's got a bit over a minute advantage over Jackson McGrath into that sort of heading towards checkpoint 9.
Yeah, the interesting thing to see here, Tobes, will be if Levi Stevens can put some pepper down and advance his position there on board that Maxxis machine.
Looks like Levi Stevens has definitely made some inroads and got away from Campbell Hall, who of course finished runner-up at the Fink Desert Race the June long weekend of this year up in Alice Springs.
I'll tell you what is very interesting here, Toby, is looks like Darcy O'Meara has moved up very close to the tail of Scotty Hewitt. Looks to be within 15 odd seconds of the tail end of Scotty Hewitt. So Darcy O'Meara is absolutely on a screamer out there. On a 250, remember, he is absolutely hauling.
Leading the E1 class, yep.
Leading the E1 class. So through the fuel stop, and they should be on the other side of the highway on the approach to Lake Perk-Lily, where I believe that's where his parents will be out there cheering him on.
Looks like the gap's closed again between Bolton and Waters, down to provisionally 28 seconds at checkpoint 9. So it's been a great comeback from Craig Bolton. He knows he's got a bit of work to do, obviously, to get ahead of Brodie and then make the gap that he lost on that opening lap. But I'm sure his focus is to close as closely as he can to the number 2 bike as they head around 52 minutes of laps now for lap 2. And it's the exciting part, Dave. We sit here and we wait for our first riders to come home.
Yeah, it's always exciting, Toby, to see the Circle H helicopter get sent out in the horizon. They come back, fuel up, and they get sent straight out, which usually means they're en route to follow the lead pack back in, and you can just start to see a faint bit of dust over the horizon on the approach. So they're on this side of the highway. That is a heavy bit of sand once you cross the highway and come back through. That's one of the toughest sections of the track. And the dust starts to build. So that will be our lead riders making a dramatic entrance back onto this side of the station. Not too much longer to go before we would start seeing them head towards Goldfield Highway. Great visual here on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, and big thank you to you joining us on our live feed here, brought to you by Front Row Screens. Amazing visuals brought to you from the comfort of your home or wherever you are around this great nation. Watching in some of the action here for the 2025 edition of the Kalgoorlie Desert Race, brought to you proudly by Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia. Been an absolute cracker weekend already, and we're far from finished here. Got a big day of racing ahead of us tomorrow with the cars and the bikes on their final lap, but we have the bikes on course at the moment, providing a whole heap of entertainment. There's battles going on as far as the eye can see. Some great visuals here on our screen. There's our group clusters of 3. Here we go. Got a pass going on the outside. Have a look at that. Blew the hinges off him. See you later. And that's what that does. That shows you, that's a great visual of how how these riders might have more pace than the rider in front of him, because he passed him like he was standing still, but it might have taken a few turns to set that pass up. You have to just suck up a face full of dust. You're copping a heap of roost. That's a great visual there. Have a look at that. Circle H helicopters, the pilot smiling, giving a wave. That's incredible. Have a look at that. Tell you what, next year, if you haven't been out to Kalgoorlie Desert Race, stop kicking yourself. Get out here. Have a look. It's incredible. Jump up in the chopper. You can buy yourself a joyride. You can book that at the street party. You can book it online and come down on course and book yourself a ride in the Circle H helicopter. Just do it. It's incredible. It's bucket list stuff. If you haven't done it, it's incredible just chasing down these riders or cars here at Mount Veta Station. You get a great look at the landscape as well. So yeah, that's a... Take it from me, your commentator. Get down here and jump in a chopper and have a good time. It's incredible stuff. Next year, of course, we're looking at 10 years here, Tobes.
10th year anniversary, yep. It's gone quick. It's going to be another great celebration. 2026 KDR. I believe the second last weekend of October. It's already locked in. I'm sure it will be another terrific weekend in the West. Jackson McGrath and Levi Stevens. It looks like Jackson sort of held it down a bit, because Levi Stevens, the gap has extended a little bit more there. So Jackson McGrath keeping young Levi. I believe Levi's only around 17 years of age.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
young Tucker just...
comment,
yep, swinging off it. Don McGrath helping to get over here for Max's tyres. Good pass there on our screen. Iconic scenery in the background there, the Kalgoorlie Desert, Mount Veta Station. So we see our race leader tick through checkpoint 10. So they're well and truly on the approach back home now. At 26 minutes past 2, we see Brodie Waters really stomping down his authority here over this field. Craig Bolton's trying everything. He's going to need it. If he's going to do anything, he needs to close that gap, but he also needs to get a cracking start tomorrow if he's got any chance of making any impact here on the number 1 spot of this great race. Let's have a look. Reece Stevens and Benny Stevens, absolute smashing it out there as well. Station owner's sons, Reece Stevens and Ben Stevens, starting together on the line for lap 2. That's iconic stuff in itself, and they had a good time out there in lap 1. They were just saying a few things hard to spot out there. But they are absolutely stomping it out there on the second lap here at Mount Vetas. We got Blake Clanjack. Not too sure what happened in the earlier sectors there for Klanger, but he got relegated a little bit down the order, and he looks to be keeping pace, especially from that fuel stop. So Klanger doing well out there. We see Brock Grabham working through the order. Blair Outram, the undisputed king of the desert, and forever will be, doing well as well. Scotty Hewitt, the people's champion, ticking through the checkpoints now, well and truly on the approach home. Looks like he's going through that approach to checkpoint 9 out near Buff's Knob. That style of riding really works into his wheelhouse as well. That's that rocky hill climb area there over the other side of the highway. So Scotty Hewitt, for those of you watching at home, is out there swinging off it as well. On the screen right now, we see Bill Carruthers on the big XR650. That's basically a lounge chair on wheels. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I reckon one of the red-hot cracks out there at the moment will be Darcy O'Meara, the big 30 machine. Youngster on a little 250, really shaking it to the big boys out there and swinging off it. So Darcy O'Meara, if he can just keep this thing upright for the lap, for the completion of this lap, he will set himself in a very, very good position come tomorrow morning. James Heenan, a great ride there as well. Taj Moore, Jake Wilson, Andy Brack composing himself. Andy Brack. And there's some things that only certain people can get away with, or not get away with, I guess, in this case. But Andy Brack, great ride there in lap 1. Done a really good job. Beat Scotty Hewitt off the line. He ended up getting passed by Scotty in the end there. But just great lap. He was really happy with his lap. And he's came into the pit return chute And on the approach to the pit return chute, he's just sitting there shaking out the arm pump, and his throttle locked on, and he's nearly frisbeed the bike straight to the back of Scotty Hewitt on the pit return chute. And his quick reflexes deflected the bike, and it's frisbeed sideways, and he ended up moving his bars and twisting his forks, hurting his arm a little bit. So he managed to do 120 odd Ks out there in the desert, swinging off the back of a dirt bike like a maniac, and then he crashes in the pit return chute. That is the stuff that I'm here for. And I tell you what, if there's anyone that can relate to that, that's me. I love that stuff. Righto, so the dust is forming on the horizon as our front row riders make their approach back here to the arena at Mount Vetus. It's been a great bit of riding here for lap 2 for the bikes. A big shout out to all of you watching in at home on the live feed and out there on Lake Perkalilly in the pit stop. Shout out to you guys. Make sure you make a heap of noise when these riders go past too. Cheer them on. Stay respectful. Stay within the track limits. Do not go on the track, whatever you do, but make sure you make some noise and cheer them on as they go screaming past. We see Colin Howard on the screen, the 301 machine, making a pass there. Nearly going 100 k's an hour. That's incredible stuff as he checks it up into that left-hander. Some more great scenes there from front row screens. Have a look at that. That's incredible stuff there. You can just see how these bikes behave here in the desert. The suspension and the stegs and the riders with the steering dampers, they're just in complete control of these things, and they need every bit of assistance as they can because this terrain is so unforgiving. It's interesting hearing the riders with the different perspectives on how they set their bikes up with damper pressure and all those different things. And people saying if you can get your steering dampers set up a little bit too tight, they actually end up giving you a bit more arm pump and make the bikes a little bit harder to handle into the turn. So the idea of steering dampener is just there to really stop the severe kicks of the steering when you get a little bit tank slappy from a square edge. So they're not there to really basically give the bike power steering. If anything, they're just there to stop those really abrupt kick-outs from the steering and to stop you from a nasty high-speed high slide. So good little insight there from the riders about how they set up these steering dampers. See Jackson McGrath there on the screen.
So checkpoint 10, Dave, it was only 27 seconds between Waters and Craig Bolton. So
yeah, it's a bit of a confidence booster there for Bolton because he can't realistically get too much closer unless he's in a position to strike because he'll just be riding into just too thick a dust. On the screen, Tobes, Ben Grabham on the 350 there. Looking as composed as ever through the windy stuff. It's been a great ride for him. He's got a mountain of work ahead of him if he looks at making a four-peat here. It's just the front two riders look far too strong at the moment.
Oh.
Have a look at that. I don't know. I'm a firm believer that when you're on, and when it's your weekend, it's your weekend. I'll tell you what, Brodie Waters for the time being just looks to be on an absolute stomper out there. He looks calm, composed, he's happy, he's confident, and that bike, more to the point, is just a demon out there. It's just a powerhouse. That's the story of the weekend, is just how much power they've managed to get out of that 450. So that helicopter that went out there earlier to chase our front riders disappeared into the horizon. I can now see it starting to get a little bit bigger. It now looks like a black blub on the horizon, and it's growing in stature as it makes its way back.
Getting
so
close, yeah.
Our lead riders are well and truly minutes away from being within sight. God, I love Kalgoorlie Desert Racing. It's just a insane thing that you can't explain to people until they come out and experience it for themselves.
Ben Grabham, of course, Jackson McGrath, Levi Stevens, Kim also sort of top 6, 8, 10 competitors still all look like they are on track position.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a change to the order there. Marginal changes in times, but nothing really to write home about there, Tobes.
Yeah.
Levi Stevens, though, that's
He's definitely put the margin on Campbell Hall, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a cracking effort there from the youngster. We see the young fella too, Reece Stevens, tick over into checkpoint 10 as well. And Scotty Hewitt goes through that pre-checkpoint marker there. So he is ticking over nicely. Let's see how far behind Darcy O'Meara is at that. Oh, James Heenan So that's going to be a tight little cluster there, actually. So that'll be Scotty Hewitt, James Hinton, and Darcy O'Meara all riding within a bit of a cluster of each other. So they'd be sucking in the dust, James Hinton and Darcy O'Meara, and that'll be playing into Scotty Hewitt's wheelhouse nicely. On the screen, though, it's a 3-time champion, Ben Grabham, legend of Australian desert racing. On board his Gas 354 stroke. It's a bit of a calm before the storm here down at the bar area and in the pit area. Tobes, as we're moments away from seeing these bikes pop back into view. There's a series of tight turns before they come stinging down that straight line towards the Goldfields Highway, Tobes, and we can just see, it's always just exciting because you can see the choppers start meandering and twisting and turning, following these lead riders through. So we're going to see them pop out. The dust accumulates. There's this big tension growing as they pop out, and they look like just rockets on the distance as they shoot down the Goldfields Highway.
100%.
It's almost like a sigh of relief. I don't know, it represents a lot. I get a little bit emotional into this stuff. I probably carry on like a pork chop a bit. But, you know, seeing these riders and, you know, riding a bike myself, not very successfully, you just know what goes into. And it's actually mind-blowing to know that what these top 20 riders and what pace they're actually riding at. And the risk and the commitment that's involved to ride these bikes at that level is just incredible. So, rightfully so, when we carry on a bit and prop these bikes and these riders up, because it's a sigh of relief to see them come back in to view. We can see 3 choppers there circulating in the horizon. This is crazy, and that shows you the extent of the track. We can see 2 from the commentary tower far out in the horizon, and it just shows us where this track goes through Mount Vetter Station. See Zach Marston there through the fuel stop on screen. Looks like things have settled down a little bit there. That's a great little view there. The riders off the bike, cleaning the goggles, putting on a new set of goggles as they fuel up the bike. And it just shows you the consolidation of riders at this pit stop area, Tobes. We've got about 15 riders, you know, taking off, slowing down, sorting the bike out. So if you do need a bit of a break, or is there, I mean, we saw Darcy O'Meara and his first pit stop, lap 1, when they put the seat back on before the race, they actually severed the positive cable of the battery. So that thing was running off the stator throughout the race, no worries at all. If that was a Honda, he would have been in trouble. But the Yamahas can still run off the stator. So he got to the fuel stop and obviously went to kick it in the guts. Nothing happened, so they had to bump start him and get him going. And just things like that can rob time. And it's, you know, when you got riders taking off and it's all dramatic, it's stressful and it's a crazy experience. So. Yeah, if you get the chance to go down the fuel stop when the bike's going on, it's a phenomenal spectacle to see. Have a look at this, Tobes. These choppers are getting closer.
I reckon we're just about to see our first competitor.
Yeah, the dust is
Brody Waters
kicking up there. Have a look how low that Circle H helicopter is. He's right on his heels. Hopefully we can get a bit of vision there of our race leader. Number two, mate. He's the track position.
It is now clear.
Effective race leader.
Is a world in which we no longer exist.
So there we go. Our bikes making their way back into the arena. There is a flurry of choppers. Tom Martin's through the fuel stop. Here we go, here we go. It's all happening here now as our race leader. Should pop back into view any moment now. The dust is getting very close. The choppers are working their way back in, and we should see...
Behind the bar, Brody
behind
Waters.
the bar, yeah, we saw that chopper down the Goldfields Highway. So here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Brody Waters will be making his way back into view. Here he is through the left-hander, only a couple of turns to go. There he is on screen now. Brodie Waters, a sensational ride for lap 2 out here for Kalgoorlie Desert Race for 2025. Lap 2 for the bikes. And he'll be very, very happy with that effort to fend off the attack from the local hero in second place, which we should see very soon as well in Craig Bolton down near the Goldfields Highway. So that's Brodie Waters, ladies and gentlemen, really stomping down the boots here on the rest of the field. Another dominant effort, and he'll be very happy with that, and that will settle the nerves going into tomorrow when the riders have just one lap. Huge shout out to front row screens here, putting the hard yards to chase these riders down on their track positions. It's no easy feat, and they're doing a fantastic job. And all our viewers around this great nation are grateful to get this sort of coverage to us as we see Craig Bolton through the switchbacks here into the final left hand. Great effort from Bolton. Once again, just couldn't quite get the drive he needed in turn 1 to shut that gate. He's met with a checkered flag.
So a time of 1 hour 9 minutes 44 for Brodie Waters, 1 hour 10:32 for Craig Bolton. So great to see our first 2 bikes across the line. That sets up a juicy showdown tomorrow morning for the third and final lap.
Yeah. It's interesting to see the 2 lap times between lap 1 and lap 2.
A couple of minutes slower there.
Couple of minutes slower throughout the, so just shows you, as I said to Russ, a bit Greg Murphy-esque lap of the gods from Brodie Waters in lap 1. That was an absolute stomper, but these are the lap times that we could, I would have predicted yesterday. So
here's Ben Grabham.
Here we go on the 350 Grabbo. Bringing it home in third place. So Brodie Waters, absolute dominant display throughout this whole moto. Craig Bolton nipping at his heels in some parts of this lap. Oh, Grabbo just goes a little bit high there, hits one of those bumps formed up by the trucks, and takes a rough way around that final turn. But the 3-time winner of the Kalgoorlie Desert Race finds the checkered flag in third place, and we'll start seeing a steady flow of riders on the approach. Hopefully we get a couple of visuals here of these bikes popping out through the Esses and on the approach to the Goldfields Highway as we see that chopper chasing down that rider. Now there we go, on screen now. Full attack mode, over the bars, rapping on the throttle on the approach to the Goldfields Highway. Have a look at that, that's full commit, that's about $1.50 down there before they hit the brakes into that right-hander. Here we go. Jackson McGrath finds the checkered flag. Great ride from Jacko. He'll be stoked with that. Has a look down. Very grateful to get back safely. He put on an absolute monster show in there, Jacko. So Jacko McGrath fighting all sorts of arm pump and hasn't really had that much time on the bike. So to get these sorts of results, he'll be absolutely stoked with that. And so he should be. Monster effort there from Jacko. So we should start seeing Levi Stevens. Here he is. Oh, it blows that left-hander to pieces. Levi Stevens putting in an absolute phenomenal lap and just blows it to pieces on that left-hander. He gets back on course, but that won't affect his time whatsoever. There we go, the 46 machine. Levi Stevens on board the Maxxis Australia Husky, brought to you by Don McGrath. Really shaking out that arm pump. That looked like a tough lap there for Levi Stevens on full attack mode throughout the whole process of that lap. So he'd be stoked to find that checkered flag. Making a few seconds up there on his competitors as well. So that was a monster effort. So next we should see Campbell Hall. So Levi Stevens with a 1 hour, 11 minute and 23 seconds. Very respectable lap there from the youngster. So Campbell Hall makes his way into view. over the table, full send to flat. He'll make his way through the chicanes. On screen now, ladies and gentlemen, that is Campbell Hall, runner-up at Fink. And now tackling the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Let's see if he can pull it up for this left-hander. On screen now, Campbell Hall tucks it in nicely, and he will find the checkered flag within a couple of turns. That's another good ride there from Campbell Hall. The 98 machine finds the checkered flag, has a little look down. I don't know if he's happy with his bite. That front looks a bit soft. I'm not too sure if that's what he's looking at. But he's home and hosed.
So only 12 seconds between Craig Bolton and Ben Grabham's time overall. Nothing in it. Another sort of 40 seconds back to Levi Stevens, Jackson McGrath, fifth fastest on lap 2, and Campbell Hall in the 1 hour 13.12 rounds out the top 6 across the line.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting finish to this race tomorrow when our bikes complete their third and final lap. A little slow-mo on the screen. The next rider across the line, we can expect to see the 204 machine of Reece Stevens. And we see the dust through those tight turns before they go full commit down to the Goldfields Highway.
Brock Grabham should be in behind Reece Stevens, and then it's like Ben Stevens.
Yeah, Brock Grabham's really chopping those positions.
Blair Outram looks like he's got ahead of Ben Stevens and Blake Clan's-Check as well.
Well, hopefully all good's there from Ben Stevens. We see Taylor Reese on our screen now, the 303 machine at the fuel stop. She will get set for the second half of this lap. Crossing back over the highway on the approach to Lake Perkalilly. Over Bush Knob, then crossing the highway back over to this side, and then it's the sandy approach home from there. See Joshua Nichols and Colin Howard all at the fuel stop. See the 333 of Bill Carruthers there. He doesn't need fuel with that big XR650. Yeah, I think it's got like a 15-litre tank on it, so that'll get him home. Have a look at this on our screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. We see one of the Circle H helicopters filming the other Circle H helicopter doing its duties. Incredible stuff there as we see our riders make their way down to that tight right-hander, the Goldfields Highway. Through the chicanes.
Great shot in it. Sitting here, back towards the highway.
Absolute ripper shot. So that should be Reece Stevens making his way through and not too far behind at all. We should see Brock Grabham making a handful of positions as well. So here we go through the left-hander. And it is the 204 of Reece Stevens. That's a blinder lap.
There's another coming I'm going to transition to, sorry.
Through that left-hander, and Reece Stevens finds the checkered flag. Here we go. So that's going to be Brock Grabham behind him, making up a mountain of time, realistically.
It's been a great run, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how that translates in the overall picture of things.
Reece Stevens with a 1 hour 15.37. Look at that. Brock Grabham 1 hour 14.49. So nearly a minute quicker than Reece Stevens. Get some outright times. So Brody Waters, Craig Bolton, Ben Grabham, Jackson McGrath, Levi Stevens, Campbell Hall, Brock Grabham. So Brock, yes, sort of sitting around that 7th spot. Campbell Hall still in 6th.
Not bad at all, considering he prologued in 12th. So after day 1 of racing, he's found himself advancing right through into that, into that top 5 spot. This looks like it might be Blair Outram.
Yes, I think he's made the move on Ben Stevens and Blake Clancycheck.
That's a great bit of riding there from Bloor. He'll be stoked with that. So Blair Outram starting to muscle his way up the order as well. I think it comes down to experience here in the desert. You know, you stay composed and you just know it's a long race ahead of you. And experience and consistency really pays off in these sorts of races. So Blair Outram will be stoked with that. Crosses lines on the pegs for Mandurah City, Yamaha and KTM. See Charles Farmer there going through the fuel stop. And we start seeing some of these teams packing up their setups, which means we're getting close to... Oh, a great little battle here. Right towards the checkered flag. I reckon that might be... Is that going to be Clanger? No, that's got to be Benny Stevens trying to make up a bit of ground by the looks of things, I think. Yeah, so Ben Stevens crosses the checkered flag. You see Scotty Stewart on the screen, the people's champion. Get off your seat and get on your peg, Scotty. There we go. Absolute master of the sport. Always in attack mode there. So Scotty Stewart should be the next rider through. As we see him on screen, getting pursued by a Circle H helicopter. He's actually back a little bit, so he's just coming. I can just see the dust from Scotty Stewart now, so he's actually a little bit what I consider to be off the pace. He should straighten up and have his sights on that Goldfields Highway now. Here we go, down that straight approach, so we should see him in front of the commentary tower. And there he is. I can see his helmet. So Scotty Stewart absolutely swinging off the back of it. Win or lose on the booze is Scotty Stewart. So look at that slow-mo there. That's incredible stuff. Great body positioning there from Scotty Stewart. On the approach to Goldfields Highway. Full commitment. And I think he'll be pretty happy with this lap. You know, you always have expectations of how you're going to go at these laps on these races, Tobes, but it's been an absolute, just a stacked field. It's incredible the range of talent we got here for this year, for 2025. And he goes full send on that Mandurah City Yamaha XCF 500. Switches back to that right-hander. We'll see him pop out from behind the bar area. We can see the dust before we can see him. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Stewart. He'll be happy to bring this thing home for lap 2. He blew this turn to pieces in lap 1, but he composes himself and gets it together just. There he's on screen.
Looking very solid as he comes towards his penultimate corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I've said it in years past, he's one of those riders to watch. He's just got great form on a bike, very strong, takes every inch of track there, and he's met with the checkered flag. Great ride there from Scotty Stewart, the people's champion for Mandurah City KTM and Yamaha. Has a look over his shoulder, and that is Scotty Stewart. He'd be very happy with that lap. Well done, buddy.
This might be James Heenan finishing off his Saturday's racing.
Yeah, the 71 machine, James Heenan.
He's had a good weekend so far.
Yeah, very good effort from James Heenan. He's chopping up the time there, and I think he's made a bit more time in this lap as well, so that's a very good effort. We see, should be Darcy O'Mar coming through the tabletop past the bar area now. I do see some dust there. Is that going to be Darcy? Here he is. I see a helmet pop out, and he's on an absolute stomper.
Yep, bike 30.
Absolute stomper. This kid is just gone from strength to strength. He gets coaching from Scotty Stewart. He gets coaching from Jacko McGrath. So you put those two together and you're going to have a recipe for a champion. So Darcy O'Mare, only a couple of turns left to go. There he goes. That's a great visual. Doing it for O'Mare Farms. Just through the left-hander. taking the high side there, using every bit of track, every inch of track there. Tries to get on the back wheel, but I reckon he's pretty gassy. Doesn't need to burn any more energy than that. Good ride there from Darcy O'Mare, and
looks like Jake Wilson.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the 134 machine. And Taj Moore should be popping into view. Oh, there's Taj Moore into the left hand. So we've got a cluster of riders, and Andy Brack should be tacking on the back as well. So here we go, Taj Moore. He'd be much happier with that ride. Once again, they're taking every bit of track there through that left-hander. We're going to see one of them pop over the top soon. Taj Moore with the checkered flag. Well done, son. Andy Brack just shaking out a bit of arm pump there on his left arm.
This is Mark Richards coming around the final corner. He's had a great... Oh, geez, they're getting a bit untidy there, Dave, late in the Saturday.
Yeah, just about to say, he had a great ride there, and he nearly tucked front in that final turn, but he keeps it composed and gets across the line. So Mark Richards... This is a great little cluster of riders coming through, Topes.
I think this is young Zach Senor. Looks like he's put a bit of a margin on Daryl Senor, about a minute and a half. So we'll be a little bit off seeing the first of our Masters competitors. But young Zach Senor.
That's a smooth line through the left-hander.
Probably the best we've seen for
Yeah, that's definitely the best we've seen. That mid-line, that was just essentially bump-free. That was a great line.
Pretty pumped.
Yeah, very happy with that effort. And so he should be, Zach Senor, with a 1:16.20.
So Daryl Senor, Jake Lockett, Alexander Dawson, Blake Hurley, Seaton Battle, the North Queenslander, Luke Thompson, and Indy Radcliffe. Should be the sort of next half a dozen so bikes through. Have a few look at our times. Darcy O'Meara, an hour 18. 9th quickest, Scotty Hewitt. Taj Moore at 17th quickest. Oh, look at that. Look at that for a ride from Zach Senor. 10th fastest on lap 2. 360 bike.
That's incredible. That is. That's a
great run.
Monster effort, really.
So Daryl Senor should be the next bike across the line.
Righto, so we have Daryl Senor now crossing the checkered flag. So Zach ended up getting quite a bit of a margin there in lap 2. That's very interesting as well. So the first of our Masters competitors finds the checkered flag for lap 2. A lot of dust on the horizon. I think we're going to see another cluster of riders make their way back into the arena. Looks like Jake Lockhart making his way alongside that Goldfields Highway. Great little visual on the screen. We should see Jake Lockhart working his way back into view.
So Daryl Senor comes through in 18th position. The lap 2 here for the bikes for the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Kalgoorlie Desert Race, and we'll do it all again tomorrow with the first of our cars off the line, I believe the same time as this morning, 10 to 7 local time. Jake Lockhart. Looks like he'll be the next bike across the line. If I see followed by Alexander Dawson.
Yeah, so Jake Lockhart with a 1:18.47. If you're tuning into the live feed, leave some comments. Let us know who you're following. Let us know what you think of the broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing it to you guys again. If you're out there on the circuit, make sure you follow the KDR page and tag us in any posts, stories, or anything like that as well. But Alexander Dawson with a 1:19.10, good ride there. As we'll start seeing the first of the groups of 3 coming through. So we'll start seeing riders really coming through thick and fast. See, worth a mention too, we see Luke Rogers with a self-recovered DNF early on in the piece as well. So Blake Hurley in 23rd. Darcy O'Meara sits in 20th overall.
this might be the Seaton Battle bike coming through, our North Queenslander. I'm sure the Battle family's watching on back home in Townsville, North Queensland. He's had a great run. He'll be sitting well and truly in that top 30 outright heading into the final lap for the bike competitors tomorrow. It looks like it is the 82 of Seaton Battle. Well done. And Luke Thompson hot on his heels here.
Yeah, Luke Thompson will be happy with that ride. He tips it in and flicks it out. Finds a checkered flag there for lap 2.
Indy Radcliffe should be the next competitor across the line. A few coming in now, Dave. It's getting a bit exciting.
Yeah, the groups of 3 should start coming in thick and fast.
Looks like, unfortunately, Jesse Bannister that hasn't made checkpoint 11. So that could be a bit of a concern there for young Jesse Bannister. Indy Radcliffe. Bike across the line, 6:07.
So we should see the Yami of Fraser Della Bosca.
And Brett Ray would be
Brett
right
Ray,
on his
there we
heel.
go.
They should have a couple coming in here. A few
Yeah,
seconds
so that's
apart.
looks like Fraser, is it? No, it's not. Yes, it is 3:19. That's Fraser Della Bosca there. So Fraser coming back in. The big dog wrestler doing it for Carradale Meats. Doing it for the meat man, Rob Tomio. And well done to the 3:19 machine of Fraser Della Bosca. That is checkers for lap 2. And hot on his heels to the 5:35 machine of Brett Ray. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow to see how things pan out with Brodie Waters and Craig Bolton. They'll start 1-2 off the line again, and we'll see if Craig Bolton can do anything to try and get in the front here into turn 1. But just as it seems on what we've seen so far, Brodie Waters just has far too much pace on that Honda and seems to get the whole shot every time. So Craig Bolton's going to need to pull something out of his hat here, out of his bag of tricks to try and get in front of Brodie Waters and try and make him do the hard yards in the dust. Grabbo's actually closing a bit of a margin there on Bolton as well, so he's been ever so consistent. And Levi Stevens is the mover and shaker here for Maxis Australia and Don McGrath. So Levi Stevens, the youngster, really rattling, rolling through the order.
Top 10's definitely still up in the air at the moment, but the top 2 are sort of a bit of a league of their own, of course. Looking for a 4-peat. Ben Graben there in 3rd spot. Is this the Jeff Rush bike? It looks like he could be the next one across the line. Young Billy Ryan. Benjamin Dixon.
Yeah, it's the 477 of Jeff Rush. Met with a checkered flag with a 1:21.45. Oh, they're all coming in now, down past the Goldfields Highways, over that tabletop. Billy Ryan on our screen, the 52 machine, with the next rider across the checker flag, and there we go. Great ride there from Billy Ryan with a 1:22.45. And we got a battle on our hands to the checker flag, ladies and gentlemen. There's Ben Dixon and Zayden Olsen. I feel like that was a big surge in positions from Zayden Olsen. I think that was a decent little jump up in positions for the 828. Get some more information on the 175 machine as it comes to hand, but we should expect to see Charlie Eva. There we go, the 23 machine, Charlie Eva, working into view with just a couple of turns to go. Still plenty of action on course. we see Ben Castledine with a 1:22.56 for Smarter Outdoors. And Jaden O'Meara goes into 33rd. So Jaden O'Meara's met with the checkered flag. That's a great ride as well. So the O'Meara brothers in 20th and 33rd respectively for the time being. Charlie Howard crosses the line as well. He'd be very happy with that ride, Charlie Howard. Oscar Thomas, the youngster. The 505 machine with a 1:23.08. So all the big names are starting to roll in now.
Charlie Eva should be the next one through. Jai Cosgreaves having a nice run. Brad Fletcher. Looks like Thomas Richards is coming to maybe an issue there. Hasn't made checkpoint 8. Brandon Ford, Jake Hosking, Taj Reed. Other competitors heading towards the finish line late on Saturday afternoon here on day 2 of the 2025 Black Diamond Drilling Kalgoorlie Desert Race.
So we see Charlie Eva for Mandurah City, KTM and Yamaha cross the checkered flag, lap 2. Another solid ride. Jai Cosgrove there, the 267. Good little slow-mo on screen. Have a look at this, boys. It's a ripper shot. On the approach to the tabletop.
This looks like it'll be the Brad Fletcher. Across the line there, the 791 at 1 hour 24.22 for Brad Fletcher. Look at this nice little finish here, Dave, between...
Oh, how's the over and under? That was an awesome bit of driving. It's going to get the drag race to the checker flag. There we go. That was a weapon bit of racing right to the checker flag.
Nick
After
Oakley.
120 odd Ks of racing, Nick Oakley put the hammer down over, who was that? The other rider, Brooke White as well. So, that was
Great
awesome racing.
finish.
Putting a show on for the crowd here in the Bay Area. That was an awesome bit of racing. Baited him in to go high and flicked it under and just rolled on the throttle and beat him to the checker flag. So that was awesome.
Is this the Jacob Wingate rider?
Sure is, the 42 machine.
Jake Hosking should be thereabouts. Brandon Ford and Taj Reed.
Should be seeing the first of our female competitors in the next couple of minutes as well. Topes.
Carmen Bond, yeah. So still looks like Jesse Bannister's been at the top of our screen for a while, but it shouldn't be too far away now. Hopefully he gets it home. He's obviously had an issue out there. Thomas Richards, though, hasn't made checkpoint 8. And also Jaden Smith looks like he's... a few guys that have gone past him as well, so hopefully everything's okay there for Jaden.
Yeah, Jesse Bannister has started going back through the checkpoints now, so moving back towards home, which is a good sign.
So Brennan Ford has finished. A 221. Taj Reed. Now 25 flat.
Great visual there on the screen. Our rider using every millimetre of track. Going back past the bar area. Another handful of riders coming through. So hopefully we'll see Jesse Bannister work the way into the final few turns for lap 2.
So we've got a trio coming through here. It was 4 actually in this last final stages. That was a Joshua Dahl, 37 bike. Looks like the Bannister entry's closing in.
We see George Ruggles with the 125. And here we go, the 175 machine of Jesse Bannister. Home safe. Riley Dorr, 124.49. So it looks like we should see Lauren Curd, Sharman Bond and Jaden Schmidt any minute now. Jaden Schmidt might get around through this left-hander. Russ Cullen, we got any shout-outs that you can see on the live feed for the people at home watching around this great nation, watching the bikes on lap 2? Here we go, Sharman Bond. One turn left to go through the left-handers with the first of our women. Oh, it takes it high. There we go, that's a checkered flag.
Daniel
Price.
I do have some shout-outs. I've got Stephen Smith, Michael Waters, awesome effort Brody and Craig, Pam Richards, well done Mark Richards, Angela Barber, cheering on the Carnarvon crew, Brett Rochelle Funderman, Jamie Brack, Asher Highland, all tuning in. So the Kalgoorlie Desert Race reaching far and wide with its live feed, all the way in the north to Carnarvon, and I noticed a few people that we associate with at the Gas Dash from Karatha. So
it's an amazing bit of technology we have, and it's great to have it in our corner from front row screens and our live feed, getting around to basically anywhere where you want to watch it from. So that's incredible stuff. I still recommend, if you get the chance to make it out here to Cow for next year for the 10th running of the Kalgoorlie Desert Race, and see what it's all about in person. We see Robert Williams, the 95 machine, a 126.53. And we should see Kingy work his way into viewing very soon. It might be him going down the Goldfields Highway. I can see a chopper in pursuit. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, Brodie Waters is poised and in a great position to get his first win here at Kalgoorlie Desert Race. That's 2 out of 3 laps down, and he just looks as dominant in that second lap as he did in the first race. He got the better of Craig Bolton out the gate. Craig admitted he might have been a little bit too kind in that first lap and gave him too many liberties, and he really was a bit more aggressive there in that second showing. But once again, Brodie Waters just far too strong and far too fast into turn 1, and from there he just made it really hard for Bolton to try and close any margin. Ben Grabham, though, has advanced a bit of a close that gap there to the rear of the 721 of Craig Bolton, and Levi Stevens, I think, is the story of the day so far. Currently sitting in 4th overall. Doing it for Maxis Tyres and Don McGrath and Jacko McGrath, just sitting there in 5th, rounding out your top 5, having a heap of fun in the process. So some few good stories coming out of today's racing, as we see Isaac Dawson completing his second lap here for KDR. The 878 of Damon Chalmers finds his way home, and then it's another little cluster of riders working the way through. Good little drag race to the end. We see Dylan Pimlott, the 313. Dylan Pimlott, he had a great ride, as we hear him jump on the Limmy just to celebrate the completion of his second lap. Oh, the 630 machine, that's Graham King. So Kingy will be stoked to get that thing home on completion of lap 2. I think he lost a little bit of time there, but nothing too much to worry about. And Riley Fletcher, the big dog, the 771 machine, also bringing it home. Big shout out to all our volleys throughout the course of this weekend and right throughout this circuit that make these sort of events possible, helping out, marshalling, and couldn't do it without you. So just a big shout out to our volunteers. I might get the smooth, silky voice of Russ Cullen to run through a bit of sponsors a little bit later if I could. And as we see some more of these riders work their way toward the checkered flag. Trent Reeve, the 131 machine with a 128. That's a great time there for Trent Reeve. Let's see if he jumps up a few spots with that. That's an awesome bit of riding as well. Wind on course is still right up there. It's been a very breezy old day here at Mount Vetter Station. Worked out well for us here on course near the bar area and into the pit area because it's actually keeping the dust away from us, so it's working to our advantage for the time being, so we're very grateful for that. Been an awesome day of racing here at Vettus for day one of racing. We've got 2 bike laps, and of course we had the cars get their first lap underway. We'll be back in the morning to get the second lap of the cars, and we'll get the bikes on the third and final lap, and then we'll end the day with, of course, the third and final lap for the cars, with presentations to take place at the racecourse to celebrate. It's been an amazing weekend of racing for KDR 2025. We see John Castriani. Oh, how's that? What a great bit of footage that is. That was a cross-up moment. Good save there. Well caught there from front row screens on our screens right now. That was a good bit of slow-mo. Have a look at that. Doesn't get much more gutsier than that. Our chopper drivers here from Circa H Helicopters. So John Castriani, the 292, finds the checkered flag. We see more riders start to work their way through. Adam Taylor with a 1 at 28.38. That's another good time as well, so we should see some positions chopping and changing as well. So Bill Carruthers. Got to have a DNF there on the big XR650. Didn't make it past checkpoint 7, so I hope he's all okay there. Hopefully that's just a bike mechanical. So top 10 as it stands, we see Brodie Waters, Craig Bolton, Ben Grabham, Levi Stevens, Jackson McGrath, Campbell Hall, Brock Grabham, Blair Outram, Reece Stevens, and Zach Senor round out your top 10. There's been a massive shuffle here after lap 2. We see Blake Clanjack get punted out of the top 10. Andy Brack. That's actually a massive lap there from Andy Brack, sitting there in 12th. Mark Richards in 13th. James Heenan, Jake Wilson, Benny Stevens, and Taj Moore shuffled right down to 17th place. We see Darryl Senor there, Scotty Stewart in 19th, and Darcy O'Mare, the youngster on the 250, will round out your top 20. Awesome bit of racing there as we see Jack DeFew cross the checkered flag with a 1:28.53. Russ, what's your takeaway from the bike so far for the second lap here at Mount Vetus?
Yeah, well, it's interesting that Jackson slipped a little bit there by the sounds of things. Who moved into his position? You read it out earlier. I didn't take a whole heap of notice.
So Jackson McGrath hasn't changed position. He's just lost a heap of time there too. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Levi Stevens has got the jump on him. So the youngster from over east, he was an absolute stomper out there. And Don McGrath pulled me aside at the street party and said, keep your eye on this kid. He's an absolute demon, and rightfully so. So Levi Stevens on a mover out there.
And your man Clanjack, he's dropped out of the top 10, has he?
Yeah, dropped out the top 10. Clanger, he something, I don't know what, but something happened in the earlier checkpoints. He was on the pace and he dropped back, but then he was consistent from there. So I dare say he tipped it over and then just nursed it home. So yeah, a few movers and shakers. There's actually a heap of we see Mark Richards work within to the top 20 as well. Benny Stevens right down to 16th now, Russ. Mark Richards, Andy Brack, Zach Senor, I reckon, is a big mover works into the top 10, and Brock Graben up into 7th. So there's lots of moving around in that top 20.
Brock Graben was eased into his work quite nicely, as has Mark Richards from Carnarvon's. Done a stellar job getting into, what is he, in 13th? Lucky 13 is Mark Richards.
Exactly. Yeah, the 509 machine of Mark Richards sitting 13th.
Nice. The Richards family will be happy with that. The Carnarvon crew will be pretty stoked to see Mark in that position.
See Chris Omerod, the 198 machine, across the line with a 1:30.30.
Just while we've got your attention, ladies and gentlemen, if underground maintenance solution, machine hire and sales, labour hire, workshop rebuilds and repairs is your go, keep in mind HP Mechanical have got you covered, powering performance underground. NLC Engineering, machining without boundaries, line boring, CNC machining, general machining, mobile milling, general fabrication, 3D printing, drafting services, plasma cutting and field service. NLC Engineering, machining without boundaries, www.nlcengineering.com.au.
Thanks very much for that, Russ. Couldn't do without these amazing sponsors, and have a look through your program, guys, and support the businesses that support our racing. It's paramount for the success of these sorts of events. We see Nathan Jack, the 187 machine with a 129.55. These are super consistent times coming through for these mid-pack riders. We also see Colin Howard there retire from the event at DNF. That will be him out of this event. Nathan Mail crossed the line at the 108. The former mountain biker, now desert racer. See where he finds himself in the order of things. So 76th place there for Nathan Mail. He'll be happy with that. And we've got 78 riders across the line as it stands. So we're getting close to that halfway mark. We see the 375 on the screen. That's going to be Daniel Giles. Bringing it home after roughly 260 Ks for the day out in the Des. And we see the 47 of Jed Johnson as well. So Jed Johnson, the last competitor, across the line on the screen there. And we got a good little cluster of riders coming through. Good little battle in their hands as well. Should see Oscar Webster and maybe Mitchell O'Brien. We should see Oscar Webster next. And here he is, the 36th machine. Rolls across the line on the pegs. And Brett Crackle, the 133. Let's see where he shuffles himself into the order of things. So Mitchell O'Brien should be seeing soon. It's a 354 machine. Daniel Williams across the line. And the 330, Daniel Kent. Giving a fist bump to the officials, saying thank you very much. We made it home on completion of lap 2. The 429, Sam Watson, Watto. Bit of a speed tuck across a checkered flag from the big fella, Sam Watto. Lucas Clark with a 1:32.48. Good little shot there of our Circle H helicopter. Well, have a look at this, Russ. We got a red hot battle. That was a position change for that left-hander. He's going to try sneak on the inside too. This is an MX battle. This is on. We are on here for the left-hander. Have a look at this on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. The three-way battle. Daniel Challen, the dual classer. He's absolutely on a stomper out there. He is riding very aggressively. Daniel Challen, Kurt Erfeldstone and Ben Parker all across the line, but Daniel Challen just having a cheeky couple of little overtakes in the last few turns.
Jacob Scott in that quad of riders there. Jacob, I think, second in the shoot there, second last in the shoot. Corey Bannister across the line, 2-2-3. Great sponsor shout out here, Rickland Emergency Management Services, emergency response training, workplace safety training, confined space management, labour hire services. Rickland.com.au, branches in Kalgoorlie, Esperance and Perth, 1-800-793-877. Rickland Emergency Management Services.
Well done, Russ. That's all our sponsors are big, but that's great to have Rickland on board.
Nolas family heavily involved there.
Yep. So big shout out to those guys. Chris Treffers across the line. And the 303 of Taylor Maurice for the women. She'll be sitting in second for our women's division. And Mia Kennedy right on the heels. That's interesting. The 514 and Mia Kennedy closing in the gap as well. So that's cool. Could have a battle heating up here in the women's category. Just having a look, there's been a heap of movement in the top 20 realistically in the scheme of things. Levi Stevens, monster ride there. Mark Richards, James Heenan, Jake Wilson too. Jake Wilson into 15th. Benny Stevens getting shuffled down to 16th there. Zach Senor, that's an incredible ride there from the youngster as well. As we see Brody Hodges under the pen right, finishing arch with a time of 1 hour, 34 minutes and 41 seconds. So we got 100 bikes. Nice even number, 100 bikes home and hose. Mitchell O'Brien. The Oscar Webster there. Jaden Schmidt, Chris Treffers, Tommy Hopkins, Ben Parker, Daniel Kent, Daniel Williams, Josh Wentz I missed as well. Bruno Catalini went through earlier there with Sam Watson, Daniel Giles. And hats off to Daniel Challen. That's such a monster effort. It's been out there 3 times today, boys. There's twice on a bike and 1 in the car. That's pretty cool. As we see the 1:13 of Chris Schubert with a time of 1 hour and 36 minutes and 30 seconds. Big shout out to everyone on course joining us today for the action. It's been a fantastic day of racing. Bikes getting off nice and early this morning. And of course we had the cars with the first lap as well. Bo Robinson putting on a monster effort there to try and chop some positions through. And I'm sure, Rush, you'll agree that was a great first lap for the cars in the books, and I'm sure there's plenty more of action ahead of us for tomorrow.
Yeah, today was simply a rite of passage to race tomorrow, and Boston Morgan Horan, great day for him, great day for Trav Robinson, 1 and 2. Jared Percival done well, clean run. Commiserations to Adam Truella, who went out. Our man, we were hoping that we'd see a giant killer effort from him. Nick Hicks went out early. Be interesting to see if they can regroup and rejoin. Great battle in Class 8 at sort of the traditional Class 8 end of the field with Chris Dawes, and you got Munga, Chris Dawes, Aaron Cassidy and Max Bradley fighting it out there with Warren Klassen. I think Warren's little rollover might have hampered his chances of being out there tomorrow. But anyway,
Just while we got there, Russ, we see Shane O'Byrne, Mark Stibbard, all met with the checkered flag. Chris Schubert there as well. Sorry to interrupt, just calling a few riders through. We just had a busy little clusters of riders coming through. So lap one of the cars, not without its drama by the sounds of things for us.
oh yeah, look, a few to be expected DNFs, but by and by, I think a pretty solid effort from all competitors. A few movers and shakers. Jordan Bull did well. Bo Robinson did well. I actually got on the phone. Jordan's effort was so impressive. I got on the phone to him to ask him if he actually cheated, but he assures me he didn't. Reckons it's all skill. So, and I know Jordan very well. He didn't mind the banter.
Let's just focus in on Russ Collins' prediction of the day for Brad Krepp to go top 15.
Well, he didn't do so well, so I'm going to have to word him up.
He had a solid run, but 40, I think. 39th, 40th.
But Toddy Lehman in the mix. Aaron Habe in the mix.
Ty and Rod for Truella.
Yeah.
So that is his weekend over by the sound of it. Nick Hicks broke some...
Who's this just crossing the line here, Tobe? Sorry.
The
124 machine.
Glasses on, mate. I actually can't read the screen from the back of the commentary box. You'll have to...
So it's going to be Daniel Saltoggio, the 124 machine with a 1 hour 36 minutes and 9 second lap time. Great ride there from Daniel Saltoggio.
I got the lucky enough
Have a crack at it. Go on, have a crack.
I got lucky to call him off the line this afternoon, and that's my job done for Daniel.
Daniel, who, sorry, mate?
Daniel Solto.
Soldog, a big Soldog. Righto, Josh Nichols. And looks like that's going to be... Well, Josh Nichols we know for sure across the line. And Simon Bartlett maybe as well. So Simon Bartlett, Josh Nichols, 109 riders, home and hosed.
So the cars start at 6:40 tomorrow. The bikes again for their third and final lap at 10 past 10. And then the cars off scheduled for 1:20 tomorrow afternoon.
Early start here at Mount Vetter Station.
No sleep in Sunday, Russ Cullen.
No.
I won't be doing that. We'll be watching the test tonight, the NRL.
We will.
That'll be a good thing at the Airbnb.
Collins Street.
What a delightful part of Kalgoorlie that is. Or Piccadilly. When I saw I was in Piccadilly, I thought I was in Europe somewhere.
William Payne across the line there, Dave.
Yeah, a solid ride there. 1 hour, 42 minutes and 39.
That's a long time to be on a bike, isn't it?
Oh, it's hard yakka. Jeez,
Hard
it's
yakka.
hard yakka.
Now,
Through grueling terrain. These guys aren't going for Sunday ride to the pub either. This is grueling terrain.
now, if you were ever to fit a windscreen or power windows to a motorbike, you would go to Miller's Autoglass. millersautoglass.com.au, the Goldfields professional supplier of automotive glass and windscreens. And a sponsor of the Kalgoorlie Desert Race.
Russ, that's why we got you doing the sponsors, mate, because no one can tie these sponsors in quite like the silky sounds of Russ Cullen.
The everlasting Russ Cullen. A few more coming in.
Thick and fast here, Toby. These riders starting to really pour into the finishing last couple of turns. Joss Hansbury, Nate Pinter, the 111 machine. Looks like it's going to be the 564 of Sam Marston. There'll be a few tired and bad bodies out there. It's approaching that 250, 260 kilometre mark on a dirt bike in one day. It's a lot of riding. And the thing that takes a toll on the body too, Tobes and Russ, out here is you see these riders sitting down, and when they hit a square edge and it shunts through goes up through your back, that is quite grueling on the body, and that's something that you feel the next morning pretty bad. So that's why The key is to try and stand on the pegs for as long as you can. And with these desert seats, these tall seats, at least when it punch you up, you're quick to get on your toes. So there's going to be a few sore bodies in the morning for the bike riders, I would imagine. Great visual on the screen there.
Yeah, square-edged bumps. We don't experience that a lot in car racing when it's strictly cars, but I have raced this track in the Kingswood, and yeah, there were some square-edged bumps out there. But I tell you what, there's a track in South Australia called Baroota, and
Loveday's the same a bit. Yeah.
Mate, that has got square-edge bumps, like undercut square-edge bumps, I reckon, at Loveday. So, but great racetrack. Shout out to the Toby and Tony and family, and look forward to being back there for the AORC next year. But yeah, get what you're saying there, Dave. You'd get up out of the saddle to try and take some of the shock out of your spine. Otherwise, a 6'3"
This might be the
handsome
Jake.
man like yourself would become 5'10", Dave.
Is that what happened to me? Is that why I'm 5'10" now?
Square edge bumps, mate.
It'll get you every time, Russ. All right, we see the
Cull, is it?
the 610 machine. That's Raj Patel. Just getting up on the peg, stretching out those calves.
Brian Smith, the next one. Closing on his second lap finish.
Well, it looks like he's battling to hold that thing across the checkered line. He instantly lets go of the bars and shakes his hands out. So a bit of forearm pump going on there for Ryan Smith. How many bikes we got across the line? Russ Cullen, our resident stats man.
Oh,
I'll give you a clue. It's between 118 and 120.
118.
There you go. That's why we have you on the numbers, Russ Cullen. Ryan Smith with a 1 hour 38.25. That's actually a really good time for where he's sitting in the field. We should see if... So he's sitting 115th.
It's a shame to see Bill Carruthers there in the
Yeah.
3, not going to make the finish.
There, the big XR couldn't handle the heat.
Colin Howard, William Thurbeck and Thomas Richards. Christian Cleghorn down as DNS with Luke Rogers, Jason Johnson. So a bit of a shame there for those competitors.
We see Terry O'Brien tip it into the final turn, and he'll be met with the checkered flag for lap 2. Terry O'Brien with a 1 hour and 40 minute and 1 second.
Bit of a gap back to Nathan McIntyre. James Cochran will be right on his heels, followed by Zachary Wilson and Daniel Brooks.
And we see them working through into screen now. Through the left-hander. Somewhat of a casual approach to the checkered flag there for the 381 of James Cochran. And Nathan McIntyre hot in pursuit. Tobes, walk us through what's your takeaway from what you've seen from the bikes in lap 2 here today at Mount Vetus.
I just like the consolidation from Brodie Waters. I think I'm a bit with you. It feels like could be his weekend here in the West, looking for that real big breakthrough victory. So close, of course, last year behind Ben Grabham, third at Fink with some dramas. He's had a couple of decent results up at the Don River Dash, and like you, the bike seems to be on song there. The Honda and Brodie Waters, Craig Bolton, looking to become a Kalgoorlie local champion here. And that'll be a great story, but he's got a bit of work to do. I think he's just under 2 minutes off the pace of Brodie Waters. Ben Grabham, can he do the 4-peat? I think he stayed right in contention there, Dave, and you just never know. Still 120 odd Ks remaining tomorrow for these bike riders, so he's well and truly in the hunt. But I'm impressed with Blair Outram. That was a huge effort from him today, Jackson McGrath. So, yep, some of the big names definitely still in the hunt, Dave, and we'll see how it all unfolds tomorrow from 10 o'clock. Yeah,
there's plenty of racing ahead of us, and we know drama racing, desert racing, it's not without its drama, and it's not over till it's over. But Brodie Waters has definitely put himself into a good position into the final lap tomorrow morning. A couple of more riders chopping through into the checkered flag. Who's that rider just crossing the line? He's looking a little bit bitter.
Daniel Brooks.
Bit ginger. Daniel Brooks, the 775 machine. 125 bikes across the line. And we see Josh Swindale with the 1:42.37. Great action there from our pilots in the Circle H helicopters, working alongside with front row screens to bring you all the action on our live feed. And if you're watching anywhere from across this great nation, and if you're out here at Kalgoorlie, whether you're at Lake Perkalilly or the fuel stop or anywhere in between, hope you really enjoyed this coverage here for the second laps of the bikes. As always, it's an absolute privilege to bring you this action from KDR. And the mountain of work it takes to get these bikes back home. We see a lot of relieved loved ones. Met them in the pit return chute. Plenty of high fives given. We see the 76 machine under the Penrite finishing arch of Tyler Geller. Riders struggling to get that thing turned into the final turn. See who that is. That's going to be Luke Densley.
Do we see Corey Cooper come home?
Corey Cooper, let's have a look there for you, Toby.
There he is, 57th.
57th, yeah, the 834 there in 57th.
Impressive. Coops.
So see Steed Kingsbury tip it into the final turn. No, sorry, that's going to be Claudio Mateos, and this would be Steed Kingsbury here, sorry, the 800 machine. Wringing the absolute neck out of it as it crosses the checkered flag. The 183. It's going to be Ashley Beedman. Gaining a few. Looks to be a bit of track position there on completion of the second lap. There we go. About 20 odd bikes left to go to complete our second lap. How's a relief?
You look relief there.
How's a relief on Ron Bailey?
Bailey.
Oh man, that just is a testament to show you what hell these bodies endure, get these bikes across the line. That was funny. That was just an absolute relief is the only way you could describe that, Toby.
He was pretty pumped, wasn't he?
Jacob Gadd.
Relieved.
Here we go. Got a little battle into the left-hander. Couple of turns left to go for these riders. Looks like that's going to be couldn't quite make that number, but we'll get the numbers as they straighten up and set their sights on the Penrite finishing arch. There you go, that's a 195. That's William Thurlebeck.
Alex Wentz on the 14, 145.05.
So next rider across the line, we can expect to see Jace Dalton. And Richard Smithies. As we see a couple of riders making the way down the Goldfields Highway to that tight right-hander. So only a handful of turns to go for these riders. As we can see on our screen right now on the live feed.
Should be Jace Dalton, is it? And Richard
Yeah,
Smithies?
that's the 864 of Jace Dalton we see on screen right now. Just guiding her home past the bar area. A couple of turns to go for Jace Dalton. I don't see too much more dust out there, boys. It looks to have really simmered down as far as
Ashley Spencer, Drew Rennie, Paul Galcott and Lauren Curd have both passed the final checkpoint. Dan Chittick and Benjamin Shaw yet to do so. Got the Jace Dalton, yep, across the line.
Dan Chittick's drops back massive amounts.
William Thurbeck was actually listed as a DNF, but he's crossed in 136th position. So, well done to him.
Got it up and going again. A couple more bikes alongside the Goldfields Highway.
What's your professional outlook on this one, Dave? I mean, one lap remaining for the bikes, and will we have a brand new champion at Mount Vetter Station tomorrow lunchtime?
Yeah, look, I think Brodie Waters. I mean, anything can happen. We know that, but Brodie Waters just looking so strong, and I don't see any weak spots out there. He's mature, he's composed, he's got a bike that can do it, and he's riding within his means. So I don't see anything really stopping Brodie Waters, unless Craig Bolton puts him into the bleachers in turn one, and that changes things, or you know, something. If Craig Bolton gets the front and he runs into a bit of problems in the dust or something like that, yeah. But I dare say it'd be close to all over if Brodie Waters gets to turn one first tomorrow. Levi Stevens, I think, is an incredible story there. Brock Raven's going to work. Blair Outram starting to chip through the order as well. But Mark Richards, Jake Wilson, James Heenan getting deeper within that top 20. I just think the top 20 is just ridiculous here at KDR for 2025. So there's been so much chopping and changing in that second lap. And yeah, it's just incredible stuff here. So Darcy O'Meara, I think, is... he deserves a mention as well. Sitting 20th in the E1 category, the young fella. So yeah, Taj Moore slipping down the order a bit, but he's just all about learning this year. He'll come back stronger, better than ever. He'll get an idea for what it's about. On the rear wheel there, Richard Smithies.
In style across the line.
Absolutely. Funny, no matter what aspect of the sport or where you are, you never get tired of seeing someone popping a wheelie. Stephen Payne with a 1:46.48, so we're really getting to the tail end now and just about seeing the completion of the second lap of our bikes. We see at 3:47, Rory O'Connor crossing checkpoint 10. So that'd be 20 odd minutes away from the finish.
I reckon, yeah, the 18 at Clint Clark has done well. We saw him pull his bike back past us under the commentary tower here on lap 1. So congratulations to Clint Clark on bike 18.
Getting it back out there, getting it sorted.
We started right at the bottom of the field, so he's made a few passes there. So not many left out there now, Dave, only around about 10 or so. Yep,
we're getting right to the tail end of things here, Vettis.
Speaking of Mount Vetter Station, the heart of Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Thanks to Justin Stevens and family for allowing us to tear up your wonderful property. appreciate it.
Oh, and they're also sponsoring the event. Well done, Russ Cullen. You should merge your career into just doing ads and voiceovers. You ever consider that, Russ, with your silky smooth styles? Nah.
Nah, not really. No. I like mechanical parts, grease, and grime.
Well, you can record it from a workshop if that helps.
Well, if you were going to build a workshop...
Just about lost Toby Cooper then.
If you were going to build a workshop and you did reside in Kalgoorlie, you'd go to Woody's Builders and Constructing Services, 0419130613, admin at woody'sbuilders.com.au. Thanks, Woody's, for being on board.
So, Russ, once you built that workshop, how would you transport all your new goods there?
You'd probably go to, I don't know, someone. If you wanted to drill a hole in it, you'd go to 360 Drilling, that's for sure. Underground drilling specialist, 360 Drilling. And if the drill needed petrol, of course, Eagle Petroleum would be your first port of call in the Goldfields, the Goldfields premium petrol supplier.
Oh, God.
w.eaglepetroleum.com.au, locally owned, locally operated, Brinston Road, West Kalgoorlie. What a great supplier of petrol is Eagle Petroleum.
Yeah, thanks for that, Russ. It's really painting the picture there, really putting a storyboard for our sponsors. As we see Ashley Spencer, the 305 machine, cross the checkered flag for the second lap. Only about 9 bikes left to go. Another rider into the final turn. This looks like the 24 machine, Lauren Curd, for our women, shaking out a bit of arm pump. Should see Dan Chittick working his way past the bar area through the chicane. Popping back into view any second now. There he is, the 74 machine.
So is this rider coming in now? Is that Dan Chittick?
That is Dan Chittick.
Dan Chittick looks like he's bore the brunt of the rough KDR track this afternoon, and he would have preferred to have it beautifully laid and sheeted in asphalt. And if you were going to do that, you'd call on Terry Hoskins at Total Asphalt. Total Asphalt, Vivian Street, Boulder, West Australia, www.totalasphalt.net. Thanks to Terry Hoskins, Total Terry, and Total Asphalt.
Now, Russ, asphalt is a fantastic solution there for all your driveway needs. But let's just say you had a client that wanted something more concrete, and we had to try and get it down a long traverse driveway. How would we go about getting it down there?
Well, if you were trying to shut up a commentator such as Dave, what you'd do is you'd go to Flatline Civil Concrete Pumping, and you'd pump a whole stack of concrete, like about 80 cubic feet of concrete into his mouth to shut him up. So if you've got any concrete pumping creative solutions, Flatline Civil Concrete and Pumping are the team you need to call.
Thanks for that, Russ. That's answered my question nicely there. So I think I'll just press pause on the probing questions for the sponsors there. But feel free to chime in if you've got any other sponsors you'd like to thank. Russ, fantastic effort there. It's the silky smooth stylings from Russ Cullen. So Dan Chittick crosses the line. A couple more riders to go. We see our sweeps out there doing a great job too.
I'll be Benjamin Shaw, is it? Across the line.
It is Benny Shaw. Big shout out to all the sweep riders too. Making sure all our riders get home safely, scanning the perimeters of the track.
Well, there's been some fantastic video footage and still footage to come out of the event, Dave. And of course, if you had a really cool shot of your bike flying through the air or your car soaring off a jump and you wanted to frame it, you'd go to Spectrum Picture Framing, 78 Boulder Road, obviously a local supplier. Spectrum Picture Framing, Errol and Cheryl. I'm a poet and I don't know it. 089 021 7288 Spectrum Picture Framing.
So speaking of art and framing and stuff, what if you're into metallic sculptures and you wanted to weld something up and maybe get creative on that side of things? Who do you reckon we go for that?
I would go straight to H&K Contracting for all my fabrication needs. If ever I need fabricating and I can't do it myself, H&K Contracting.
How would you contact them, Russ?
I would contact them on 039 090 022. H&K Contracting for all your fabrication needs.
Tell you what, we've got a wide variety of sponsors coming on board for this event, and I dare say we just got about any needs that you have covered with all our amazing sponsors for the 2025 Kalgoorlie Desert Race.
Well, look, the bottom line is we can't do it without sponsors, and they are important, and as much as we're joking about it because we're trying to highlight how important they are. We're trying to give them that little bit of extra coverage that perhaps they don't receive at some events, and I think it's important that we honour those that are honouring us and helping out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a love of the game type situation, and you never really can measure your return on investment when it comes to the sponsorship for events like this. But we always endeavour to give the best value, and here at KDR, we are really love and very grateful for all our amazing sponsors for coming on board. And none other than, of course, Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia, our naming rights sponsors again for 2025.
Well, if I was Dave Baker, which I'm not, and I was looking for a really tight-fitting pair of jeans, like a real tight-fitting set of Levi's or Wranglers, I would go to Dusty Lifestyle, established in 2021, your local clothing and accessory brand. Of course, they're a country-style supplier, proud to be back supporting the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Follow them on Facebook, on Instagram, dusty.lifestyle, www.dustylifestyle.com.au for all your tight-fitting jeans that a commentator like Dave Baker would quite happily fashion.
Yeah, thanks for that, Russ. I'll in the market for a new pair, so I might hit them up. Follow them on the socials as well. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a heap of merch available from the merchandise container there. They have been hot on the heels all weekend trying to keep up with the demand, so I reckon there might be a few sellouts there, but please make your way over there. Russ, you were mentioning a book earlier today. Could you give us a rundown of what that is again, mate? That sounds like a great course.
Well, there's 2 books available from the merchandise tent or the merchandise container. They're called Offroad Kids. Teamwork Makes Dream Work. Colour and activity book for $13. A great initiative, a great book from Tina De Bruin. Great supporter of off-road racing here locally in the West. The second book you can buy, also make a great Christmas gift. Offroad Kids. Teamwork Makes Dream Work workbook at $30. A couple of brilliant books there, great stocking fillers, great character building books. They are based on characters within off-road racing, and I'm sure any up and coming kids would really enjoy that as a Christmas gift. And parents, if you've got a loose 30 or 40 bucks, that's a good Christmas present for the kids that are into the off-road racing.
If you're still with us, Russ, on the live feed, we have a fantastic highlights reel assembled here from front row screens of all the action from the bikes as we wait for our final competitors to meet the checkered flag on their completion of lap 2. We see Phil Bartlett get across the checkered flag as well, but have a look at this amazing highlights reel put together from front row screens. covering pretty much all the action there from lap 2 for the bikes. It's been an absolute pleasure to call this one. Still got a heap of action left for tomorrow in the bikes. Toby Cooper. Got another rider making his way through that final turn. Soon to be met with the checkered flag.
To the Brad Bain, yep, bike 11. Just breaks the 2 hour mark, 1 hour 59.03.
Have a look at that on screen now. A highlights reel. 3-rider battle. Across the checkered flag. That's awesome to watch.
I think that may have been Jacob Scott, Kurt Elphinstone. I can't recall who the other rider was. The other rider might have been Daniel Challen, actually, in that little trifecta crossing the line.
So on the screen, Tobes, how many riders do we have left to go? Looks like we got 5 riders left. And our next one across the line should be Andrew Nicholson. There we go. Andrew Nicholson is a couple of turns away from being met with the checkered flag. From there, we should see Paul Tibertsma. We see Cresta Reed, Rory O'Connor, and Troy Ainsley should round up the field. So only 5 bikes to go. Another great visual there on our screen from a highlights reel. Toby Cooper. Talk to me, mate. Tomorrow, cars, 6:45 takeoff, I believe you said.
6:40, I think. Yeah,
6:40, yeah. Bit of feedback from the bikes this morning when they took off early in the morning. Some of those deeper holes, the whoops and that, they were hard to actually gauge the depth of them given the angle of the sunlight. Will that play a part with the cars, or does that not really come into effect?
Probably
Not really.
Sorry to butt in there. Probably not a thing, really, Dave.
Yeah.
I suppose the cars have had a look this morning, so even though the sun will be low in the sky, they'll just
Doesn't really play a part for the 4 wheels.
They'll read the terrain well enough. Sorry to cut you off there, Toby.
Russ, you're the technical guru, as we say.
If I was a technical guru, and I needed to house it in a nicely framed cottage, I would go to Coyle Constructions. Liam Coyle from Coyle Constructions, your local construction man.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. Nailed that one. Construction man.
You know what is bad? The afternoon sun. I can't.
Oh, the glare.
Like, yeah, the sun when it's low on the horizon and you're pointing at it. The afternoon sun can be a problem. That's always been a bit of an issue at different times of the year at the Gascoyne Dash and at some of our local races, our state rounds. What time do you anticipate, Toby, the cars would finish up tomorrow?
I think
early afternoon?
10 past 1. I think the first car will be home by 2:30.
Yeah, so the sun will still be pretty high,
With
high in the sky.
The later cars, obviously leaving, they'll be more around that 3:30, 3:45.
What sort of creature comforts do these drivers have in these cars? Is there, like, they've obviously got with their full face helmets, they've got the choice to run tinted visors or clear visors and those sorts of things.
Amber visors are good. You can often buy a visor. God, I used to sell them. I'm going to try and remember the name of it. Might have been Iridium visor, which sort of, they're a bit like a snow skiing visor where they almost change colour depending on how bright the sun is travelling through it.
Yeah, they react to the light and adjust accordingly.
They're pretty cool. A lot of guys don't run them because they're really expensive and they get scratched and damaged.
Yeah, they've got moto goggles that do the same thing, the Oakley air brakes and things like that. What other features do the drivers have in the cars? Like what's the driver kit. So we talk about, stegs and all that sort of stuff on these bikes. What
look, Camelback on the roll cage, forced air pumpers. They certainly wouldn't have a kitchen inside the car, but if they did have a kitchen, they'd go to Kitchen Solutions. www.kitchensolutions.com.au. Anyway, that was a bit of an ad in between a technical bit of toing and froing.
Jeremy Back would appreciate that one.
No, I think for most car competitors, a good night's sleep, hydration, obviously staying away from the alcohol the night before, having a good sleep, having a really clear head in the morning, and being composed is the way you equip the car.
Do they have FM radios?
No.
Just UHF.
Just UHF. There is someone here this weekend with one of those power bars that you get on like the ski boats.
Like the speaker bars. Yep.
Like the speaker bar, the wake boats. Yeah.
Yep.
EcoX sort of style power bar.
Oh, have a look at that just on the screen, Russ. It's a bit of a moment on a highlights reel. That was incredible. Good save.
That looks like Brodie Waters on the 2-bike, is it?
Yeah, well, he's just reading a text message on his phone, was he?
Yeah, how many steps have I done today? Not many.
Talk about effortless.
So what is our starting order tomorrow for the bikes?
Righto, so we'll roll through the top 20 starting order. We'll see.
Give us the 20.
Brodie Waters and Craig Bolton lining up again to bang elbows into turn 1. I reckon Craig Bolton's got to throw absolutely everything he has at Brodie Waters. It's the only chance he's got to do anything there. We see Ben Grabham and Levi Stevens. So we got the most experienced in the field lining up against a 17-year-old. So that in itself is pretty cool. That's Levi Stevens done a monster effort to work his way up the field. Then we'll see Jackson McGrath and Campbell Hall. Brock Grabham lining up next to Blair Outram. A couple of big boys there lining up. Reece Stevens and Zach Senor. So a couple of youngsters. Blake Clanjack and Andy Brack. That's going to be a decent little battle off the line as well. Mark Richards and James Heenan. And then Jake Wilson, Benny Stevens, Taj Moore with Daryl Senor, and Scotty Hewitt lining up next to Darcy O'Meara. That's 6. So we got Scott Hewitt lining up next to Darcy O'Meara. So that's like the coach and the apprentice. That's the master and the apprentice lining up next to each other. That's wicked. And Scotty Hewitt, you'll see the good side of Scotty Hewitt. He will do absolutely nothing to endanger the chances there of Darcy O'Meara. So I reckon Darcy will get the whole shot on that one because Scotty can't get a bike off the line to save his life.
They're very complimentary.
Oh, look, I'll praise them when they're good and I'll let them know when they should be doing better. And Scotty Hewitt needs to learn how to get that bike off the line. He's big enough and the bike's powerful enough that he should be able to get it down. He just doesn't seem to get it. And Darcy O'Meara hasn't missed a beat with his starts. The youngster on the 250. So I'm calling that. He's going to get 4 or 5 bike lengths into turn 1 and just roll on the throttle and get out of there.
We just had a bike come across the line. Who was that?
Yeah, Paul Tobitsma, the 832 machine with a time of 2 hours, 6 minutes and 8 seconds. With only just a couple of bikes to go now. We've only got 3 bikes. And we are done for lap 2. As we continue to watch this amazing highlights reel assembled from front row screens. Just showcasing the amazing riding put together from these riders out there. So left on course, we've got Rory O'Connor, Cresta Reed and Troy Angsley. So we see Rory O'Connor and Cresta Reed pass checkpoint A17. So they'll be minutes away from the finish line. I can see them down the Goldfields Highway now. So they will be knocking on the door very soon. And then we'll be a few moments away from Troy Angsley.
Just another quick sponsor shout out. We had a great top 10 shootout at night. Thanks to Access Hire Kalgoorlie. Thanks to Nathan Musgrave of Access Hire. 134000 Access Hire. Access Hire, www.accesshire.net. And of course, legendary drilling company DDH1 Drilling, employing the industry's most experienced operators to deliver technically innovative drilling services and critical geological information from top-tier miners to the smallest explorer. We strive to provide our clients with an unsurpassed level of service. What a terrific mission statement there from DDH1.
Here we go, boys.
DHOneDrilling.com.au.
Couple of riders making the way through. Only 2 or 3 riders left. Sorry to cut you off there, Ross. We've just got some action on the track as we see Rory O'Connor met with the checkered flag with a time of 2 hours, 9 minutes and 1 second.
Great to call these last riders in, Dave. Well done. Cresta Reed across the line there.
Absolutely. So that's our final competitor for our females. The 208s. Good ride there from the 121 machine of Cresta Reed. So just on course, we've got Troy Ainsley. Gone past checkpoint 10 on the approach to checkpoint 11. And of course, doing it for the Masters 45 plus category. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all but one rider across the checkered flag there for lap 2. We've got Troy Ainsley out on the course at the moment, in between checkpoint 10 and 11. He's on track to get his lap 2 done in a pretty consistent time to his first lap. So I think we'll leave it here for the time being for lap 2 for the bikes for KDR 25, brought to you by Black Diamond Drilling Services Australia. It's been a great bit of racing out there. Brodie Waters absolutely putting the hammer down. So we'll be back in the morning nice and early to get these cars underway. Thank you so much for Russ Cullen, Toby Kubert joining me. I've been Dave Baker, and it's been an absolute pleasure to call lap 2 of the bikes. And we'll see you bright and early, ladies and gentlemen, down here at Mount Vetter Station. And please, if we could just close things here with a fantastic highlights reel brought to you by Front Row Screen. So enjoy the viewing, guys, and we'll be back in the morning. Thank you so much.